Dink Wars. A Rivals to Lovers Pickleball Romance. By Win Valentine. First edition published by i2i Hype, LLC 2025. Copyright 2025 by Win Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise without written permission from the publisher. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by any other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities, is entirely coincidental. Win Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. Chapter 1. Welcome to the Dink Wars. Lena Park had refereed dozens of pickleball tournaments, but there was something special about the seniors' spring championship. The energy was electric, the competition fierce, and the trash talk, well, the trash talk was absolutely next level. 14-13 serving for match point again. Lena announced into the portable microphone, her voice carrying across the packed courts. The crowd, 3 people deep around all 4 courts, erupted in cheers. "Let's go, Franklin." "Put them away," someone shouted from the sidelines. Ted Franklin, a 73-year-old retired accountant with surprising agility and a killer backhand, bounced the neon green ball 3 times before serving. His partner, Gladys Wong, shifted into position with the stealth of a woman half her age, ready to pounce on any weak return. Lena held her breath as the final rally unfolded, a masterclass in senior pickleball strategy. Back and forth the ball flew, until Gladys executed a perfect dink shot that dropped just over the net. Her opponents lunged forward, but the ball kissed the court surface before either could reach it. Game, set, match. Franklin and Wong take the championship. Lena shouted, barely audible over the crowd's roar. Ted thrust his paddle skyward, while Gladys performed what could only be described as a victory shimmy. Their defeated opponents, the husband-wife duo known around town as the Pickleball Pirates, crossed under the net for sweaty hugs and handshakes. Lena caught Mayor Hank's eye from his spot near the refreshment table. He gave her a thumbs up, his Briarwood pickleball tournament polo stretched tight across his chest. This was exactly what she'd envisioned when she'd pitched the expanded courts 3 years ago. Not just a place to play, but the beating heart of their community. She watched as children chased each other between spectators' legs, teenagers actually looked up from their phones to cheer on grandparents, and neighbors who might otherwise never interact shared sunscreen and snacks. The courts had become more than just a recreational facility, they were Briarwood's unofficial town square. Another triumph? She murmured to herself, mentally counting the tournament as her 47th successful community event. Not that she was keeping track or anything. Okay, she was absolutely keeping track. After helping the finalists off the court, Ted needed a moment to catch his breath, and Gladys wanted a selfie for her surprisingly popular Instagram page. Lena made her way to the refreshment table where a team of volunteers managed the lemonade, cookies, and various potluck contributions. "Great job keeping everyone hydrated, team," she said, grabbing a paper cup of lemonade. "Mrs. Wong might need an IV of this stuff after that last rally." Becca Harrison, the town librarian and Lena's right-hand volunteer, laughed as she refilled a pitcher. "Did you see Mrs. Finley's backhand in the semifinals? I swear she nearly decapitated her opponent." "That woman is terrifying with a paddle," Lena agreed, lowering her voice. "I think she's been practicing in secret. There's no way someone develops that kind of power from our Tuesday night sessions alone." I caught her watching professional pickleball tutorials on the library computers last week, Becca confided. She kept asking me if I thought her swing path was optimal. Lena snorted into her lemonade. That explains so much. With the crowd still buzzing, Lena grabbed the box of trophies she'd ordered, gold plastic pickleballs mounted on wooden bases, engraved by Mason's cousin who ran the trophy shop one town over. She'd spent way too much of her department's budget on them, but the looks on the seniors' faces would be worth every penny. Back at the microphone, she tapped it twice. Attention, pickleball enthusiasts. Before we present our champions with their well-deserved hardware, I want to remind everyone about our upcoming youth tournament next month. Registration opens Monday, and yes, Mrs. Finley, the age minimum is still 14, so your grandson doesn't qualify yet. The crowd laughed as Mrs. Finley called out, "He's very mature for his age." "I'm sure he is, but rules are rules," Lena replied cheerfully. "Now, it's time to recognize our champions. Ted Franklin and Gladys Wong, come on up." A sudden shift in the crowd's energy made Lena pause mid-sentence. Like animals sensing a predator, the spectators nearest the parking lot parted, heads turning toward a tall figure approaching with determined strides. Lena squinted against the afternoon sun. The man moved with the confident gait of someone accustomed to people getting out of his way. His dark hair was artfully tousled, the kind of messy that definitely took product to achieve, and even from a distance, she could see his jawline was sharp enough to slice cheese. He wore a crisp button-down with the sleeves rolled to the elbows, looking ridiculously overdressed for a community pickleball tournament. But it was his expression that caught her attention, a scowl so pronounced it seemed etched into his unfairly handsome face. Whispers rippled through the crowd. "Isn't that the Reid boy? Old man Reid's nephew? I thought he moved to the city years ago." Trophy still clutched in her hand, Lena watched as the man reached into a leather messenger bag and extracted what appeared to be an official document. With theatrical precision, he unfolded the paper, cleared his throat, and addressed the crowd. "Attention, pickleball enthusiasts." He said the word like it was a questionable life choice. "I filed a formal noise complaint with the town council regarding these courts. The constant pop 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 of these plastic balls is unbearable and disruptive to the entire neighborhood. I have signatures from multiple affected residents." The collective gasp from the crowd might have been comical if Lena's blood hadn't suddenly started boiling. She placed the trophy back in its box with deliberate care. Someone should protect town property, given she was about to commit a murder. "Excuse me," she said, her voice dangerously calm as she stepped forward. "And you are?" His eyes found hers, steely blue-gray, cold as a winter morning, and narrowed slightly. "Gavin Reid. I own the property adjacent to this." He waved dismissively at the courts. Lena closed the distance between them, very aware that every person at the tournament was watching their exchange with the rapt attention usually reserved for championship match points. "Well, Gavin Reid, I'm Lena Park, Community Recreation Coordinator. And while I'm sure your beauty sleep is very important, these courts are the lifeblood of Briarwood's community engagement program." He didn't flinch at her approach, which was annoying. Men that tall should at least have the decency to look intimidated when 5'6" women marched toward them with righteous anger. "I don't care if these courts are the eighth wonder of the world," he replied coolly. "The noise is disruptive, and the crowds block the street access. I work from home and can't concentrate with the constant racket." "It's not a racket, it's a paddle," Lena shot back, earning a few nervous laughs from the crowd. "And these courts aren't just about pickleball, they're about bringing people together. Look around you." She gestured expansively at the multi-generational gathering. "This is community building in action." Gavin's expression remained unmoved. "I don't care about community building when I can't hear myself think. Some of us have actual work to do. Some of us are doing the important work of keeping this town connected." Lena could feel her cheeks flushing. Who did this guy think he was? From the corner of her eye, she spotted Mason Carter, Gavin's childhood friend if town gossip was accurate, circulating through the crowd with what appeared to be clipboards. He caught her glance and winked, pointing proudly at the sheet where he was apparently, oh my God, taking bets on her confrontation with Gavin. She'd deal with Mason later. Right now, she had bigger problems. The seniors from the tournament had formed a protective semicircle behind her, their paddles still in hand. Ted Franklin stepped forward, his championship medal glinting in the sunlight. Young man, some of us have waited our whole lives to find a sport that keeps us active in our golden years. That's very touching, Gavin replied, not looking touched in the slightest, but perhaps you could find a quieter hobby. Bird watching? Silent yoga? Lena felt her jaw drop. Are you seriously suggesting that our senior citizens take up bird watching instead of the sport they love? I'm suggesting that your recreational activities shouldn't infringe on others' right to a peaceful environment. He tapped the document in his hand. And according to Town Ordinance 47B, I have grounds to request a review of the court's operational hours and noise impact. The crowd murmured anxiously behind her. Lena straightened her shoulders, using every inch of her not very impressive height. Fine. What exactly do you want? Something flickered in Gavin's eyes, satisfaction maybe that she'd asked directly. Ideally, the courts would be converted into something that serves the community without the noise pollution. A quiet reflection garden, perhaps. Something useful. The audacity. The absolute audacity. A reflection garden? Lena repeated, her voice rising with each syllable. Instead of the most popular recreational facility in Briarwood, these courts serve hundreds of community members every week. And disturb dozens of residents every day, he countered smoothly. The noise carries for blocks. We've had these courts for 3 years with 0 complaints. Then perhaps your complaint system is broken, he said with a slight shrug. Because I collected 15 signatures in one afternoon. Lena stepped closer, close enough to catch the faint scent of his cologne, something expensive and understated. Let me get this straight. You waltz back into town after what? A decade away, and your first move is to try to destroy something that brings joy to hundreds of people? I'm not trying to destroy joy, he said, making air quotes that made Lena want to smack the document out of his hands. I'm addressing a legitimate noise concern. You're just a grumpy killjoy who hates seeing other people happy. The words burst out before she could stop them. Gavin's eyes narrowed dangerously as he leaned down slightly, bringing his face closer to hers. And you're a relentless noisemaker with 0 consideration for others. The tension between them crackled like static electricity. Dimly, Lena registered that the entire crowd had gone silent, hanging on every word of their exchange. All right, let's all take a breath here. Mayor Hank materializing between them, his hands raised placatingly. Gavin, good to see you back in town, though I wish the circumstances were different. Lena, I know you're passionate about the courts. She's unreasonable is what she is, Gavin interjected. I'm unreasonable? Lena shot back, sidestepping the mayor. You're filing noise complaints about people exercising. What's next? Trying to shut down children's laughter at the playground. If children were laughing directly into a megaphone outside my window at 7 a.m. on Saturdays, then yes, I might have concerns, Gavin retorted. Mayor Hank tried again. Look, there are procedures for this sort of thing. Gavin has filed a complaint, which means we'll need to address it at the next town council meeting. In the meantime, I'll be documenting every single noise violation, Gavin said firmly. Since apparently the direct approach isn't working. And I'll be documenting every single moment of joy and community connection these courts provide, Lena fired back. Since apparently some people need a reminder of what actually matters in life. Mayor Hank sighed deeply, adjusting his glasses. The next council meeting is Tuesday at 7. I expect both of you there, with civil tongues and reasonable attitudes. He gave them each a pointed look. Until then, no changes to court operations and no additional confrontations. Are we clear? Crystal, Lena said tightly. Gavin merely nodded, refolding his document with precise movements. With a final withering look at Lena, he turned and began walking away, his posture rigid. The crowd parted for him again, this time with considerably more muttering, and a few seniors making gestures behind his back that weren't exactly appropriate for a community event. Lena stood rooted to the spot, her heart pounding with indignation. The nerve of that man, trying to destroy everything she'd built because of a little noise. As if the sound of people enjoying themselves was somehow offensive. She turned back to the crowd, suddenly aware that everyone was watching her with expressions ranging from concern to outright excitement at the drama. Mayor Hank gave her a look that clearly said, "Fix this," before retreating to the refreshment table. Taking a deep breath, Lena picked up the microphone again. "Well, folks, it seems we have a new challenge to face. But let me make one thing absolutely clear." She paused, making sure her voice carried to every corner of the courts. "Pickleball isn't going anywhere. These courts are the heart of our community, and I promise you we will protect them." The crowd erupted in cheers, with several seniors pumping their paddles in the air. Mrs. Finley shouted something about using her backhand on Gavin if necessary, which Lena pretended not to hear. As she began distributing trophies to diffuse the tension, she caught Mason's eye across the court. He gave her an enthusiastic thumbs up and mouthed, "This is going to be epic," while patting his clipboard of bets. Lena narrowed her eyes at him. If Mason thought this was entertaining, he had no idea what was coming. Because if Gavin Reid wanted a war over pickleball, she would give him one. This wasn't just about noise complaints anymore. This was about protecting something that mattered, the one project she'd poured her heart and soul into, the thing that had brought Briarwood together in ways nothing else had. And Lena Park did not lose. Especially not to infuriatingly handsome men with perfect hair and zero appreciation for community spirit. Chapter 2: Fault, Footwork, and Fury. Gavin jerked awake to the unmistakable pop, pop, pop carrying through his window with the morning breeze. A quick glance at his phone confirmed his suspicions. 6:03 a.m. On a Saturday. "You've got to be kidding me," he groaned, yanking his pillow over his head. The muffled sounds persisted, somehow even more irritating when partially blocked. After 30 seconds of futile resistance, he threw the pillow across the room and dragged himself to the window. Sure enough, the courts were already filled with players, mostly senior citizens, with an alarming amount of energy for people who should, in Gavin's professional opinion, still be enjoying their retirement in bed at this ungodly hour. Mrs. Finkelstein, who had to be pushing 80, executed a perfect cross-court shot that her equally ancient partner returned with surprising agility. They high-fived with the enthusiasm of Olympic gold medalists. "Unbelievable," Gavin muttered, running a hand through his sleep-mussed hair. Small towns and their ridiculous obsessions. He'd forgotten this about Briarwood, the way everyone latched onto trends with cult-like devotion. When he was in high school, it had been the annual pie festival. Before that, competitive birdwatching. Now apparently, the town's collective personality was tied to a sport played with what looked like oversized ping-pong paddles. Sleep was clearly a lost cause. Gavin pulled on a Henley and shuffled to the kitchen, hoping caffeine might improve his outlook. As he measured coffee grounds with military precision, he glanced again toward the courts. Something was different today. The players seemed more animated. A balding man in his 60s smashed a shot with excessive force, sending it flying past his opponent with a theatrical grunt that carried all the way to Gavin's kitchen. Another player deliberately slammed her paddle against the ball with what appeared to be personal vengeance. Gavin narrowed his eyes. They were doing this on purpose. After yesterday's confrontation with Lena Park and her army of pickleball enthusiasts, the entire town was now engaged in some sort of coordinated revenge campaign. "Mature," he muttered, pressing the brew button with more force than necessary. "Really mature." While waiting for his coffee, he pulled out the formal complaint he'd filed with Mayor Hank, the one that had been returned to his mailbox yesterday evening. The official Briarwood town letterhead mocked him, as did the bright yellow sticky note attached to it. "Sorry, Pickleball is protected by Briarwood Municipal Code 47B. Activities that contribute positively to town morale, he read aloud, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Please see the attached Town Charter revisions of 2019, specifically the Recreational Exception Clause. He crumpled the paper, throwing it toward the recycling bin where it bounced off the rim and onto the floor. Municipal Code 47B, he muttered. Small-town politics at its finest. Make up arbitrary rules when convenient. His coffee maker produced a weak, watery substance that barely qualified as coffee. Gavin took one sip and grimaced. If he was going to survive this morning, and the endless popping that showed no signs of stopping, he needed industrial-strength caffeine. Which meant going to daily grind. Which meant facing people. People who, after yesterday's public confrontation, would have opinions. Gavin sighed heavily, changing into jeans and running his fingers through his hair in a half-hearted attempt to look presentable. He considered the back roads that might help him avoid human contact, but dismissed them as too cowardly. He was a grown man. He could handle a little small-town gossip. That confidence lasted exactly 3 minutes into his walk. "Morning, Gavin," called Mrs. Peterson from her front porch. "Any thoughts on the pickleball situation?" The glint in her eye made it clear she'd heard every detail of yesterday's debacle. He forced a tight smile. "Just heading for coffee, Mrs. Peterson?" 2 blocks later, Tim from the hardware store stopped him. "Heard you're taking on Lena Park," he said with a grin that suggested this was the most entertaining thing to happen in Briarwood since the great maple syrup heist of 2017. Bold move, Reid. Bold move. By the time Roger Thompson cornered him to ask if he'd considered the economic impact of recreational sport tourism on local businesses, Gavin was walking with his head down, hands jammed in his pockets, wondering if he could legally classify the entire town of Briarwood as a harassment zone. The cheerful jingle of Daily Grind's door felt like a taunt as he stepped inside. The cafe was unusually crowded for a Saturday morning. Every table occupied and the line extending to the door. Conversations halted as heads turned toward him, followed by a wave of not-quite whispers resuming at a noticeably louder volume. Filed an official complaint. Thinks he can just waltz back and change everything. Lena practically exploded when she. Gavin set his jaw and moved toward the counter, pretending not to notice the smirks and pointed looks. He felt like he was 16 again, walking into the high school cafeteria after a rumor had spread about him. Except now he was a 32-year-old man with a successful career and a mortgage, not a teenager with questionable hair and worse judgment. Becca Lynn's smile was wide and terrifying as she spotted him. "Gavin Reid?" she practically shouted, ensuring anyone who might have missed his entrance was now fully aware. "Good morning. I've got something special for you." Before he could order his usual black coffee, she slid a steaming mug across the counter. It was matte black with white lettering that read, "Professional Fun Ruiner," complete with a little skull and crossbones. "It's the Grump Special," Becca explained cheerfully. "Black coffee, no joy, extra bitter." Just like, she stopped herself, but her expression finished the sentence for her, "just like you." "Very funny," Gavin said, reaching for his wallet. "How much do I owe you?" "On the house today. Think of it as your welcome back to Briarwood gift." She gestured to a chalkboard behind her that hadn't been there yesterday. The board was split down the middle. One side, decorated with bright colors and little pickleball drawings, was labeled Team Lena, Court Defenders. The other side, significantly less decorated, read Team Gavin, Silent Seekers. Under each heading was a list of themed drinks and a tally of votes. Lena's side had at least 30 marks. Gavin's side had 3, and he strongly suspected one was just a smudge that Becca had charitably counted in his favor. "You've got to be kidding me," he said for the second time that morning. "The town is invested," Becca replied with a shrug. "Oh, and the mug is yours to keep. I ordered a dozen." "A dozen?" "I'm an optimist." Before Gavin could respond, someone called his name. He turned to see Mason Carter, waving enthusiastically from a corner table. Beside him sat Eli Brooks, who Gavin recognized from high school, and a woman he didn't know but who was watching him with open amusement. The smart choice would be to take his grump special and leave. Unfortunately, the only thing worse than joining that table would be the entire cafe watching him flee from it. "Reid? Get over here," Mason called again, as if they were at a sporting event rather than a coffee shop 8 feet apart. Gavin made his way over, nodding stiffly to Eli, and giving a polite hello to the woman, who he now realized must be Tasha Moreno, based on Mason's non-stop texts updating him on who still lived in Briarwood. "The man of the hour," Mason said, slapping Gavin's back as he sat down. "Didn't waste any time making an impression, did you? Back in town for what, 3 weeks, and already the most controversial figure since Pastor Mike tried to ban Halloween." "I just filed a noise complaint," Gavin said. "It's not that dramatic." All three of them stared at him with expressions ranging from disbelief to delight. "Not that dramatic?" Eli repeated, his perpetual deadpan somehow even flatter. "You publicly challenged Lena Park, pickleball queen and actual town sweetheart, calling her beloved courts, and I'm quoting here, a public nuisance that should be converted into literally anything else, preferably something silent like a cemetery." Gavin winced. "That's not exactly." "Then," Mason continued, clearly enjoying himself, "when she asked what you had against community recreation, you said, and again I'm quoting multiple witnesses, 'I have nothing against recreation. I have something against the constant sound of plastic balls being whacked at unholy hours by people who should be doing literally anything else with their retirement.'" "Which was when Mrs. Finkelstein told you to," Tasha began. "Okay, I get it," Gavin interrupted, acutely aware that Mason's dramatic retelling had captured the attention of nearby tables. "It escalated. But I maintain that 6 a.m. pickleball should be illegal." "City boy sensibilities," Eli said with a smirk. "Forgot how to function without sirens and traffic as white noise?" Tasha leaned forward, her expression conspiratorial. "You know there's a betting pool, right?" "On what?" Gavin asked, immediately regretting the question. "Everything," Eli answered, pulling out a small leather notebook. "Current odds are 3-1 that Lena makes you snap and play pickleball within a month. 5-1 that you actually succeed in getting the court's hours restricted. 2-1 that one of you dumps coffee on the other before the week is out. And 7-3 that you're secretly into her," Mason added with a grin. Gavin nearly choked on his coffee. That's ridiculous. I barely know her." "Methinks the gentleman doth protest too much," Tasha said. "The whole cafe saw those sparks flying yesterday. Nothing gets the blood pumping like a good public showdown." "The only thing pumping is my rising blood pressure from sleep deprivation," Gavin replied, but he could feel his ears burning. He refused to acknowledge that Lena Park, with her ridiculous enthusiasm and competitive glare, had lodged herself in his thoughts more than once since yesterday. The cafe door opened with its cheerful jingle, and the entire atmosphere shifted. Gavin didn't need to turn around to know who had entered. The sudden straightening of Mason's posture and the gleeful look on Tasha's face told him everything. "Speak of the devil," Eli murmured. Lena Park strode in, surrounded by what could only be described as an entourage of pickleball enthusiasts. She wore a bright Briarwood pickleball, dinking up a storm t-shirt and carried a stack of neon-colored flyers. Her cheeks were flushed from the morning air, her dark hair pulled back in a messy ponytail that somehow looked deliberate rather than haphazard. She was talking animatedly to an elderly man beside her, gesturing with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for lottery winners or people who just discovered free pizza. As she handed flyers to eager cafe patrons, Gavin caught sight of the bold text. "Extended hours. Now starting at 5:30 a.m. New amplified scoring announcements. Special night games with improved lighting." Gavin inhaled sharply, nearly choking on his coffee for the second time. She wouldn't. But Lena Park absolutely would, and the triumphant glance she shot in his direction as she worked the room confirmed it. This was war, and she was making the first strategic offensive. When her circuit around the cafe finally brought her to their table, she affected a look of exaggerated surprise. "Gavin? I didn't expect to see you in such a public, potentially noisy place." Her eyes locked with his in silent challenge. "I figured you'd be at home with noise-canceling headphones and blackout curtains." The cafe had gone suspiciously quiet, everyone pretending not to listen while obviously straining to catch every word. "Just trying to get some coffee," he replied evenly. "Though I have to say, your latest promotional tactics seem a bit reactionary." Lena's smile didn't falter. "Reactionary? Not at all. These changes have been in the works for ages. The community has been begging for extended hours." "At 5:30 in the morning?" Gavin raised an eyebrow. "Somehow I doubt that. Early bird gets the worm, or in this case the pickleball court." She placed a flyer on their table with deliberate care. "Don't worry, I'm sure you'll adjust. Maybe try some meditation? I hear it helps with stress management." Mason was watching them like a tennis match, his head swiveling back and forth, barely concealing his delight. "I appreciate your concern for my stress levels," Gavin said dryly. "Though perhaps a more effective method would be respecting reasonable quiet hours, like a normal functioning society." "Says the man who wants to tear down the courts entirely," Lena countered. "I never said tear them down. I suggested repurposing them for something less orally invasive. Like a cemetery." "That was hyperbole." "Was it?" Tasha interjected, grinning when both Lena and Gavin glared at her. Lena turned back to him, crossing her arms. "Look, Gavin, I understand change is difficult. Coming back to Briarwood after so long, finding things different than you remember, it must be hard for you." Her tone held a patronizing sympathy that made his jaw clench. It was also uncomfortably close to the truth, which irritated him further. "This isn't about change," he said. "It's about your ridiculous revenge tactics, disrupting the entire neighborhood." "Revenge tactics? I'm simply promoting community engagement," Lena said innocently. "Something you'd understand if you ever engaged with the community instead of filing complaints about it." The cafe collectively oohed like spectators at a boxing match. Gavin found himself standing, though he didn't remember deciding to do so. Lena mirrored him instantly, their faces inches apart across the small table. The air between them seemed to crackle with something that Gavin refused to acknowledge might not be entirely anger. "Some of us have actual jobs that require functioning on normal human schedules," he said, his voice lower than before. "Some of us have actual lives that involve more than complaining about other people's joy," she shot back, not giving an inch. They stared at each other in charged silence. Gavin became acutely aware of how her eyes weren't just brown, but had flecks of gold in them, visible only at this proximity. He noticed the slight upturn at the corners of her mouth even as she frowned at him, like her face was more accustomed to smiling. He wondered, briefly and traitorously, what that smile might look like directed at him without animosity. He stepped back, unnerved by the direction of his thoughts. "This is pointless. I'll be avoiding town activities indefinitely, especially your crack of dawn noise festival." As he turned to leave, the cafe door opened again, this time revealing Mayor Hank Dawson, his perpetual Briarwood-themed polo wrinkled as if he'd dressed in a hurry. "Perfect timing," the mayor said, adjusting his glasses in what Gavin was beginning to recognize as his official announcement pose. "I was hoping to catch folks here. There's going to be an emergency town hall meeting tonight regarding recreational space allocation." The cafe erupted in excited chatter, with several people turning to stare meaningfully at both Gavin and Lena. "Emergency town hall?" Gavin repeated. "Over pickleball courts?" "The issue has been brought to my attention," Mayor Hank said diplomatically, "that there are conflicting interests regarding the use of our community recreational facilities. Given the level of community engagement this has generated, it seems prudent to address it formally." Behind the counter, Becca was already wiping her specials board clean, replacing it with a new heading: Town Hall Special, Choose Your Team. By the time the mayor finished speaking, she'd outlined 2 new drinks: the diplomatic solution, half sweet, half bitter, and the heated debate, extra espresso, extra hot. Lena's expression had shifted from triumphant to calculating. "This is democracy in action," she told Gavin with a sweetness that didn't reach her eyes. "I look forward to seeing you there. Unless you're too busy avoiding town activities, of course." The challenge was unmistakable. Backing down now would be admitting defeat before the battle properly began. "I'll be there," Gavin said, meeting her gaze steadily. Since the proper channels seem to require public theater in this town. 7 o'clock at the community center, Mayor Hank confirmed, looking both exhausted and amused. "I suggest everyone come prepared with constructive suggestions rather than, whatever this is." He gestured vaguely between Lena and Gavin. As the mayor left and conversations resumed at elevated volumes, Gavin realized there was no escaping this town's drama, or the increasingly intriguing Lena Park. Somehow, in less than 24 hours, his quiet return to Briarwood had transformed into center stage of a community spectacle. And despite everything, despite the lost sleep and the irritation and the utter ridiculousness of it all, Gavin found himself almost looking forward to tonight's showdown. Almost. Chapter 3: The Art of the Petty Dink. Lena parked her ancient Subaru in the community center lot at exactly 5:47 a.m. Most people would consider this a crime against humanity, but she considered dawn the perfect time for executing her master plan. As she hefted her massive tote bag from the passenger seat, she caught her reflection in the rear-view mirror and gave herself an encouraging nod. "This is what heroes do," she whispered to herself, ignoring the fact that actual heroes probably didn't wage petty warfare against grumpy real estate developers. The community center stood silent in the soft morning light, its brick facade as familiar to her as her own apartment. This place was her second home, the hub of Briarwood's social scene, and home to the beloved pickleball courts that one Gavin Reid was trying to destroy. Not on her watch. Lena unlocked the side entrance with practiced efficiency and flipped on the lights to the main hallway. Her footsteps echoed as she made her way to the central bulletin board, a massive cork monstrosity that dominated the wall across from the main entrance. Perfect placement. There was no way anyone could enter the building without seeing what she was about to create. She unpacked her supplies with military precision, colorful posters she'd stayed up until 1 a.m. designing, industrial-strength tape, and a stack of flyers. Each poster featured increasingly dramatic slogans in bold, impossible-to-ignore fonts. "Pickleball or perish," screamed one poster in fiery red letters. "Silence the silence lovers," declared another, complete with a cartoon image of a pickle wearing noise-canceling headphones. "Save our courts from the fun police," demanded the largest poster, which she centered on the board. Lena stepped back to admire her handiwork, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. The bulletin board had transformed into a shrine of pickleball propaganda, a visual assault that would be impossible to ignore, especially for one particular grumpy nemesis. "You will not win, Gavin Reid," she muttered, carefully smoothing a corner of tape that had started to curl. "Not today. Not ever." Her phone buzzed in her pocket. A text from Tasha: "You doing something illegal? Because you're up way too early." Lena typed back quickly, all above board. "Just making sure our position is crystal clear." Tasha's response came seconds later: "Your obsession with this Reid guy is reaching concerning levels. See you at lunch." Lena frowned at her phone. She was not obsessed. She was strategic. There was a difference. With the bulletin board transformed into Pickleball Propaganda Central, she headed to her office to commence Phase 2 of Operation Annoy Gavin into submission. By 9:30, Lena was settled at her cluttered desk in her tiny office, fingers flying across her keyboard as she implemented the next step in her plan. Her office, a glorified closet with a window, was plastered with tournament schedules, community event posters, and photos of championship teams. A small trophy shelf displayed various pickleball achievements, including the coveted Most Spirited Player award she'd won 3 years running. This, she said to the empty room, is psychological warfare. With methodical precision, she began entering Gavin's email address into every pickleball-related distribution list she could find. The official Briarwood Pickleball League newsletter. The Midwest Regional Pickleball Quarterly. The Pickleball Pals podcast announcement list. The Senior Doubles Tournament updates. The Junior Achievement Pickleball Camp volunteer opportunities. You want to complain about pickleball? She muttered, clicking subscribe on yet another list. Let me give you something real to complain about. She created a special filter to ensure the notifications would arrive at particularly inconvenient times, like 5:30 a.m. before weekend tournaments, or during standard business lunch hours. Nothing explicitly harmful, just persistent. The digital equivalent of the constant pop, pop, pop that was apparently driving him so crazy. Lena leaned back in her chair, satisfaction warming her chest. Then an even better idea struck. She opened the registration page for the upcoming Senior Citizens Beginner Pickleball Workshop. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard as she considered the beautiful chaos she was about to unleash. The workshop was the pride and joy of Myrtle Abernathy, an 82-year-old former tennis instructor who approached pickleball with the intensity of an Olympic coach preparing for gold. She tolerated no excuses, no complaints, and absolutely no disrespect toward what she called the gentleman's paddle sport. And she had a particular fondness for recruiting younger people to ensure the future of the game, which basically meant bullying them into permanent participation. Lena clicked on the registration form and began filling it out. Name: Gavin Reid. Phone: copied from the complaint form. Email: copied from the complaint form. Experience level: none, needs extra attention. Special notes: loves early morning sessions. Very interested in the social aspects of pickleball. Seeking new friends in the community. She snickered as she clicked submit, imagining Gavin's face when he received the confirmation email, and eventually the enthusiastic personal phone call from Myrtle that always followed. Myrtle never took no for an answer. She once showed up at the mayor's house with her paddle and comfortable shoes when he tried to back out of a lesson. That should keep him busy, Lena said to herself, minimizing the browser window just as her office door swung open. Tasha walked in carrying 2 takeout containers from the deli across the street, raising an eyebrow at Lena's guilty expression. "What are you doing?" she asked, placing the food on the desk. "You look like I just caught you watching porn at work." "Better," Lena said, swiveling her monitor so Tasha could see the confirmation email. "I've just signed Gavin Reid up for Myrtle's beginner workshop." Tasha's eyes widened before she burst into laughter, almost dropping her coffee. "Oh my God. That's diabolical. He'll never escape her clutches." She set her coffee down and leaned over to read the details. Extra attention? Seeking new friends? Lena, the man might actually murder you for this. "He'll have to catch me first," Lena said, opening her lunch container. The scent of her favorite bacon avocado wrap filled the small office. "And I'm faster than him. I'm sure of it." "How would you know how fast he is?" Tasha asked, settling into the folding chair across from Lena's desk. "Been studying his form, have we?" "Absolutely not," Lena said too quickly. Then, realizing her defensive tone wasn't helping, she added, "I just mean he seems like the type who'd find running undignified or something." Tasha's knowing look made Lena suddenly very interested in her rap. The truth was, she had noticed things about Gavin. Hard not to. The man was annoyingly well put together, with his perfectly casual but expensive-looking clothes, and that stupidly attractive way his hair fell across his forehead when he got worked up about something. Not that it mattered. His physical attributes were completely irrelevant to their war. "So what else have you been doing to terrorize the poor man?" Tasha asked, pulling out her tablet. "And before we get too deep into your revenge fantasies, we actually need to finish those promo materials for the tournament." Lena gestured toward the bulletin board masterpiece. "I've been busy creating awareness materials." I saw that shrine to pickleball lunacy on my way in. Subtle. Tasha opened her design app and began scrolling through template options. We should add a cardboard cutout of him at the court's entrance. We could give him a speech bubble that says, "I hate fun." Lena's eyes lit up. You're an evil genius. That's why we're friends. I'm actually here to restrain your worst impulses, but I'm willing to make an exception for Mr. Complains about noise in a town known for its festivals. Tasha tapped her stylus against her chin. What should our tournament theme be? Play like everyone's watching. I was thinking make some noise, Lena said, grinning. They worked side by side, Lena drafting the tournament schedule while Tasha created the promotional poster. Every few minutes, though, Lena found herself circling back to Gavin. Do you think he'll actually show up to Myrtle's workshop? She asked, pencil tapping against her notebook. Who knows? Tasha replied without looking up. 5 minutes later, I wonder if he's seen all the newsletter subscriptions yet. Probably. Another few minutes passed. His complaint was so ridiculous. He claimed the courts were an acoustic assault on reasonable business hours. Who even talks like that? Tasha finally looked up, her expression somewhere between amused and exasperated. You know what? I think we should name the tournament the Gavin Reid Memorial Pickleball Classic. Since you can't seem to stop talking about him. I do not keep talking about him, Lena protested, heat creeping up her neck. I'm simply discussing the obstacle to our court's continued existence. MMHMM. Tasha set down her tablet. You seem really invested in someone you claim to hate. I don't hate him, Lena said automatically, then caught herself. I mean, I do, obviously. But it's not personal. It's principled opposition to his anti-pickleball agenda. Right? And I'm sure the fact that he looks like that has nothing to do with why you can recall his exact wording from the complaint. What's that supposed to mean, looks like that? Lena asked, trying to sound indignant rather than curious. Oh please. The man is gorgeous in that broody, I'd rather be anywhere else way, and you know it. Half the reason the town is so invested in your little war is because everyone's waiting to see if you'll kill each other or make out. That's disgusting, Lena said, stabbing her pen into her notebook with unnecessary force. I would never. The community center doors slammed open with such force that both women jumped. Heavy, determined footsteps echoed down the hallway, growing louder as they approached Lena's office. 3, 2, 1. Tasha muttered. Right on cue, Gavin Reid appeared in the doorway, looking like the physical embodiment of irritation. His normally impeccable hair was slightly disheveled, as if he'd been running his hands through it in frustration. His phone was clutched in one hand, the screen displaying what appeared to be an email inbox overflowing with notifications. His blue-gray eyes locked onto Lena with laser focus. Really, Park? This is your brilliant strategy? Death by email. His voice was controlled but tight with annoyance. Despite his obvious irritation, Lena couldn't help noticing how his Henley stretched across his shoulders as he braced himself against the doorframe. Lena swiveled in her chair to face him, the picture of innocence. I have no idea what you're talking about. He held up his phone, displaying a screen filled with subject lines containing the word pickleball in various enthusiastic combinations. 63 emails since this morning. 63. Sounds like you've developed a sudden interest in the sport, Lena said, fighting a smile. They say the first step to appreciation is education. And this, he continued, swiping to a different screen, is especially creative. A senior citizens workshop? At 5 in the morning? Myrtle's very dedicated, Tasha chimed in helpfully. They say she once tracked a no-show participant to the emergency room. Continued the lesson right there in the hospital bed. Gavin's eyes narrowed. You think this is funny? A little bit, yeah, Lena admitted, standing up. She was shorter than him by nearly a foot, but what she lacked in height she made up for in sheer stubborn energy. Their confrontation was drawing attention. Heads poked out of doorways along the hall, and several community center visitors had paused their activities to watch. Lena spotted Mrs. Finley, one of the senior pickleball league's most devoted players, edging closer with the small whiteboard she used to keep score during games. "I just thought you should experience pickleball culture before trying to destroy it," Lena continued, stepping closer to Gavin. "Seems only fair." "Fair would be being able to work without hearing that incessant popping sound every 5 seconds, Gavin countered, not backing away from her advance. "Fair would be not having my inbox assaulted by pickle propaganda." "Pickle propaganda," Lena repeated, unable to suppress a grin. "That's actually a great phrase. I'm going to use that on our next flyer." Mrs. Finley had started marking tallies on her whiteboard. Lena 1, Gavin 0. Gavin noticed and rolled his eyes. "Is everything in this town a spectator sport?" "Only the good stuff," Mrs. Finley called out cheerfully. "Keep going, dears. I've got $20 riding on Lena making you storm out within 5 minutes." The growing audience only fueled Lena's determination. She took another step closer, looking up at Gavin with challenge in her eyes. "You know what your problem is, Reid? You think you're above it all. The town, the people, the activities. You've been back, 3 weeks? And you've already decided you know better than everyone who's lived here and loved it." "My problem," he said, his voice dropping to a level only she could hear, "is people who think noise equals community, and who can't accept that not everyone wants to live in their particular version of small-town paradise." Mrs. Finley marked another tally. Gavin 1, Lena 1. "You don't hate the noise," Lena shot back. "You hate that you can hear people enjoying themselves while you sit alone being miserable by choice." The crowd let out a collective, "Ooh." Mrs. Finley marked another point for Lena. Something flickered in Gavin's eyes, anger yes, but something else that made Lena's pulse quicken unexpectedly. "You don't know the first thing about me," he said quietly. "I know you'd rather file complaints than actually talk to people," she countered. "I know you think you're too good for Briarwood. And I know you're the kind of person who tries to take away something that brings joy to an entire community, because it mildly inconveniences you." Gavin stepped closer, close enough that she could smell his cologne, something woodsy and expensive. "And you're the kind of person who responds to legitimate concerns with childish pranks instead of adult conversation." Mrs. Finley was frantically updating her score. The crowd had grown to at least 15 people, all watching with undisguised interest. Lena was about to launch into another retort when she heard a familiar voice call out from the hallway. "Excuse me, coming through. Official bet taker here, make way." Mason pushed through the crowd, Elliot trailing behind him with a small notebook. Mason's phone was already recording, held high to capture the scene. "Don't mind us," Mason announced cheerfully. "Just documenting round 2 of Briarwood's hottest rivalry for posterity. And profit." Elliot nodded, flipping open his notebook. "Taking all bets. Who wins this round? Will there be property damage? Will someone cry? All wagers welcome." Lena shot them an exasperated look. "Don't you two have a business to run?" "This is business," Mason replied, zooming in on Gavin's annoyed expression. "Entertainment business. Very profitable." Gavin looked at the ceiling, as if praying for patience. "Is this entire town insane, or is it just the people I keep running into?" "Oh, it's all of us," Lena assured him with false sweetness. "Collective small-town madness. You should flee while you can." "Believe me, I'm considering it." They were standing so close now that Lena had to tilt her head back to maintain eye contact. She noticed absurdly that his eyes weren't just gray, they had flecks of blue that darkened when he was irritated. Which was apparently always around her. "You know what really bothers me about you, Reid," she said, her voice dropping. "You haven't even tried. You haven't come to a single community event. You haven't introduced yourself to anyone voluntarily. You just showed up and started complaining, like the town owes you peace and quiet just because you decided to grace us with your presence." Something shifted in his expression, a brief flash of what almost looked like guilt before his features hardened again. You haven't exactly rolled out the welcome wagon, Park. Unless email harassment is Briarwood's version of a fruit basket. Lena opened her mouth to respond when Mason's voice cut through their bubble of mutual irritation. Taking bets now? How long until these two stop fighting and start dating? The crowd erupted in laughter and enthusiastic responses. Tasha immediately pulled out a $20 bill. 3 weeks, she announced confidently. They'll be making out by the fundraiser for sure. Mrs. Finley shook her head, clutching her own money. By the championship tournament. I've been watching couples feud for 60 years. These two are on an accelerated timeline. Lena felt heat flood her face. Suddenly, she was acutely aware of how close she was standing to Gavin, how the entire argument had somehow shrunk the distance between them until they were practically sharing breath. His eyes had widened slightly, the same realization apparently hitting him as well. They stepped apart at the exact same moment, as if choreographed. This is ridiculous, Gavin muttered. He shot one last glare at the assembled crowd before turning back to Lena. We're not done with this conversation. Looking forward to continuing it, she replied, crossing her arms. I have about 60 more email lists I haven't subscribed you to yet. A muscle in his jaw twitched, but Lena could have sworn she caught the hint of a suppressed smile before he turned away. Ridiculous small towns, he said under his breath as he stalked out, the crowd parting to let him through. As soon as he was gone, Lena let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Her heart was racing, and she felt oddly flushed and distracted. Well, Tasha said, appearing at her side, that was educational. What? Lena asked, still staring at the door where Gavin had disappeared. Just observing that for two people who supposedly hate each other, you and Mr. Reid sure do generate a lot of heat. It's called righteous anger, Lena protested, turning back to her office. And does no one in this town have anything better to do than watch us argue? Nope, came Elliot's cheerful reply from the hallway. Winter's coming, and we need entertainment to get through the cold months. The crowd slowly dispersed, though not without several people stopping to give Lena encouraging thumbs-ups, or in Mrs. Finley's case, a surprisingly strong high five. Back in her office, Lena slumped into her chair, feeling like she'd just run a marathon. Tasha followed, closing the door behind them. You okay there, champ? She asked, leaning against the desk. Fine, Lena said automatically. Just plotting my next move. Uh-huh. And that move wouldn't happen to involve noticing how good Gavin looks when he's angry, would it? Lena's head snapped up. What? No. Obviously not. Because you were kind of staring at his mouth near the end there. I was not, Lena protested, though a small, treacherous part of her brain admitted she might have been. Just a little. For tactical reasons. I was trying to intimidate him with my glare. Right? Tasha didn't look convinced. Well, while you're plotting, you're definitely not at all attracted to him. Revenge. Want to hear my idea for the cardboard cutout? I'm thinking we go full caricature. Exaggerated frown, maybe some devil horns. Lena nodded, grateful for the subject change. Perfect. And we'll put it right by the entrance to the courts. As Tasha outlined her plan, Lena found herself only half listening, her mind replaying the confrontation with Gavin. The way he'd looked at her with that mix of frustration and something else. The way her pulse had quickened when he stepped closer. The odd flutter in her stomach that definitely wasn't attraction, but probably indigestion from lunch. She needed to focus. This was war, not whatever weird tension Mason and the others were implying. And she was going to win, no matter how annoyingly good-looking her enemy might be when he was riled up. Lena reached for her notebook and started drafting her next attack plan. Operation Annoy Gavin had only just begun. Chapter 4: Serving Up Trouble. Gavin stared at the official notice from the town council, clenching his jaw as he reread the compromise for the third time. The document, printed on the town's ridiculous letterhead, featuring small cartoon pickleballs, outlined that his petition to repurpose the courts would only be considered after he completed 20 hours of community recreational engagement, essentially forced pickleball lessons with Lena Park. "This has to be illegal," he muttered to the empty room of his uncle's old house. The paper crinkled in his grip as his fingers tightened. Extortion. Blackmail. Something. He scanned the document again, looking for any legal loophole. The official language was surprisingly airtight for a town whose last major legislation had been about acceptable lawn gnome heights. Community members seeking modification of public recreational facilities must demonstrate thorough understanding of current usage through a minimum of 20 hours documented participation. Beneath the legalese was Mayor Hank's looping signature, followed by a handwritten note, "Looking forward to seeing you on the courts, Gavin." The exclamation point seemed particularly offensive. Gavin checked his watch. If he left now, he could catch the mayor before lunch. Grabbing his keys and the now crumpled notice, he headed for town hall, rehearsing exactly how he planned to tell Hank Dawson what he thought of this compromise. The Briarwood town hall maintained the same weathered charm it had when Gavin was growing up, which meant nothing had been updated in at least 20 years. He strode past the faded community bulletin board, now plastered with Lena's obnoxious "Save Our Courts" posters, and headed straight for the mayor's office. The door was ajar. He knocked sharply and entered without waiting for a response. Mayor Hank looked up from his desk, not the least bit surprised by Gavin's unscheduled arrival. In fact, the man looked suspiciously pleased with himself, leaning back in his chair with the satisfied expression of someone who had just successfully set a trap. "Ah, Gavin. I take it you received our resolution." He smiled broadly, gesturing to the chair across from him. "Have a seat." Gavin remained standing. "This isn't a resolution. It's a joke." He slapped the paper onto the desk. 20 hours of pickleball? You can't possibly expect me to." "Standard procedure," Mayor Hank interrupted calmly, picking up the document. "Anyone seeking community space modifications must demonstrate thorough understanding of current usage patterns." He recited the words with practiced ease, as if he hadn't just invented this policy yesterday. "Since when?" "Town Ordinance 47B, the mayor's eyes twinkled. "Enacted last month." "Convenient timing," Gavin muttered. "I'm just doing my job." Hank spread his hands in a gesture of innocence that wasn't convincing anyone. "The council feels, unanimously I might add, that you can't make an informed decision about the courts without experiencing them firsthand." Gavin's gaze drifted to the wall behind the mayor, where a framed photograph caught his attention. It showed a younger Hank Dawson, grinning triumphantly while holding a gaudy pickleball trophy overhead. Next to him stood a teenage girl with her arm around his shoulders. The realization hit him. "That's Lena, isn't it? In the photo." The mayor glanced back at the picture. "State mixed doubles champions 2011. She was quite the prodigy." "You're biased," Gavin accused. "This whole thing is rigged." Mayor Hank adjusted his glasses and leaned forward. "Listen, son. You've been gone a long time. Things work differently here than in the city. We're a community. We solve problems together. By forcing me to play pickleball? By helping you understand what those courts mean to this town." The mayor's voice softened. "Give it a chance. Who knows? You might even enjoy yourself." The genuine sentiment in Hank's voice momentarily threw Gavin off balance. He'd been prepared for bureaucratic stonewalling, not this almost fatherly encouragement. "I doubt that," he managed finally. 20 hours isn't so bad. Lena's an excellent teacher." "I'm sure she is," Gavin deadpanned. "Especially when teaching someone she's actively trying to destroy." Mayor Hank laughed. "She's competitive, not homicidal." He paused, considering. "Well, mostly not homicidal." Gavin sighed, recognizing defeat when it stared him in the face with decades of small-town political experience. "Fine. But this goes in my official protest." "Duly noted," Mayor Hank said with a smile that indicated Gavin's protest would be filed somewhere between lost causes and never happening. He extended his hand. Looking forward to your progress reports. Gavin shook it reluctantly. Progress reports? Oh yes. Lena will be submitting weekly evaluations. Of course she would. On his way out of town hall, Gavin's dark mood only intensified when he encountered Mason and Eli standing beside a large chalkboard someone had wheeled into the main corridor. The board was titled Dink Wars, The Saga Continues in elaborate lettering. Beneath the heading was a detailed list of betting odds for various outcomes. Gavin stopped cold when he saw his own name featured prominently. Gavin storms out of first lesson 2-1. Accidental physical contact leads to awkward tension 5-1. Gavin actually enjoys himself but won't admit it 3-1. First argument erupts within 15 minutes, even money. Paddle throwing incident 10-1. Kissing before lesson 10 20-1. Mason, upon noticing Gavin, grinned wickedly. Hey. Perfect timing. We're just updating the odds after the council's decision. What the hell is this? Gavin demanded, gesturing to the board. Community engagement, Eli replied dryly. We're just giving the people what they want. And what they want is to gamble on my suffering? Mason clapped him on the shoulder. Don't think of it as suffering. Think of it as providing entertainment for your hometown. How charitable of me, Gavin muttered. This has to violate some kind of gambling law. Eli smirked. It's not gambling. It's a community prediction pool. With money changing hands. Suggested donations, Mason corrected, then winked. Very strongly suggested. Gavin pinched the bridge of his nose. Unbelievable. So, Mason said, chalk-poised. Care to give us some insider information? Planning to storm out dramatically? Maybe throw water in Lena's face when she beats you? I can adjust the odds accordingly. I'm not helping you profit off this ridiculous situation. Mason shrugged. No insider tip needed. I've known you since we were 10. You're definitely storming out of that first lesson. He turned to the board and adjusted the numbers. Actually, let's change that to 3-2. I'm feeling generous. Gavin glared at them both. Don't you two have jobs? Or literally anything better to do? This is small-town life, my friend, Eli said. We make our own entertainment. Plus, Mason added, the brewery doesn't open until 4, and this is way more fun than inventory. Gavin shook his head and continued walking, their laughter following him out the door. He needed coffee. Strong coffee. And 5 minutes without someone mentioning pickleball or Lena Park. Gavin retreated to daily grind, hoping for a moment of peace. The coffee shop was unusually busy for a Tuesday morning, with clusters of people engaged in animated conversations. The bell chimed as he entered, and several heads turned his way. The sudden lull in conversation told him everything he needed to know. He was the topic of discussion. Becca Lynn smiled brightly from behind the counter as he approached. Morning, Gavin. Heard the news. Big day for you. Can I just get coffee? Regular coffee. Black. No commentary. Sure thing. She turned to prepare his drink, then paused. But you should know, I updated the menu this morning. Gavin followed her gesture toward the chalkboard menu behind the counter. There, written in flowing script beneath the daily specials, was a new addition. The compromise, half bitter, half sweet, completely mandatory. $4.50. Very subtle, he remarked. I thought so. Becca slid a mug across the counter to him, instead of preparing his requested black coffee. The drink was layered, dark coffee on the bottom, topped with a creamy caramel-colored foam. On the house. Consider it fuel for your first lesson. Against his better judgment, Gavin took the mug. Thanks. I think. He found an empty table in the corner and sat with his back to the wall, hoping to minimize the number of people who could openly stare at him. It didn't work. He could feel curious eyes tracking his movements. The coffee was annoyingly good, the bitter espresso balanced perfectly with the sweeter top layer. He was halfway through it when he began picking up snippets of conversations around him. Can't believe he has to take lessons from Lena. Betty put $20 on him quitting after the first week. Lisa's setting up chairs on the hill for viewing. Might be good for him, honestly, he's too serious. Gavin sank lower in his chair, wondering if this was what celebrity felt like. Except instead of fame, he was notorious for being the grumpy guy who hated the town's beloved pickleball courts. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out to find a text from an unknown number. First lesson tomorrow, 7 a.m. Wear something you can move in. Try not to cry. He stared at the message, knowing immediately who it was from. The text inexplicably made his heart rate spike, which he attributed entirely to anger and absolutely nothing else. Definitely not the teasing tone or the mental image of Lena waiting for him on the courts at sunrise. He saved the number under Park L and typed a reply. How did you get my number? The response came almost immediately. Town emergency contact list. Your pickleball deficiency counts as an emergency. He frowned at the screen. That's a misuse of official information. 3 dots appeared then. So is using official town council time to complain about joyful recreation. See you at 7. Don't be late. Gavin put his phone away, irritated at how much that exchange had affected him. His coffee suddenly tasted too sweet. The next morning, Gavin stood in front of his closet, scowling at his options. Everything he owned screamed office or business meeting, not forced pickleball lesson with his nemesis. In the end, he opted for dark jeans and a button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up, as close to casual as his wardrobe allowed, while still making it clear he was only participating under duress. He tucked his laptop under one arm, a silent protest that he intended to get actual work done the moment the charade was over. The sun was barely cresting the horizon when he arrived at the courts at 6:55 a.m. He'd specifically timed his arrival, not early enough to seem eager, but not late enough to give Lena the satisfaction of calling him out. She was already there, of course. Gavin paused at the edge of the fence, watching as she moved gracefully across the court, practicing serves against the back wall. She wore black athletic leggings and a bright teal top that caught the early morning light. Her hair was pulled back in a ponytail that swung with each precise movement. He told himself he was observing her technique, nothing more. Certainly not noticing how the athletic wear highlighted her toned arms or how completely in her element she looked, like the court was an extension of herself. Lena turned and spotted him. You came. Her surprise seemed genuine, though it quickly morphed into that familiar competitive gleam. And only mostly overdressed. Gavin approached the gate. I said I would be here. Wearing business casual and carrying a laptop? She raised an eyebrow. Planning to answer emails between serves? After, he corrected. Some of us have actual work to do. This is actual work. Consider it court research. She tossed him a paddle that he awkwardly caught. Ready to experience the joy you've been complaining about? Her smug expression should have been infuriating, but Gavin found himself noticing how her eyes lit up when she talked about pickleball, bright and earnest beneath the competitive bravado. Let's get this over with, he said, setting his laptop and jacket on a bench. Lena launched into an overview of the rules with surprising professionalism. Gavin had expected condescension or mockery, but she explained the game with clear enthusiasm and expertise. Despite his determination to remain uninterested, he found himself absorbing the information and privately admitting that the strategy elements were more complex than he'd assumed. The serve must be underhand and diagonal, she demonstrated, and the ball must bounce once on each side before players can volley. Gavin caught himself almost asking a genuine question before stopping. The non-volley zone, we call it the kitchen, is where most of the strategy happens, she continued. You can't step into it to volley, but you can enter to hit a ball that's bounced. What about, he began, then cut himself off. Lena grinned. Go ahead. Questions mean you're learning. I was just wondering about the scoring, he admitted reluctantly. Ah, scoring, she nodded. It's a little different from tennis. As Lena explained the finer points, Gavin became aware of movement beyond the fence. A small group of early morning pickleball enthusiasts had gathered, except they weren't carrying paddles or wearing athletic clothes. They were obviously there just to watch. He recognized Mrs. Finley, the retired librarian, accompanied by two other women he vaguely remembered from childhood, all clutching coffee cups and observing with undisguised interest. Lena followed his gaze and sighed. Ignore them. They've got nothing better to do. These lessons are public entertainment now? Welcome to Briarwood. Now let me show you the proper grip. She approached him, and before he could step back, she was standing beside him. Hold the paddle like you're shaking hands with it. He attempted to position his fingers, but apparently did it wrong, because Lena clicked her tongue. Here, she said, stepping behind him. Like this. She reached around, adjusting his grip on the paddle. The unexpected proximity caused him to tense visibly. Her hands were warm against his, her body close enough that he could feel the heat radiating from her. The faint scent of something floral, her shampoo, he realized, momentarily distracted him. Relax, Reid. I don't bite, unless provoked, she teased, still standing close enough that he had to focus very deliberately on the paddle and not the sensation of her breath against his shoulder. When she finally stepped away, he felt oddly unbalanced. She demonstrated a serve, then gestured for him to try. His first attempt sent the ball flying wildly off court. That was... Lena searched for a diplomatic word. Terrible, he finished for her. I was going to say enthusiastic. A smile played at the corner of her mouth. Try again. Less wrist, more follow-through. His next 3 attempts were equally disastrous. His coordination seemed to have abandoned him entirely, and he knew it had nothing to do with Lena's lingering proximity or the way she bit her lower lip when concentrating. I thought you were athletic in high school, she remarked after his 5th failed serve. That was 15 years ago, he replied. And football uses different muscles. Excuses, excuses. She retrieved another ball. One more time. I'll help. She demonstrated again, then watched as he prepared to serve. At the last second, she reached out to adjust his elbow position, her fingers light against his arm. The casual touch threw his concentration completely, and he nearly dropped the paddle. From the sidelines, Mrs. Finley called out cheerfully, I'm increasing my bet on tension leading to kissing before month's end. Gavin pretended not to hear, but he noticed Lena's cheeks flush slightly as she stepped away. Let's try volleys instead, she said, pointedly ignoring the comment. She moved to the opposite side of the net. I'll hit it to you gently. Just try to get it back over. His first few returns were clumsy, but as they continued, something shifted. The rhythm of the game started to make sense, the bounce of the ball, the weight of the paddle, the satisfaction of solid contact. When Lena hit a ball slightly to his left, he moved instinctively, connecting with a clean shot that sailed perfectly over the net. Hey. That was actually good, Lena said, sounding genuinely impressed. The unexpected praise triggered something in Gavin. His next return was even better, landing just inside the line. And the next? Soon they were exchanging shots with increasing pace, the plastic ball creating that distinctive pop-pop-pop he'd been complaining about for weeks. Except now, he was the one making the noise. And it was not entirely terrible. When he managed a perfect cross-court shot that Lena couldn't reach, his body reacted before his mind could catch up. He raised his fist in a small celebratory gesture, a grin spreading across his face. Did you just enjoy that? Lena asked, eyes wide with mock shock. The realization that he'd revealed genuine enjoyment snapped him back to reality. He quickly reverted to his grumpy demeanor, lowering his hand. I was just surprised it went in. Aha. She was watching him with an unreadable expression, something between amusement and curiosity. You're not as bad as I thought you'd be. High praise, he deadpanned, but there was less bite in it than usual. We'll make a pickleballer out of you yet, Reid. Don't count on it. He checked his watch. Is our hour up? Afraid so. But don't worry, we have 19 more to go. Her knowing smile followed him as he collected his things. Same time Thursday? Gavin nodded, irritated by how much he was looking forward to the next lesson. Fine. But I'm still not changing my mind about the courts. We'll see. Lena's confidence was infuriating, especially because a small, traitorous part of him wondered if she might be right. As he walked away, he heard Mrs. Finley's stage whisper to her friends, "Did you see how he looked at her when he thought she wasn't watching? I'm doubling my bet." Gavin quickened his pace, determined to be out of earshot before anyone could suggest that his flushed face was due to anything but physical exertion. Chapter 5: Paddles, Pride, and Poor Decisions. Lena arrived at the courts an hour early, the sun barely cresting the horizon, as she meticulously arranged equipment with the precision of a general planning a siege. She wasn't taking chances with today's lesson. Yesterday had been a disorganized mess, mainly because she'd underestimated how infuriating Gavin Reid could be when armed with a pickleball paddle and an arsenal of smug comments. Let's see how Mr. I Design Buildings handles a proper footwork drill, she muttered, setting up an elaborate pattern of cones that would make an Olympic athlete sweat. She deliberately placed them at awkward angles, creating a labyrinth that required both agility and concentration. Next came the basket of balls, not the newer ones she typically used for beginners, but the worn practice balls with unpredictable bounces. She arranged them haphazardly, some spilling onto the court as if by accident. If Gavin wanted to complain about tidiness, she'd give him something to complain about. The final touch was a printed schedule of today's lesson, meticulously detailed with advanced drills and complex serving patterns that would challenge even seasoned players. She taped it to the fence with excessive force, nearly tearing the paper. Wow. Did that schedule personally offend you? Tasha's voice came from behind her. She approached carrying 2 coffee cups, extending one toward Lena. Figured you might need reinforcements. You're a lifesaver, Lena said, accepting the cup gratefully. And no, the schedule didn't offend me, but the person it's for certainly has. Tasha leaned against the fence, sipping her coffee. So how bad was it yesterday? Scale of 1 to, I'm plotting his murder. 11. Lena rolled her eyes. You should have seen him, Tash. He questioned every single rule. Why is it called the kitchen if you don't cook in it? And, isn't dinking just inefficient use of player energy? Her impression of Gavin's deep, grumpy voice was theatrical at best. That does sound annoying, Tasha conceded, clearly fighting a smile. And the worst part? His form was terrible, feet too close together, grip all wrong, elbow at this bizarre angle, but somehow he still managed decent shots. It's like he's naturally good despite himself, which is just... Lena made an incoherent sound of frustration. Maddening? Intriguing? Weirdly impressive? Tasha offered. Annoying? It's annoying. Lena bent down to adjust a cone that was perfectly positioned already. He keeps talking about angles and velocity, like pickleball is some architectural problem to solve. Tasha's lips quirked. You seem really focused on his form. Lena straightened so quickly she nearly spilled her coffee. I'm his instructor. It's literally my job to focus on his form. Aha. And I'm sure you analyze everyone's shoulder positioning with that same intensity. Tasha's eyebrow arched significantly. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing at all, Tasha said innocently. I'm just saying that for someone you hate, you've put a lot of effort into today's lesson. I've never seen you plan footwork drills with actual diagrams before. Because he's impossible. I need to be prepared. Yesterday, he managed to derail the entire lesson with questions about the etymology of Dink. The etymology, Tasha? Fascinating, Tasha murmured into her coffee cup. Lena was about to launch into further complaints when movement caught her eye. Gavin was walking toward the courts, 5 minutes late, wearing, were those actual athletic clothes? Yesterday he'd shown up in khakis and a button-down, looking like he'd wandered away from a business meeting. Today, however, he wore a simple gray t-shirt that stretched perfectly across broad shoulders, black athletic shorts, and proper court shoes. He'd even brought a water bottle. The transformation from corporate grump to actual athlete was startling. And not at all distracting. Definitely not distracting. Well, Tasha whispered. Looks like someone got the dress code memo. Shut up, Lena hissed, suddenly very interested in arranging the already arranged balls in their basket. And then Mason said the odds were 3-1 that he'd quit by the end of the week, Tasha was saying loudly as Gavin approached, clearly for his benefit. Oh, hey there, Gavin. We were just talking about sports things. Lena shot her a murderous look. I'm sure you were, Gavin replied dryly. His eyes swept over the elaborate setup Lena had prepared. This looks excessive. Some of us take proper training seriously, Lena said, voice clipped and professional. You're late. By 5 minutes. Which is 5 minutes we could have been working on your atrocious backhand. The corner of his mouth twitched. Good morning to you too, Park. Tasha glanced between them with undisguised amusement. Well, I'll leave you two to your lesson. She backed away, giving Lena a thumbs up that Gavin couldn't see. Lena cleared her throat, suddenly all business. We're starting with serving drills. Yesterday your serve was inconsistent at best. I hit more than I missed, he pointed out. Congratulations. Should I get you a participation trophy? She marched to the serving position, paddle in hand. Proper serving technique is the foundation of the game. Watch carefully. She demonstrated with practiced precision, her movements fluid as she explained the underhand motion, contact point, and follow-through. The key is to keep your wrist firm and... Isn't that inefficient? Gavin interrupted. If you allowed an overhand serve like tennis, you'd generate more power. Lena took a deep breath. It's not about maximum power. It's about strategy and... But the rules seem arbitrary. Why restrict serving motion when... Because those are the rules, she snapped. And if you want to claim you understand the game before trying to destroy our courts, you need to learn them. She thrust the paddle into his hands. Less talking, more playing, Reid. He took the paddle, his fingers briefly brushing against hers. Always so passionate about plastic balls and wooden paddles. It's composite material, not wood, she corrected automatically, then cursed herself for falling into his trap. His smirk confirmed it had been deliberate. My mistake. Please, continue educating me on the fascinating materials of your beloved equipment. Instead of dignifying that with a response, Lena positioned herself across the court. Serve to my backhand. Try to keep it in bounds this time. Gavin's first serve sailed long, but his second landed perfectly in the corner of her service box. She returned it deliberately to his backhand, watching as he awkwardly repositioned. Your backhand grip is wrong, she called out. You're choking up too much. It feels fine to me, he argued, hitting another ball with surprising accuracy despite his form. Lena marched over. It won't feel fine after an hour of play. Here. She reached for his hand, then hesitated a fraction of a second before adjusting his grip on the paddle. Thumb along this edge, not wrapped around. And your stance is too closed. She moved behind him, briefly touching his elbow to position it correctly. He tensed immediately, his entire body going rigid at the contact. I know how angles work, Park, he said, his voice lower than before. I design buildings. Lena stepped around to face him, suddenly aware of how close they were standing. His eyes were more gray than blue up close, with a ring of darker color around the iris. Then why are you hitting like you've never seen a straight line? She retorted, maintaining eye contact despite the strange flutter in her stomach. Someone cleared their throat loudly, breaking the moment. Lena stepped back to discover they had an audience again. Mrs. Finley, the 70-year-old pickleball fanatic, had arrived with her regular group. Mason leaned against the fence with his inevitable clipboard. Even Becca from Daily Grind had shown up carrying a tray of coffee cups. "Don't mind us," Mrs. Finley called out cheerfully. "We're just here for our regular court time. And to enjoy the show, of course." "There's no show," Lena insisted, her cheeks warming. "This is an official training session." "That's what we're calling it now?" Mason grinned. "Interesting development." Becca approached the fence, holding up her tray. "I brought themed drinks." The backhand burn for Team Lena, and the reluctant rally for Team Gavin. "There are no teams," Gavin muttered. Mrs. Finley cackled. "Oh honey, the whole town picked sides days ago. My money's on you two figuring out your crackling chemistry by the end of the month." "There is no chemistry," Lena protested, her voice climbing an octave. Gavin cleared his throat. "Can we get back to the lesson? Since I'm being forced to participate, I'd prefer to make actual progress." Grateful for the redirect, Lena nodded stiffly. "Fine. We're moving to dinking drills. The goal is control, not power." To her surprise, Gavin followed instructions without further argument, perhaps equally eager to shift attention away from their crackling chemistry. Even more surprising was his improvement. His movements were becoming more fluid, his returns more precise. When she increased the pace, he adjusted quickly. "Not bad," she admitted grudgingly, after he successfully returned 3 challenging shots in a row. "High praise from the pickleball dictator," he replied, but there was less bite in his tone. His casual competence was infuriating. Lena increased the difficulty, delivering a tricky drop shot followed by a deep lob. Gavin reached the first with ease, then backpedaled for the second, connecting solidly. Their rally intensified naturally, each shot a response to the previous challenge. Lena found herself moving instinctively, reading his patterns, anticipating his returns. She forgot momentarily that this was supposed to be instructional, that she was meant to be demonstrating techniques. Instead, they were just playing. And it was actually fun. Gavin lunged for a particularly difficult shot near the net, stretching to reach it before it dropped. His momentum carried him forward, directly into Lena's path. She tried to sidestep but misjudged the distance. His hand shot out, catching her upper arm to steady her before they collided. The touch was brief but electric, his grip firm and warm against her skin. They froze for a moment, faces unexpectedly close, both breathing hard from exertion. Something shifted in his expression, surprise followed by something harder to define. Lena became acutely aware of every point of contact between them, of the slight dampness of his shirt from exertion, of the clean scent of his soap beneath it. Then they sprang apart like teenagers caught behind the bleachers. "Sorry," he muttered. "Didn't want you to fall." "It's fine." "Good reflexes," she responded automatically, then winced at how awkward it sounded. From the sidelines, Mason made a note on his clipboard with exaggerated movements. Lena cleared her throat. "Let's try serving drills again. Your technique still needs work." It was a transparent attempt to regain control of the situation, but Gavin didn't call her on it. He simply moved to the serving position and waited for instruction. "The key is consistency," she explained, relieved to be back on familiar territory. "Anyone can get lucky with one good serve. The challenge is repeating it." Gavin's first few attempts were mediocre, sailing long or landing short. But as she continued to instruct, something clicked. His 5th serve landed perfectly in the corner of the service box. His 6th was equally accurate. By the 10th, he was placing the ball precisely where he wanted it with methodical precision. After landing a particularly difficult serve, he turned to her with an infuriating smirk. "Not bad for someone who hates the game, right?" The confident expression caught Lena off guard. Yesterday's Gavin had been all scowls and complaints. This version, focused, competent, with a hint of playfulness behind the challenge, was something else entirely. Something disconcertingly attractive. Adequate, she managed, hating how flustered she suddenly felt. Your form is still inconsistent, but at least you're hitting the court now. My form is perfectly functional, he countered. Just because it doesn't match your pickleball rulebook doesn't mean it's wrong. That's literally the definition of wrong in a sport with established techniques, she shot back, grateful for the familiar territory of their bickering. Results matter more than rigid adherence to tradition, he said, demonstrating by serving another perfect shot. Something this town could learn about more than just pickleball. And there it was, the reminder that despite his improving skills, Gavin still opposed the courts. Lena stiffened, the momentary camaraderie evaporating. We're done for today, she said coolly. You've made progress. He studied her for a moment, seeming to register the shift in her demeanor. Look, I didn't mean. It's fine. You've made your position clear. She began collecting the scattered pickleballs with mechanical efficiency. The council wants you to complete 5 sessions. We've done 2. 3 more to go. Gavin hesitated, then silently began helping her gather equipment. When they finished, he handed her the paddle, his expression unreadable. Same time tomorrow, coach? His tone was still mocking, but there was something else there too, a hint of genuine inquiry, as if he actually wanted confirmation. If you can manage to be on time, she replied, trying to sound indifferent. He nodded once, then turned to leave. Lena absolutely did not watch him walk away. She definitely didn't notice the way his shoulders moved under his shirt, or how he stopped to say something to Mason that made them both laugh. The tension leading to kissing pool is now at $325, Mason announced, approaching her with his clipboard. Mrs. Finley just doubled her bet after that near collision. Said she knows chemistry when she sees it. There is no chemistry, Lena insisted, aggressively reorganizing the equipment bag. There is only me doing my civic duty by teaching a stubborn man enough about pickleball that he can't claim ignorance when he tries to destroy our courts. Mason nodded solemnly. Of course. Purely professional. That's why you haven't stopped watching him walk to his car. Lena's head snapped forward, mortified to realize she had indeed been staring at Gavin's retreating figure. I was not, I was thinking about tomorrow's drills. Sure you were, Mason agreed, making another note. And what exactly are these special drills you're planning? Good question. Lena's mind raced, trying to formulate something appropriately challenging that would put Gavin in his place, something that would test his newfound skills without allowing him to show off, something that would keep him moving without giving her too many opportunities to notice his athletic form, something that would. She realized with dawning horror that she was looking forward to tomorrow's session. Complicated ones, she finally said lamely. Very advanced. He won't know what hit him. I bet he won't, Mason said with a knowing grin before wandering off to share his updated odds with the remaining spectators. Lena busied herself with rearranging the already organized equipment, refusing to acknowledge the strange anticipation building inside her. Tomorrow's lesson would be strictly professional. She'd be prepared, focused, and completely immune to Gavin Reid's surprising competitiveness and irritatingly perfect serves. Completely immune. She was so screwed. Chapter 6, A Dink in the Dark. Gavin parked his car at the very edge of the community center lot, cursing under his breath as he realized he would have to hike 100 feet through gravel in near darkness. He switched off his headlights before cutting the engine, feeling utterly ridiculous about the excessive caution. But crossing paths with a single resident of Briarwood while sneaking to the pickleball courts at 11 p.m. would destroy both his reputation and his leverage in this whole ridiculous court dispute. He pulled his baseball cap lower, though there was literally no one to see him in the deserted parking lot. Muscle memory from years of survival in the corporate world had trained him well. Never let them see you care. Never show weakness. And sneaking around at night to practice pickleball? Definite weakness. It's research, he muttered to himself, grabbing a plain brown paper bag from the passenger seat. Strategic reconnaissance. The courts were exactly as he'd hoped, completely abandoned, with only the distant glow of street lamps providing minimal visibility. Perfect. He'd spent 40 minutes earlier that day, driving 2 towns over to purchase a paddle where no one would recognize him. The sporting goods store clerk had been annoyingly helpful, asking if he was just getting into pickleball, with enthusiastic recommendations. Gavin had nearly abandoned the whole mission right there. He looked over his shoulder 3 separate times on the short walk from his hiding spot to the courts. If Mason or Eli caught him here, he'd never hear the end of it. And if Tasha saw him? His humiliation would be live-streamed before he could blink. The squeak of his shoes on the court surface echoed uncomfortably in the silence. He pulled the paddle from its plain wrapper, running his thumb over the edge. It was lighter than he expected, well-balanced. Not that he cared. This was purely tactical. Gavin pulled a ball from his pocket and bounced it experimentally. The hollow plastic sound seemed 10 times louder in the night air. He winced, though there was no one around to hear it. "All right," he whispered to himself. "Let's see what all the fuss is about." He tossed up the ball and swung, missing it entirely. "Perfect," he muttered. "Couldn't hit water if you fell out of a boat, Reid." His next attempt connected, but the ball sailed wildly off to the right, bouncing against the fence with a metallic rattle that made him freeze and check for witnesses again. Gavin recalled Lena's serving form from their lessons. The way she'd positioned her feet, angled slightly. The fluid motion of her arm as she made contact. He tried to mirror what he remembered, but his movements felt stiff and mechanical. "This is ridiculous," he complained to the empty court. "Why does serving require an entire choreographed dance routine?" Still, he dropped another ball, adjusted his stance, and took another swing. Better, but not close to what Lena could do. The ball smacked pathetically into the net. "Unnecessarily complex movements," he grumbled, retrieving more balls from his pocket. "Invented by people who weren't good enough for real tennis." 30 minutes later, Gavin was sweating despite the cool night air. He'd established a small pile of balls on one side of the court, evidence of his repeated failures. But with each attempt, something was shifting. His arm felt less wooden. His stance more natural. He was starting to understand the rhythm of it. He took another ball, focused on the motion Lena had demonstrated that afternoon, and swung. The contact felt different, clean, solid, and the ball sailed over the net in a perfect arc, landing exactly where he'd been aiming. Gavin couldn't help the small, satisfied smile that spread across his face. Not bad for a pickleball hater. The voice from the darkness nearly gave him a heart attack. Gavin fumbled the paddle, barely catching it before it hit the ground, and spun around. Lena Park emerged from the shadows near the community center, arms crossed, and a bemused expression on her face that was visible even in the dim light. She was dressed casually in leggings and a zippered sweatshirt, her hair pulled back in a messy ponytail. "Jesus Christ," Gavin hissed, heart hammering. "Do you always lurk in dark corners, waiting to terrify people?" "Only when those people are loudly complaining about pickleball, while secretly practicing it at 11 at night," she replied, walking closer to the court. Gavin straightened his shoulders, mind racing for a plausible explanation that wouldn't make him look pathetic. "I'm not practicing. I'm gathering evidence." "Evidence?" Lena echoed, her skepticism evident. "Yes. For noise levels." He gestured vaguely around the empty courts. "The sound carries differently at night. It's part of my research into why these courts are a public nuisance." Lena leaned against the net post, arms still crossed, looking far too amused. "Uh-huh. And what's with the paddle? That looks new." Gavin glanced at the paddle in his hand, like he'd forgotten he was holding it. "This? It's for analyzing structural flaws in court design. Can't do that without understanding the equipment." "Sure," Lena nodded, her face a perfect mask of mock seriousness. "That's why you bought your own paddle. For research." "Exactly," Gavin replied stiffly. And that's why you've been out here for half an hour working on your serve. I wasn't. He stopped, narrowed his eyes. How long have you been watching me? Lena grinned. Long enough to witness a truly scientific approach to pickleball research. Very thorough. Gavin felt heat creep up his neck and silently thanked the poor lighting. He bent down to collect some of the scattered balls, mostly to avoid making eye contact. What are you even doing here this late? I left some paperwork in my office, she replied, lifting the folder he hadn't noticed she was carrying. Heard someone muttering to themselves out here. Thought it might be kids sneaking around, but instead, she gestured at him with a smile. Found something much more interesting. Gavin sighed, accepting he wasn't going to talk his way out of this one. Fine. Are we done here? You've caught me. You can go tell the whole town I was practicing pickleball. Add it to Mason's ridiculous scoreboard. Instead of the mockery he expected, Lena tilted her head thoughtfully. Or, she said, I could help you practice without an audience. What? Gavin looked up, genuinely surprised. Lena shrugged, setting her folder down on the bench. Your form's not terrible, but your timing is off. You're swinging too early. She unzipped her sweatshirt and tossed it beside her papers. I could show you if you want. The night air suddenly felt different, charged with something Gavin couldn't identify. There was no audience here, no performance for the town's entertainment. Just the two of them under the dim lights. Why would you help me? He asked, suspicious. Because contrary to what you might think, I actually enjoy teaching people pickleball, she replied. Even grumpy people with a vendetta against fun. I don't have a vendetta against fun, Gavin protested. Just against being woken up at 6 a.m. by the sound of plastic balls being whacked repeatedly. Lena laughed, a genuine sound that was softer than her usual challenging tone. Fair enough. But you're still out here practicing, so? She extended her hand. Truce? Just for tonight? Gavin hesitated only briefly before handing her one of the balls from his collection. Fine. Truce? She stepped onto the court, paddle in hand. Watch first, she instructed, her voice gentler than during their daytime lessons. She demonstrated a serve, breaking down the motion in extreme slow motion. See how I'm waiting for the ball to drop slightly before contact? You're swinging too early. Without the pressure of the public performance, Lena's instruction was patient and detailed. Gavin found himself actually listening, instead of preparing his next sarcastic comeback. Try it, she encouraged, stepping back to give him space. Gavin mimicked her motion, connecting with the ball more cleanly than before. It wasn't perfect, but it was better. Good, she nodded. Again, but loosen your grip a little. They worked like this for 20 minutes, Lena demonstrating, Gavin attempting to replicate her technique. Without their usual bickering, he was surprised at how quickly he improved. More surprising was how much he valued her expertise when it wasn't wrapped in their combative banter. Let's rally a bit, she suggested after his serving improved enough to be consistent. They moved to opposite sides of the court, trading shots back and forth. The hollow pop of the ball against their paddles was the only sound breaking the night silence. As they settled into a rhythm, Gavin found himself noticing details about Lena he'd never paid attention to before. The intensely focused look in her eyes when she was tracking the ball. How she shifted her weight fluidly from foot to foot between shots. The way she bit her lips slightly when considering her approach. The slight smile that appeared when she executed a particularly good play. He missed an easy return, the ball bouncing harmlessly past him. You okay? Lena called from across the net. Fine, he answered quickly, retrieving the ball. He'd been so busy watching her that he'd forgotten to watch the court. Just tired. Your forehand is still too stiff, she said, walking around to his side of the net. You're fighting the motion instead of flowing with it. Before he could protest, she moved behind him. Try it like this, she said, and suddenly her hand was on his, adjusting his grip on the paddle. Her other hand lightly touched his shoulder, turning him slightly. Without the buffer of daylight and audience, the proximity felt intensely intimate. He could smell her shampoo, something citrusy and light, and feel her breath on the back of his neck as she spoke. "Loosen up here," she said quietly, her fingers pressing lightly at his wrist. "You're too tense." Gavin wasn't sure if the problem was that he was too tense or not tense enough. His entire body had gone unnervingly aware of every point of contact between them. "Better?" he managed to ask, his voice sounding strange to his own ears. "Getting there," she replied, stepping away. If she noticed his discomfort, she didn't mention it. "Let's try again." They returned to opposite sides of the net, resuming their rally. This time, Gavin forced himself to focus solely on the ball, not on the woman across from him. His returns grew stronger, more accurate. The rally intensified, both fully engaged in the game. Lena sent a challenging shot to his backhand. He lunged for it, connecting at the last possible second, and sending the ball skimming just over the net to an empty corner of her court. "Nice one," she called out, genuine admiration in her voice. The praise caught him completely off guard. He looked up, meeting her eyes across the net. For a moment neither spoke, both slightly breathless from more than just exertion. There was something different in her expression, a softness he hadn't seen before, an absence of their usual competitive edge. The moment stretched between them, until a clicking sound broke the silence. The security light timer shut off, plunging the courts into near darkness with only the distant glow of street lamps providing minimal visibility. Lena laughed softly. "I think that's the universe telling us to call it a night." "Probably," Gavin agreed, oddly disappointed. They began gathering the scattered balls in the dim light. Gavin crouched down to retrieve one that had rolled beneath the bench, reaching out just as Lena did the same. Their hands brushed accidentally over the ball. Rather than jerking away, both hesitated, the brief contact lingering a second too long to be entirely accidental. Gavin cleared his throat and stood up. "Got it," he said unnecessarily, holding up the ball. They finished collecting their things in somewhat awkward silence. Gavin carefully wrapped his paddle in the brown paper, aware of how absurd his secrecy seemed now. "Your secret's safe with me, by the way," Lena said as they walked toward the parking lot. "I won't tell anyone I caught you practicing." "Thanks," he replied, genuinely relieved. "I'd never hear the end of it." "Especially from Mason," she agreed with a grin. "He'd probably add it to his ridiculous scoreboard as a win for me." "Is everything in this town a competition?" "Pretty much," Lena shrugged. "It's part of the charm." Their conversation shifted as they walked, moving into unexpectedly neutral territory. Gavin found himself mentioning places he remembered from growing up in Briarwood, the old ice cream shop that used to be where Daily Grind now stood, the tree he'd fallen out of in the park and broken his arm when he was 10. "Is that why you left?" Lena asked. "Too many childhood memories?" Gavin considered the question. "No, I just needed something different. Something bigger. And now you're back." "Temporarily," he reminded her. Lena nodded, then surprised him by talking about why pickleball mattered to her, how it had brought together people in the community who wouldn't normally interact, created friendships across age groups, given the seniors something active to look forward to each week. "It's not just a game," she said seriously. "It's a community builder." They reached her car first. Lena unlocked it, then turned to face him. There was an awkward moment of hesitation, like neither knew the proper goodbye for enemies who had just shared something unexpectedly meaningful. "Well," she began, "thanks for the late-night practice session. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow?" "For our official lesson," Gavin nodded. "We'll see if I've improved at all." "Oh, I'll expect a terrible performance," she grinned. "Can't have the town thinking we're actually getting along." "Definitely not," he agreed, returning her smile without thinking. She climbed into her car, waving as she pulled away. Gavin walked to his own vehicle, replaying the night's events in his mind. As he drove home, he realized with a jolt that he was actually looking forward to tomorrow's lesson. Not dreading it, not planning how to sabotage it, but genuinely looking forward to more time on the courts with Lena. The thought terrified him. He was supposed to be destroying the pickleball courts, not eagerly anticipating more time on them. He was absolutely not supposed to be noticing the way Lena's eyes lit up when she talked about the community, or how her laugh sounded different when it wasn't part of their public performance. Gavin gripped the steering wheel tighter. This was a complication he had not planned for. Not at all. Chapter 7: Town Hall versus the Kitchen. Lena slammed her car door with more force than necessary, the metallic sound echoing across the community center parking lot. Her mind was still replaying last night's practice session. The way Gavin's shoulders had tensed at first when she offered to help him, then gradually relaxed as they settled into a quiet rhythm. The unexpected focus in his eyes when she demonstrated the proper stance. The surprising absence of sarcasm in his voice when he thanked her before disappearing into the night. But that was just a weird fluke. A temporary truce. Today would be back to normal, her defending the courts, him trying to destroy them, and the solid, comfortable hatred between them. She pushed through the community center's glass doors, already mentally reviewing her tournament preparations for the weekend. The thoughts evaporated instantly. What is that? The words tumbled out before she could stop them. Standing in the middle of the lobby, Mason and Becca were installing what could only be described as a scoreboard from hell. An enormous whiteboard dominated the wall, emblazoned with Dink Wars, the battle for Briarwood in aggressive red and blue lettering. Below the title were cartoon caricatures, a beaming, slightly manic version of herself brandishing a pickleball paddle like a weapon, and an exaggerated drawing of Gavin with his arms crossed and a scowl that could curdle milk. Between the caricatures were columns labeled wins, losses, and, oh God, unresolved tension. Mason turned at the sound of her voice, his face lighting up with unholy glee. Morning, champ? Like our little project? Little. Lena dropped her bag on a nearby chair. There is nothing little about this monstrosity. Monstrosity? Becca gasped, pressing a hand to her chest in mock offense. This is a work of art. And a public service. The people of Briarwood deserve accurate, up-to-date statistics on the town's most riveting rivalry. Lena stepped closer, squinting at the smaller print beneath the main categories. What's with all these subcategories? Verbal sparring? Strategic victories? Chemistry points? Chemistry points. Ah. Mason capped his marker with a flourish. Let me explain our sophisticated scoring system. He pointed to the first column. Pickleball victories are straightforward, win a game, get a point. As they should be, Lena muttered. Verbal sparring wins are judged by whoever witnesses your arguments with Gavin. Mason moved to the next column. We consider wit, delivery, and whether you left him speechless. You're currently ahead by 3 points. At least there's that. And chemistry points, Mason continued, his expression dangerously gleeful, are awarded by our panel of self-appointed town judges. That's basically anyone who catches you two making eyes at each other. Making, Lena spluttered. We do not make eyes. The panel disagrees, Becca chimed in, stepping back to admire their handiwork. Oh, and I should mention that Daily Grind's drink sales now directly correlate with which team is winning. Team Lena gets a special green tea latte with a kick of espresso, energetic and aggressive, just like you. Team Gavin gets a dark roast with a surprisingly sweet finish. Surprisingly sweet? Lena crossed her arms. There is nothing sweet about Gavin Reid. Mason and Becca exchanged looks. What? Lena demanded. Nothing, they said in unison, which was never a good sign. Before Lena could interrogate them further, the door swung open and Tasha breezed in, carrying a large cardboard box. The first shipment is here, she announced, dropping the box on the reception counter with a thud. Hot off the presses. First shipment of what? Lena asked, though she was already dreading the answer. Tasha pulled out a bright blue t-shirt and unfurled it with dramatic flair. The front featured a pickleball paddle and the slogan, Dink or Die Trying in bold letters. The back simply read, Team Lena, above a smaller cartoon of her face. Please tell me that's a joke, Lena said weakly. Nope. Tasha looked exceptionally pleased with herself. Mayor Hank approved an official town merchandise license yesterday. T-shirts, hats, water bottles, we've got it all. And here's the best part, proceeds go to court maintenance. So my humiliation is funding the very thing I'm trying to protect? Exactly. Tasha beamed. Isn't it perfect? Plus, I already sold 30 pre-orders. People are very invested in this rivalry. Lena forced her lips into what she hoped resembled an amused smile. Great. That's really great. Becca leaned forward, studying Lena's face. You don't seem thrilled about being Briarwood's newest celebrity. I'm ecstatic, Lena insisted. Who wouldn't want their personal life turned into a community spectator sport? Mason patted her shoulder. That's the spirit. Embrace the chaos. I'm going to my office, Lena announced, snatching her bag off the chair. Let me know when the commemorative plates arrive. Tasha's eyes lit up. That's actually a great? Do not. That was sarcasm. Lena retreated to her small office, closing the door behind her with a soft click. The window offered a perfect view of the courts, sunlight gleaming off the smooth surface. Last night they'd been empty except for her and Gavin. The memory of his normally rigid shoulders relaxing as she adjusted his grip on the paddle flashed through her mind like an intrusive thought. You're overthinking this, she whispered to herself, absently touching her wrist where his fingers had accidentally brushed against hers. She could still feel the unexpected gentleness of that momentary contact, a stark contrast to his usual stiffness. The door opened suddenly, and Lena yanked her hand away from her wrist like she'd been caught doing something inappropriate. Why do you look like I just interrupted your deep dark secrets time? Tasha asked, eyebrows raised as she deposited a stack of t-shirts on Lena's desk. I don't have deep dark secrets, Lena said too quickly. I was just thinking about tournament logistics. Aha, Tasha drawled, perching on the edge of the desk. And do tournament logistics typically make you stare longingly at pickleball courts while caressing your own wrist? I wasn't. Lena's phone buzzed 3 times in rapid succession, saving her from having to finish that sentence. She glanced down to find messages from 3 different friends, all containing photos of the scoreboard and questions that made her cheeks heat up. From Jamie, scoreboard says you're down 2 tension points, time to step up your game. From Alex, need insider info for the town betting pool. Is this enemies to lovers, or hate at first sight to reluctant respect to lovers? From Maya, Mrs. Finley says she saw you 2 at the courts last night. Details now. Lena typed back a string of laughing emojis to all 3 messages while muttering, this town has an actual diagnosable obsession with drama. That's what makes it home, Tasha said cheerfully. So, what actually happened last night at the courts? Nothing, Lena insisted, shoving her phone into her pocket. I caught him practicing alone, gave him a few pointers and left. End of story. Must have been some pointers. Eli added 3 tension points this morning. Based on what? Mrs. Finley's detailed report of your intimate coaching session, under the stars. For the love of, Lena rolled her eyes. I showed him how to properly hit a ball. There was nothing intimate about it. Him. Tasha's skeptical hum was deeply irritating. And I suppose you didn't notice how his arms look in that Henley he always wears? Lena's traitorous brain immediately conjured the image of Gavin's forearms as he rolled up his sleeves last night. She pushed the thought away violently. I have work to do, she announced. Important Gavin-free work. Sure. Tasha stood. By the way, we're selling the shirts at lunch in the cafe. You should come by, might win back some points on the board. By lunchtime, Lena had successfully buried herself in paperwork, answered 15 emails, and only checked the scoreboard once from a safe distance through the window of her office. Her stomach eventually betrayed her concentration, growling loudly enough that she couldn't ignore it anymore. Daily grind was the logical choice. Close to the community center, decent sandwiches, and Becca usually let her run a tab when she was busy with tournament organizing. Lena hadn't even considered the possibility of running into Gavin until she pushed open the cafe door and came to an abrupt halt. There he was, standing at the counter, one hand in his pocket while the other gesticulated as he spoke to Becca. He wore his usual uniform of dark jeans and a navy Henley that definitely didn't make his shoulders look broader than they had any right to be. His hair was slightly damp, like he'd recently showered, curling at the edges in a way that suggested he hadn't bothered styling it. As if sensing her presence, Gavin glanced over his shoulder. Their eyes met briefly before he gave her a casual nod and turned back to Becca. Not a scowl. Not a smirk. Just a simple acknowledgement, like they were casual acquaintances rather than sworn enemies. The indifference irritated Lena more than any snide comment would have. At least anger meant engagement. This calm dismissal felt like he wasn't taking their feud seriously. Lena joined the line behind him, close enough to overhear their conversation. Just basic functional changes, Gavin was saying, pointing to something on his phone. The community center has potential for a better layout that could serve multiple purposes. Including pickleball? Becca asked, her tone innocent but her eyes sly. Gavin surprised Lena by chuckling, a genuine relaxed sound she'd never heard from him before. Including pickleball, yes. Contrary to popular belief, I'm not on a mission to destroy the town's favorite pastime. I just think there's room for improvement. Speaking of popular beliefs, Becca gestured to the smaller version of the scoreboard mounted behind the register. Have you seen our town's newest attraction? Gavin glanced at it and shook his head, still smiling slightly. Mason showed me this morning. Apparently I'm down 3 verbal sparring points, but leading in strategic victories. The metrics are very scientific, Becca assured him. I'm sure. His dry tone carried more amusement than annoyance. 1 black coffee, please. Coming right up, Mr. Grump Special. As Gavin stepped aside to wait for his order, Lena moved to the counter, irrationally bothered by his apparent lack of concern about last night, or their rivalry in general. Had their brief moment of non-hostility meant nothing to him? Not that she wanted it to mean something, of course. She just expected some reaction. What can I get you, Lena? Becca asked, already reaching for a cup. Lena cleared her throat, ensuring her voice carried. I'll take whatever drink represents total victory over grumpy real estate developers. Becca's eyes twinkled. 1 shutout coming up, blueberry, lemon, extra caffeine, ice like Gavin's attitude. She began crafting a violently colorful concoction, while Lena felt rather than saw Gavin's attention on her. She glanced over to find him watching from a nearby table, one eyebrow raised in what appeared to be barely concealed amusement. No scowl, no irritation, just that same relaxed posture, like they were sharing an inside joke rather than continuing their battle. It was infuriating. Lena snatched her vibrant drink from the counter and, before she could stop herself, marched directly to Gavin's table. Enjoying your mandatory community engagement, Reid? She demanded, clutching her drink like a weapon. Gavin leaned back in his chair, looking frustratingly comfortable as he sipped his coffee. More than expected, actually. The calm response left Lena momentarily without a sharp comeback. She'd prepared for a fight, not whatever this was. Well, she finally managed, just because you're being forced to participate doesn't mean you'll change my mind about the courts. I wouldn't dream of it. His tone was surprisingly sincere. You're clearly passionate about them. Right? Lena narrowed her eyes, waiting for the sarcasm to reveal itself. When it didn't, she shifted uncomfortably. So what's your angle? Angle? This whole... She gestured vaguely at him. Non-hostile thing you're doing. It's suspicious. A small smile played at the corner of his mouth. Maybe I'm simply acknowledging that you know what you're talking about when it comes to pickleball. Your advice last night was helpful. Oh. Lena hadn't expected that. Well, good. An awkward silence fell between them, entirely unfamiliar territory in their usually banter-filled interactions. Gavin broke it by asking, "How's the tournament planning coming along?" "I'm fine. We've got 14 teams registered so far." "Mixed doubles?" "Mostly yes. A few senior teams too." Lena found herself sliding into the chair across from him, without consciously deciding to. "The issue is court scheduling. We only have 4 courts, so we'll have to stagger start times." "Could you use the basketball court as a temporary overflow? Set up portable nets?" "That's..." Lena blinked, surprised. "Actually, a good idea. We have 2 portable nets in storage." "Problem solved then." Gavin took another sip of his coffee, regarding her over the rim of his cup with an expression she couldn't quite read. They fell into an unexpectedly easy conversation about tournament logistics. Lena found herself enthusiastically explaining the bracket system, concession stand arrangements, and prizes, before catching herself mid-sentence about trophy options. "Sorry," she said abruptly, "I'm rambling." "I asked," Gavin replied with a casual shrug. "It's interesting." "Pickleball tournament planning is interesting to you?" "Event organization, in general. It's not that different from project management." He leaned forward slightly. "And it's clearly important to you." The easy conversation felt more unsettling than their arguments ever had. This version of Gavin, attentive, reasonable, not actively trying to shut down her passion project, was throwing her completely off balance. "I should go," Lena said, standing suddenly. "I have things." "Things?" Gavin repeated, the corner of his mouth quirking up. "Very specific." "Important things." "Of course." As Lena turned to leave, she noticed Elliot and Mrs. Finley approaching the scoreboard with dry erase markers in hand. They dramatically added 3 points to the unresolved tension column, while staring pointedly between Lena and Gavin. The entire cafe erupted in knowing laughter. "This town," Lena muttered, feeling her face heat up as she hurried out the door. Back at her office, Lena aggressively sorted tournament registration forms, slamming folders and shuffling papers as Tasha lounged in the visitor chair. "I mean, who does he think he is, suddenly being all reasonable and helpful?" Lena ranted, jamming papers into a 3-ring binder. "It's clearly a strategic move. Get me to let my guard down, then bam. Courts destroyed, community crushed, evil developer triumph." "Evil developer who suggested using the basketball courts as overflow to help your tournament," Tasha pointed out. "Exactly." Lena jabbed a finger in Tasha's direction. "See? He's infiltrating my planning process. Next thing you know, he'll be suggesting minor adjustments and reasonable compromises that somehow end with pickleball being relocated to a swamp." Tasha tilted her head. "Briarwood doesn't have a swamp. He'll build one. Just to spite me." "You know," Tasha said casually, examining her nails, "you've mentioned Gavin 17 times in the past 10 minutes. "I have not. I've been counting." "Well, he's the enemy. Of course I'm going to discuss enemy strategy." Him." Tasha's eyes drifted to the notepad on Lena's desk. "Is that why you've been doodling his face while you rant?" Lena looked down in horror to find she had, in fact, absently sketched a perfect caricature of Gavin's infuriating smirk. She crumpled the paper immediately. That's a tournament bracket design." "A tournament bracket that looks remarkably like Gavin Reid's jawline?" Lena shoved the crumpled paper into her desk drawer. "I am not fixated on Gavin. I am focused on winning this war." "Right," Tasha agreed, standing up with an innocent smile that didn't fool Lena for a second. "The war. Not the man. Totally different things." "Exactly," Lena muttered, trying to ignore how her wrist still tingled with the memory of his touch. "Totally different." Chapter 8, Kitchen Confessions. Gavin checked his watch for the 3rd time in 5 minutes. He was early for his court session with Lena, which was ridiculous because he'd spent the entire morning trying to convince himself to cancel. After their late-night practice, something had shifted between them, something he absolutely refused to examine too closely. He paced the edge of the court, pretending to check emails on his phone while actually watching the path from the community center. Dark clouds loomed overhead, gathering like his thoughts. The air felt heavy, charged with the promise of rain, but Gavin wasn't about to use the weather as an excuse. He had the distinct feeling Lena would count that as a forfeit in whatever unspoken competition they had going. "You're early." Lena's voice carried across the court, and Gavin looked up to find her approaching, a mesh bag of pickleballs slung over one shoulder. "Just efficient with my time," he replied, pocketing his phone. "Unlike some people who think starting a game at dawn is appropriate behavior." She rolled her eyes. It was 6 a.m. Practically mid-morning for productive members of society. There it was, the familiar rhythm of their banter. Gavin felt himself relax slightly. This at least was territory he understood. "The forecast doesn't look great," he said, gesturing toward the darkening sky. Lena followed his gaze, shrugging. "A little rain never hurt anyone." "Tell that to my dry-clean-only shirts." "You own dry-clean-only athletic wear?" "Why am I not surprised?" She dropped her bag at the side of the court. "We can get started and see how it goes. Unless you're looking for an excuse to bail?" Her tone was purposefully challenging, and Gavin knew she was testing him. He wouldn't give her the satisfaction. "I'm not the one who's going to melt in the rain, Park." Lena smiled, and it was the same confident, slightly smug smile she always wore around him. But something about it seemed more careful now, as if she was just as aware of the shift between them as he was. "Let's warm up," she said, tossing him a paddle. They moved to opposite sides of the court, keeping a careful, professional distance as they began to rally. Gavin was surprised to find his form had improved considerably since his first disastrous attempt. The ball connected with his paddle with a satisfying pop, his returns more controlled than before. The first raindrop hit the court between them, a dark spot appearing on the green surface. Neither of them acknowledged it. "You're dropping your elbow," Lena called, demonstrating the correct form. Gavin adjusted his stance. The next few shots flew faster between them, their rhythm intensifying as another raindrop fell and then another. A distant rumble of thunder rolled across the sky. "Maybe we should," he started. "One more rally," Lena cut him off, determination written across her face. Their exchange became more focused, each shot carrying more power than the last. Gavin found himself moving more confidently, anticipating her returns, countering with his own. Rain began to fall steadily now, but neither was willing to be the first to quit. A particularly aggressive shot from Lena sent him scrambling to the back line. He returned it with surprising accuracy, the ball sailing just beyond her reach. "Point to the student," he said, unable to keep the satisfaction from his voice. Lena opened her mouth to respond when the sky suddenly opened up. Rain poured down in sheets, drenching them within seconds. "Run!" she shouted, already sprinting toward the covered picnic shelter adjacent to the courts. Gavin grabbed their bags and followed, his shoes slipping slightly on the rapidly pudding surface. By the time he reached the shelter, he was completely soaked, water dripping from his hair into his eyes. "Well, that escalated quickly," Lena said, wringing water from her ponytail. The shelter was small, just a wooden roof supported by 4 posts with 2 picnic tables beneath it. Rain drummed loudly overhead and cascaded in curtains around the perimeter, creating the strange sensation that they were isolated from the rest of the world. Gavin set their bags on one of the tables. "Your weather forecasting skills need work." It was supposed to hold off until tonight. She pushed wet hair from her face, her usual confident demeanor faltering slightly. Gavin found it unexpectedly endearing to see her looking less than perfectly composed. He glanced back at the courts, which were already beginning to flood. "Looks like we're not finishing that lesson today." Lena pulled out her phone, frowning at the screen. Dead battery. Perfect timing. She sighed, settling onto one of the benches. Guess we're stuck here until this passes. After a moment's hesitation, Gavin joined her, careful to leave a reasonable distance between them. Water dripped from his sleeve onto the wooden bench. Should have brought towels, he muttered. Next time I'll make sure to pack for a monsoon, she replied. They fell into silence, the pounding of the rain filling the space between them. Gavin became acutely aware of the wet fabric of his shirt clinging to his skin, and fought the urge to look over and see if Lena was similarly affected. So, Lena finally said, did you ever play sports? Before I dragged you into pickleball, I mean? Gavin recognized the question for what it was, a retreat to safe, neutral territory. Basketball back in high school. Haven't played much of anything since. That explains the footwork, she observed. You move like someone who understands court positioning, even if your technique needs work. Was that almost a compliment, Park? He asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. Don't get used to it, she countered. Besides, you're the one who keeps showing up to complain. I figured you might secretly be enjoying yourself. Right next to file noise complaint and research sound blocking fences. Lena shook her head, but her smile seemed genuine. You know, for someone who hates pickleball so much, you're picking it up pretty fast. I have excellent hand-eye coordination. And such modesty too. Thunder crashed overhead, making them both jump. The rain intensified if that was possible, sheets of water obscuring the view of the courts entirely. So, Lena said after a moment, her voice more serious, why did you really come back to Briarwood? You don't seem like the small-town type anymore. The question caught Gavin off guard. He looked at her, prepared to deflect with something dismissive, but found himself answering honestly instead. My uncle died. I inherited his house, the one next to the courts. Understanding dawned in her expression. That's why the noise bothers you so much. You're right there. The location isn't ideal, he admitted. I'm sorry about your uncle, she said softly. Were you close? Gavin stared out at the curtain of rain. Not particularly. He was complicated. We didn't always see eye to eye, but he was the only family I had left after my parents died. The words hung in the air between them. Gavin hadn't meant to reveal that much, and he felt strangely exposed. I haven't been back in years, he continued, not entirely sure why he was still talking. Everything here is simultaneously too familiar and completely foreign. Lena nodded, her expression thoughtful. I get that. I once planned to leave Briarwood permanently after college. I had job offers in 3 cities, Seattle, Chicago, Boston. Had my apartment all picked out in Chicago. This surprised him. What happened? My mom got sick. She traced a pattern in the condensation on the bench. I came back temporarily to help. By the time she recovered, I'd started the recreation programs and, I don't know, it just felt like where I was supposed to be. Do you ever regret not leaving? She considered this. Sometimes I wonder what that version of my life would have looked like. But I don't think I regret staying. What about you? Do you regret leaving? The rain seemed to intensify around them, creating a strange, intimate bubble. Gavin felt himself saying things he hadn't planned to share. Sometimes it feels like I've been a visitor everywhere I've lived since. The city is efficient, anonymous in a way that can be peaceful. But it's not home, Lena finished for him. He nodded. It's weird being back. Everyone remembers a version of me that doesn't exist anymore. Including me? She asked, and there was something vulnerable in the question. You didn't know me back then, he pointed out. I knew of you. The guy who couldn't wait to leave town. When he looked surprised, she laughed. Small town, remember? Your reputation preceded you. Lightning flashed, followed immediately by a deafening crack of thunder. Lena startled, jumping slightly. Without thinking, Gavin moved closer on the bench, their shoulders now touching. Neither acknowledged the contact, but neither moved away. The isolation is the hardest part, he admitted after a moment. Coming back to a place where everyone knows everyone, but feeling like you don't quite fit anymore. The town's enthusiasm can be overwhelming when you're used to anonymity. Lena nodded. Sometimes the closeness of small-town life can be suffocating, even when you love it. Everyone knows your business. Everyone has an opinion. Like about pickleball, he said dryly. She smiled. Fair. But I do believe in what the courts bring to this town. It's not just about the game, it's about connection. Some of the seniors who play 3 times a week barely left their homes before we started the league. Gavin hadn't considered that perspective before. He'd been so focused on his own irritation that he hadn't stopped to think about what the courts meant to other people, to Lena. Maybe there's a middle ground, he found himself saying. Some kind of compromise that preserves the courts but addresses the noise issue. Lena turned to look at him directly, surprise evident in her expression. That's unexpectedly reasonable of you. Don't sound so shocked. I'm capable of rational thought, occasionally. A particularly bright flash of lightning illuminated the shelter, followed by a crack of thunder so close it seemed to vibrate through the bench. Lena flinched, instinctively leaning closer to Gavin. He found himself hyper-aware of the warmth of her shoulder against his, the faint scent of her shampoo beneath the petrichor. What would you be doing if you'd stayed? She asked quietly. In Briarwood, I mean? Gavin had never really allowed himself to consider the question. I don't know. Coach Harrison wanted me to help with the high school basketball program. I probably would have taken over my uncle's hardware store eventually. You'd have been good at that, she said. I can picture you giving very judgmental advice about people's home renovation projects. And I can picture you organizing an underground pickleball league, even if the town didn't have official courts. She laughed. You're not wrong. A strand of wet hair fell across her face as she turned toward him. Without thinking, Gavin reached up to brush it away, his fingers lingering against her cheek. Her skin was warm despite the cool rain, and he felt the slight catch in her breath at his touch. Time seemed to suspend itself. The drumming of rain on the shelter roof faded into background noise as Gavin found himself trapped in her gaze. Something electric passed between them, more powerful than the storm raging overhead. He leaned in slightly, drawn by a force he wasn't entirely willing to acknowledge. Then, catching himself, he pulled back and cleared his throat, letting his hand drop. Your hair was in your eyes. Thanks, she said, her voice slightly unsteady. The moment passed, but didn't dissipate. The air between them remained charged with possibility, as the rain began to lighten, the worst of the storm moving past them. Gavin became intensely interested in a knot in the wooden bench. What the hell had just happened? Or almost happened? For a moment, he'd completely forgotten that Lena was his adversary, the passionate defender of the very courts he was trying to modify. Looks like it's letting up, Lena said, nodding toward the thinning curtain of rain. Yeah. They sat in loaded silence, both acutely aware of what had transpired between them. Gavin could feel the warmth of her shoulders still pressed against his, but couldn't bring himself to move away. I should probably head back and change, she finally said, standing up. Rain check on the lesson? He nodded, trying not to notice how her wet clothes clung to her athletic frame. Sure. See you tomorrow? Same time? I'll be here. Lena gathered her things and stepped out from under the shelter, the light drizzle immediately dampening her already wet hair. Thanks, she said, pausing to look back at him. For sharing about your uncle. I know that wasn't easy. Before Gavin could respond, she turned and walked toward the parking lot, navigating the puddles with practiced ease. He watched her retreating figure, a sinking feeling settling in his stomach. His campaign against the pickleball courts had just become infinitely more complicated. Because now, instead of focusing on the noise or the courts or his peace and quiet, all he could think about was the way Lena Park had looked at him in the rain, and how close he'd come to closing the distance between them. Chapter 9: Out of Bounds, Out of Excuses. Lena arrived at the community center 45 minutes before sunrise, coffee in one hand, clipboard in the other, and determination radiating from her like a force field. The building was empty and quiet, exactly what she needed. No distractions. No rain-soaked memories. No almost moments that kept replaying in her head at 3 a.m. "Focus, Park," she muttered, flipping through her meticulously color-coded schedule for the Summer Serve fundraiser. She'd stayed up until midnight, creating what was possibly the most detailed event plan in Briarwood history. Every 15-minute block was accounted for, no margin for error, and absolutely zero time allocated for thinking about Gavin Reid's stupidly perfect face in the rain. She'd added extra tasks just to be safe. Someone needed to alphabetize the donor thank you cards. Twice. And count all the raffle tickets. 3 times. And personally test every single pickleball paddle for quality assurance purposes. These were all completely necessary tasks that would require her full attention. Lena made her way to the community bulletin board, arms loaded with freshly printed Summer Serve spectacular flyers in bright yellow. The Dink Wars scoreboard that Mason and Becca had installed caught her eye, its ridiculous tally of tension points and near misses staring back at her accusingly. "This is getting moved," she said to no one, reaching for her stack of Save the Courts posters. With perhaps more force than necessary, she pinned the largest poster directly over the scoreboard, making sure every inch of Mason's ridiculous tallying system was covered. "Wow, what did that scoreboard ever do to you?" Lena jumped, nearly dropping her coffee. Tasha stood in the doorway, holding 2 fresh cups from Daily Grind. "Nothing," Lena said quickly. "Just reorganizing. For visibility. And fundraiser purposes." "Aha." Tasha handed her a fresh coffee, despite the half-full cup already in Lena's hand. "You realize you're already caffeinated enough to power a small city, right? Also, it's 5:45 in the morning, and your hair is still wet from a shower, which means you woke up at approximately stupid o'clock." "I have a lot to do." Lena grabbed another flyer, pinning it with such precision, it might have been a surgical procedure. Sure. Tasha leaned against the wall, watching her with narrowed eyes. "So, how'd the storm waiting go yesterday? You know, when you and Grumpy McGrumperson were trapped together for," she checked an imaginary watch, "a full hour?" Lena's stapler jammed. She spent several seconds, violently trying to fix it before answering. "Fine. Nothing happened. We talked about weather. And courts. The pickleball courts. Normal things that enemies discuss when forced into proximity by unexpected meteorological events." Tasha raised an eyebrow. "You're using 5-syllable words before 6 a.m. Something definitely happened." "Nothing happened." The stapler came apart in Lena's hands. "Damn it." "That's very convincing," Tasha said, sipping her coffee. "Really, I totally believe you now." The front door chimed, and Becca breezed in carrying a pastry box that smelled like heaven. "Morning, ladies. Brought donations for the planning committee. Daily Grind's finest muffins and," she paused, registering the scene before her. "Ooh, I walked in on something good, didn't I?" "No," Lena said firmly. "Yes," Tasha countered. "Lena was just about to tell me what happened during the storm yesterday." "Storm?" Becca's eyes lit up like Christmas had come early. "The one where the morning yoga group in town saw you and Gavin trapped under the picnic shelter? That storm?" "It wasn't. Wait, what do you mean yoga group?" Lena's hands froze mid-stapler repair. Becca set down the pastry box, already in full gossip mode. The morning yoga group was heading to their cars when the storm hit. The parking lot has a perfect view of the courts. She mimed looking through binoculars. Apparently, there was an intense conversation happening. "We were talking about community development," Lena protested, feeling her cheeks warm. "Boring, professional, completely appropriate topics. Right? And was this before or after what Mrs. Finley described as, and I quote, enough tension to power the entire electrical grid?" Becca leaned forward. "Come on, details. I've got 3 separate betting pools riding on this." There was no tension. And no betting pools. Lena threw her hands up, sending staples scattering across the floor. There was a storm. We talked. End of story. MMHMM. Becca and Tasha exchanged a look that made Lena want to staple their mouths shut. Don't you have a cafe to run? Lena grumbled at Becca. Morning shift doesn't start till 7. I've got plenty of time to extract the truth. Becca grinned. So did he finally kiss you or what? No. There was no kissing. Zero kissing. The opposite of kissing. The opposite of kissing would be like spitting on each other, Tasha mused. Which I'm guessing also didn't happen, so? Oh my God. Lena grabbed her clipboard like a shield. The planning committee will be here in 20 minutes, and I need to set up the conference room. You two can either help or continue this completely fictional conversation without me. We'll help, Becca said cheerfully. And continue the conversation. Multitasking is my superpower. 30 minutes later, the community center buzzed with volunteers. Lena had successfully directed everyone's attention to the fundraiser details, reviewing her color-coded schedule with militant precision. The Summer Serve event would raise money for new equipment and court maintenance, critical now that participation had doubled over the past year. We're expecting at least 300 attendees, she explained, gesturing to the floor plan she'd drawn up. Station assignments are on page 4 of your packets. We'll have pickleball demonstrations, food vendors, and... The conference room door opened. Gavin stood there, wearing a dark blue Henley and jeans that were unfairly well fitted, his hair slightly damp like he'd just showered. The room fell silent. Lena's voice died mid-sentence. He cleared his throat. Sorry I'm late. Is this the fundraiser meeting? Lena became acutely aware that she'd stopped mid-word with her mouth still open. She snapped it shut, shuffling her papers. Yes. We're just reviewing station assignments. The silence stretched for another 3 uncomfortable seconds before Mason's theatrical whisper broke it. The plot thickens. Several committee members snickered. Mrs. Finley, the 70-year-old tennis instructor who'd embraced pickleball with terrifying enthusiasm, actually winked at Lena. Gavin shifted his weight, looking everywhere but at her. I thought maybe you could use some help. With setup. For the fundraiser. You want to help? Lena heard the surprise in her voice and tried to modulate it into something more professional. I mean, yes, we can always use volunteers. There's a sign-up sheet. She pointed to the clipboard being passed around, which eventually made its way to Gavin. When he looked up, his eyes found hers briefly before darting away. Where do you need me? Mason's choked cough barely disguised his laughter. Decorations, Lena said quickly. Too quickly. With Mrs. Finley. Far side of the room. I mean the east section. By the stage. She pointed vaguely in that direction, trying to indicate the furthest possible spot from where she'd be stationed. Got it. Gavin nodded, then moved toward the back of the room where Mrs. Finley patted the chair next to her with predatory enthusiasm. Lena cleared her throat. As I was saying, vendor setup begins at 9 tomorrow. The event runs from 11 to 4, with cleanup until 6. She flipped to the next page, determined to regain control of the meeting and her pulse rate. Now, about parking logistics. The meeting concluded with task assignments and a flurry of activity as volunteers dispersed to begin preparations. Lena kept her head down, focusing on her clipboard as people filtered out. She deliberately avoided looking in Gavin's direction, though she could hear Mrs. Finley's excited chatter about proper banner height and strong young men being so useful. Throughout the morning, Lena moved purposefully between stations, checking items off her list and issuing directives with practiced efficiency. Yet somehow, despite her best efforts, she found herself constantly aware of Gavin's location in the room. He was surprisingly helpful, patiently holding ladders for Mrs. Finley, carrying heavy boxes without complaint, and assembling display stands with quiet competence. Not that she was watching. She was simply maintaining volunteer awareness. For coordination purposes. The banners look crooked, she muttered to herself, making a note to fix them later when Gavin wasn't standing directly beneath them, reaching up to adjust a fastener while his Henley rode up just enough to reveal a sliver of earth to Lena. Tasha waved a hand in front of her face. The vendor list? You were in the middle of a sentence about food truck placement. Right? Lena blinked, forcing her attention back to her clipboard. The taco truck needs a 20-amp circuit, so they'll go near the east entrance where. In her haste to point toward the location, Lena turned too quickly and collided with a volunteer carrying a stack of chairs. Her papers went flying, scattering across the floor in an explosion of meticulously organized chaos. Damn it. She dropped to her knees, frantically gathering spreadsheets and vendor applications. These were in order. And then suddenly, Gavin was there, kneeling beside her, collecting pages with surprising care. Let me help. I've got it, she insisted, reaching for a page at the same moment he did. Their fingers brushed, and Lena jerked back as if burned, somehow managing to knock over her remaining stack of papers in the process. Still graceful as ever, Park, he said, but there was something different in his tone. The sharp edge that usually accompanied their banter was missing, replaced by something almost warm. When she dared look up, the corner of his mouth twitched in what might have been the beginning of a genuine smile. I'm perfectly graceful, she countered, the retort automatic but lacking her usual fire. You startled me. By helping? Yes. She gathered the last of the papers, clutching them protectively. Thank you, but I'm fine now. Sure you are. He handed her the pages he'd collected, their fingers carefully not touching this time. For a moment, neither moved. Then he stood, offering her a hand up. Lena stared at it for a beat too long, before ignoring it and pushing herself to her feet. Don't you have decorations to hang? Mrs. Finley's, taking a cookie break. Apparently, I've earned one too, but I thought I'd make myself useful elsewhere. He shrugged. Unless you'd rather I didn't. The question hung between them, carrying more weight than it should have. Lena hugged her clipboard to her chest. No, it's fine. Help wherever you want. It's a free country. And a free community center. With lots of helpful people helping with things. Right? That almost smile appeared again. I'll just go help with those things then. When lunchtime arrived, Lena practically sprinted to her small office, muttering excuses about administrative work. She closed the door, leaned against it, and exhaled heavily. Rough morning? Lena nearly jumped out of her skin. Becca sat perched on the edge of her desk, 2 cups of coffee in hand and a knowing expression on her face. How did you get in here? I locked that door. You did not. Becca extended a coffee. Also, you gave me a key last fall when I was storing the Halloween decorations, remember? But that's beside the point. I brought caffeine and curiosity. Lena groaned but accepted the coffee. There's nothing to be curious about. So we're still pretending you hate the guy who keeps watching you when you're not looking? Becca took a sip from her own cup. Because he does. Watch you, I mean. Constantly. He does not. Lena busied herself with the stack of paperwork on her desk, sorting through vendor applications with exaggerated focus. And I don't hate him. Progress. Becca clapped. I'm updating the tension scoreboard immediately. There is no tension. Lena protested. And I covered that ridiculous scoreboard with actual important community information. Becca held up her phone, showing a digital version of the Dink Wars tally. Welcome to the digital age, Park. The whole town follows the updates on Instagram now. I'm going to murder Mason. Get in line. Becca stood, straightening her daily grind apron. But not until after I collect on my bet. I've got $20 riding on you two having a moment before the fundraiser. We are not having moments. Tell that to your face when he walked in this morning. Becca headed for the door. It was like watching someone get hit with a pickleball and try to pretend it didn't hurt. After lunch, Lena's careful station assignments fell apart when the stage setup team requested additional help. Specifically, they needed someone tall enough to reach the overhead rigging. Gavin, being one of the tallest volunteers and apparently now Briarwood's most helpful citizen, was the obvious choice. Which meant Lena, as event coordinator, had to work directly with him. The measurement from the front edge should be exactly 16 feet, she explained, maintaining a professional distance as they assessed the stage. We need enough clearance for the demonstration games. Makes sense? Gavin examined the blueprint she'd drawn up. What about these side panels? Are they stable enough for the speakers Mason's bringing? They should be. Lena climbed onto the stage to demonstrate, tapping one of the panels. We reinforced them last year after the Valentine's Day disaster. Valentine's Day disaster? His eyebrow raised in question. A senior citizen swing dance competition got a little too enthusiastic, she explained, finding herself almost smiling at the memory. 3 panels collapsed when Mr. Peterson attempted an aerial move with Mrs. Finley. Brave man. Foolish man. Mrs. Finley is a former gymnast. They fell into a surprisingly comfortable rhythm, measuring and adjusting and problem-solving without their usual antagonism. Lena maintained a steady stream of professional chatter about dimensions and logistics, carefully avoiding any mention of rainstorms or personal conversations or moments that might have been something else. Gavin played along, following her technical lead while occasionally giving her looks that suggested he knew exactly what she was doing. The peaceful productivity was shattered when Mason arrived, rolling in speaker equipment with all the subtlety of a carnival barker. "How are Briarwood's favorite enemies today?" he called across the room, grinning widely. "Working well together, I see. Interesting development." "It's called being professional, Mason," Lena replied, pointedly not looking at Gavin. "Something you should try sometime." "Professional, huh?" Mason winked. "Let me just test this microphone." He connected a cable, tapped the mic, and his voice boomed through the community center. "Testing, testing. Just wanted to announce that the betting pool for Lena and Gavin's inevitable romance has reached $500. Current odds favor a dramatic declaration during the fundraiser tomorrow." Several volunteers whooped and applauded. Mrs. Finley gave a thumbs up from her ladder. "I will end you," Lena hissed, moving toward him with murderous intent. Mason danced away, laughing. "Just providing valuable community information." To her surprise, Gavin chuckled beside her. Not his usual sarcastic snort, but an actual laugh that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "What's so funny?" she demanded. "Nothing," he said, but he was still smiling. "Just thinking about how much energy this town puts into other people's business." "It's not funny," she insisted, though her outrage was losing steam in the face of his amusement. "It's invasive and ridiculous and kind of hilarious," he finished for her. "Come on, Park. Even you have to admit, it's a little funny." She pressed her lips together, refusing to smile. "I admit nothing." As afternoon stretched into evening, the volunteer crowd thinned. By 6, most people had left, promising to return early the next morning for final preparations. Lena found herself working side by side with Gavin on the last details, checking speaker placements, testing the microphone system, and finalizing the stage layout. Without the audience and commentary, they settled into an unexpectedly comfortable rhythm. He handed her tools before she asked for them. She anticipated his questions about the setup. It was alarmingly easy, this cooperation. "What if we shifted the main speakers to the sides?" Gavin suggested, pointing to the corners of the stage. "It would give you more demonstration space and better sound distribution." Lena considered the layout. He was right, it was a perfect solution to the space constraint she'd been worrying about. "That actually makes sense." Try not to sound so surprised. But there was no bite to his words. She made the adjustment to her floor plan. "Thank you. That helps a lot." The simple acknowledgement created a moment of genuine connection between them. A brief instance of mutual respect that neither seemed fully prepared for. Gavin nodded, his eyes meeting hers without the usual challenge or irritation. "I should get these chairs put away," he said finally, breaking the moment. "It's getting late." Later, as they walked to the parking lot, Lena mentally rehearsed a casual goodbye. Something friendly but not too friendly. Professional but not cold. Perhaps a simple, "see you tomorrow," with just the right balance of indifference and collegiality. Her carefully constructed farewell was ambushed by Tasha, who appeared from behind a parked car with a portfolio in hand. "Oh good, you're both still here. I need approval on the promo materials for tomorrow." She flipped open the portfolio with dramatic flair. "I added some last-minute design elements I think you'll love." The flyer featured two silhouetted figures, standing close together against a sunset backdrop, the male figure clearly leaning toward the female one in what could only be described as a romantic pose. The title read, "Summer Serve, Feel the Heat." "What is that?" Lena nearly choked. "The new promotional material," Tasha said innocently. "For social media. Do you not like it? Those silhouettes look suspiciously like." Lena trailed off, suddenly aware of Gavin standing beside her, examining the design with raised eyebrows. "Like what?" Tasha prompted, all wide-eyed innocence. "Two pickleball players, engaging in healthy competition?" "That is not what they look like they're engaging in," Lena hissed. "I don't see the problem," Tasha shrugged. "Unless you're suggesting there's something inappropriate about the image? Something romantic, perhaps." "Why would you think that, Lena?" Lena opened and closed her mouth, trapped by her friend's perfectly executed maneuver. That's not, it's fine. The design is fine." "Great." Tasha beamed. "I'll post it right now. See you tomorrow, bright and early." She sashayed away, leaving Lena mortified. "Your friends are subtle," Gavin commented dryly. "They're not my friends. They're evil masterminds who happen to bring me coffee," Lena muttered. "I'm sorry about all this." She gestured vaguely around them, encompassing the town, the betting pools, and the whole ridiculous situation. "Don't worry about it." He shrugged. "I'm getting used to Briarwood again. Small town entertainment and all that." "Right?" She nodded, suddenly unsure what to say next. "Well, I should get going. See you tomorrow, Park." "Tomorrow?" she echoed, fumbling for her keys. Alone in her car, Lena rested her forehead against the steering wheel, frustrated by the mess of emotions churning inside her. What had happened to the simple, comfortable enemies dynamic? That was easy. Straightforward. This new territory, this almost friendly might be something else place, was confusing and uncomfortable and made her stomach do stupid little flips. She pulled out her phone, intending to text Tasha a strongly worded message about appropriate promotional materials and boundaries. Instead, her thumb hovered over Gavin's contact, added when they'd been forced to exchange numbers for pickleball instruction purposes. What would she even say? "Thanks for the help today? Sorry my entire town is conspiring against us?" Remember that almost moment in the rain that definitely wasn't a moment? Lena quickly closed her phone, turned the key in the ignition, and cranked up the music to drown out her thoughts. As she drove away, she missed the sight of Gavin standing on the community center steps, watching her car until it disappeared around the corner. Chapter 10: A Smash Too Close for Comfort. Gavin squinted at the coffee menu board at Daily Grind, searching in vain for anything resembling a normal order. Becca had replaced standard options with rivalry specials that doubled as public mockery. His eyes skipped over Pickleball Passion, Lena's signature drink apparently, to locate the least humiliating option. "The usual, Grumpy?" Becca called out, already preparing his black coffee before he could answer. "You could at least pretend to take my order," Gavin muttered. "Why start now?" She slid the coffee across the counter in what he'd come to realize was his personalized mug, black with "No" printed in bold white letters. The woman was nothing if not committed to her bit. Gavin had barely taken his first sip when the bell above the door chimed. He didn't need to turn around to know who had arrived. Mason's booming voice filled the small cafe instantly. Reid? Just the man we were looking for. Gavin closed his eyes briefly. I'm not interested in whatever you're selling, Carter. Mason clapped a hand on his shoulder, grinning like someone who'd just won the lottery. Elliot flanked his other side, effectively boxing him in against the counter. We need a fourth for doubles this afternoon, Mason said, his tone suspiciously casual. Our regular guy bailed. That's unfortunate, Gavin replied flatly. For you. Elliot leaned against the counter. Come on, man. It's just one game. I have work. At 2 on a Saturday? Mason raised an eyebrow. Yes. The lie was transparent, but Gavin committed to it anyway. Mason pulled out his phone, tapping rapidly. Great news, everybody. Reid's in for the match. I literally just said I wasn't, Gavin protested. Too late. Mason held up his phone, showing a group text already sent. Everyone's confirmed. Can't back out now. Becca snorted from behind the counter. I'll make sure to bring my good camera. Gavin stared at her. Why would you need a camera for a casual pickleball game? Her only response was a knowing smile that made his stomach drop. This is a setup, he said finally. Mason feigned shock. What? No. Just a friendly game between friends. He checked his watch. See you at the courts in an hour. Before Gavin could formulate another protest, Mason and Elliot were gone, leaving him alone with his rapidly cooling coffee and the distinct feeling that he'd just been ambushed. You're screwed, Becca said cheerfully, wiping down the counter. But if it helps, you won't be the only one. The pickleball courts looked different in the afternoon light. Less threatening somehow. Gavin had spent so many early mornings cursing their existence that seeing them in the golden glow of midday was almost disorienting. What wasn't disorienting was the small crowd that had already gathered, confirming his worst suspicions. This wasn't a casual game. This was theater, and he was the unwitting performer. Becca had arrived before him, setting up a small folding table with what appeared to be a makeshift concession stand. She waved enthusiastically when she spotted him, pointing her phone camera in his direction. For posterity, she called out. Mason approached, 2 paddles in hand. Glad you made it, Reid. Did I have a choice? Always a choice, Mason said with a grin. Just sometimes the consequences of saying no are worse than saying yes. Which would be? Me showing up at your house every morning at 5 a.m. with a portable speaker blasting the final countdown. Gavin accepted the paddle. You're a terrible person. I get that a lot. Mason glanced over Gavin's shoulder. Right on time. Gavin turned to see Lena marching toward them, her expression thunderous. She wore athletic shorts and a faded Briarwood Community Center t-shirt, her hair pulled back in a ponytail. She looked exactly like someone who had been dragged away from important work against her will. Mason Carter, she said through gritted teeth, I am going to murder you in your sleep. Mason seemed delighted by this threat. Save that energy for the game, Parks. You and Reid are partners. We're what? Lena and Gavin spoke in perfect, horrified unison. Partners. Teammates. Dynamic duo. Mason gestured between them. Against me and Tasha. Lena's eyes widened. You and Tasha? You two are the second best team in town. Are we? Mason put a hand to his chest, feigning innocence. Hadn't noticed. Tasha jogged up, already grinning. Oh good, everyone's here. Let the awkwardness begin. Lena grabbed Gavin's arm and pulled him aside, lowering her voice. I had nothing to do with this. She stood close enough that he could smell her shampoo, something citrusy and light. It was distracting. I figured, he said. Mason isn't exactly subtle. We really don't have to do this, Lena said, but her eyes had already drifted to the court, that familiar competitive spark igniting. Despite her protest, Gavin could tell she'd already mentally committed to playing. It's fine, he found himself saying. How bad could it be? Lena's eyebrows shot up. Wow. Words that have never preceded disaster. She launched into strategy rapid-fire, her hands gesturing animatedly as she explained positioning and signals. Gavin tried to focus on the content of what she was saying, but found himself tracking the movement of her hands instead, the way she tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, the slight furrow of concentration between her brows. So just stay in the kitchen until I call the switch, and then? Are you even listening? Kitchen. Switch. Got it? Gavin said automatically. Lena narrowed her eyes. The kitchen is the non-volley zone, Gavin. You need to know when to stay out of it. Right? You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Before he could answer, Mason called out. Time's up on the lovers' conference. Let's play. The crowd, which had somehow doubled in the last 5 minutes, cheered as they took their positions. Gavin caught Mrs. Finley from the bakery, exchanging money with the hardware store owner. Great. They were taking bets now. Just follow my lead, Lena whispered as they moved to their side of the court. And try not to embarrass me too badly. The game started disastrously. Gavin misjudged the first serve, swinging too early. Their second point died when his return sailed far beyond the court boundaries. On the third attempt, he and Lena both went for the same ball, resulting in neither of them hitting it. And they're off to a truly impressive start, Mason narrated loudly, serving the next ball. If by impressive, we mean impressively uncoordinated. Lena shot Gavin a look that clearly communicated she was regretting all of her life choices. Their fourth point was even worse. Gavin backed up to give Lena space, but she had already moved to cover that area, leaving the middle wide open for Tasha to exploit. And the chemistry is so thick you could serve it for dinner, Mason proclaimed as the ball bounced untouched between them. Unfortunately, chemistry doesn't win pickleball matches. The score quickly became 6-0, with Mason and Tasha barely breaking a sweat. After another missed point, Lena called a timeout, her face flushed with exertion and frustration. This isn't working, she said, pulling Gavin to the sideline. No kidding. She stepped closer, dropping her voice so only he could hear. Stop overthinking and just follow my lead. Her determined expression made it impossible to argue. You're actually not terrible when you get out of your own head. I've seen it during our night practice. When you decided to help instead of mock me, he asked, raising an eyebrow. I never mock. I provide constructive criticism, she countered with the hint of a smile. Just take a breath and play like you did that night. Something about her steady gaze calmed his nerves. She wasn't looking at him like he was the enemy anymore. She was looking at him like a teammate. Fine, he said. I'll follow your lead. When they returned to the court, something had shifted. Instead of trying to anticipate what he should do next, Gavin focused on Lena, her movements, her positioning, the subtle signals she gave with her paddle. When she drifted left, he covered right. When she charged the net, he held back to cover the lob. Their first point came after a lengthy rally. Gavin returned a tricky shot from Tasha, setting Lena up perfectly to smash it down the line. The ball landed just inside the boundary, unreturnable. Point, the elderly man who had somehow become their unofficial scorekeeper announced. Lena turned to Gavin with genuine surprise, then instinctively raised her hand for a high five. He met it without thinking, the brief contact lingering a moment longer than necessary. Neither pulled away immediately, and something electric passed between them before Lena finally dropped her hand, looking flustered. Nice setup, she said, her voice slightly higher than normal. Nice finish, he replied, immediately wincing at his word choice. Tasha snorted from across the net. That's what she said. Their next few points came easier as they found their rhythm. Gavin discovered he could predict where Lena would move next, adjusting his own position accordingly. They communicated with brief glances and subtle nods, developing an unspoken language that felt startlingly natural. The crowd had grown as word spread about the Dink Wars rivals playing together. Gavin spotted Mayor Hank arriving, settling into a lawn chair someone had thoughtfully provided. "Don't look now," Gavin muttered to Lena as they reset for the next serve, "but I think the entire town is watching us." "Just focus on the game," she replied, but he caught the slight tension in her shoulders. At 9-8, with Mason and Tasha still leading, the game intensified. Tasha launched a particularly nasty shot that sailed over Lena's reach. Gavin reacted instinctively, diving to his right and somehow connecting with the ball, sending it arcing back over the net to land just inside the line. "Nice one, Reid." Lena's exclamation was immediate and genuine, her face lighting up with unfiltered enthusiasm. The sound of his last name in her voice, not as a challenge or mockery but with admiration, caught him completely off guard. For a moment, he forgot they were supposed to be enemies, that this partnership was forced and temporary. He just felt good. "The student becomes the master," he joked. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," she replied, but she was smiling. At 10-10, the match had become less about Mason's setup and more about the genuine competition. The crowd had stopped chattering and was watching with actual interest. Even Becca had lowered her phone to witness the point directly. Mason served a low, tricky ball that skimmed the net. Both Gavin and Lena lunged for it simultaneously, converging on the same spot in the middle of the court. Their paddles connected first, then their bodies as momentum carried them forward. Gavin reacted instinctively, dropping his paddle and reaching out to catch Lena before she fell. One arm wrapped around her waist, the other braced against her shoulder as they stumbled briefly before stabilizing. The ball dropped forgotten between them. Time seemed to suspend as they stood pressed together, breathing hard. Lena's hands had somehow landed on his chest, and he could feel the warmth of her palms through his shirt. Her eyes, wide with surprise, locked with his, and neither immediately moved away. The crowd went suspiciously quiet. In the silence, Gavin became acutely aware of every point of contact between them. Her hands against his chest, his arm around her waist, the slight tickle of her ponytail against his forearm. Mason's theatrical voice shattered the moment. "And that, folks, is what we call the pickle fall in love." The crowd erupted in laughter and cheers as Gavin and Lena sprang apart, both flushed and flustered. Gavin felt heat creeping up his neck and desperately searched for anything to say. "Sorry about that," he managed, wincing at how awkward it sounded. "Guess we still need to work on our court communication." Lena's laugh came out slightly too high. "Right? Communication. That's definitely what we need to work on." They somehow managed to finish the match, but the momentum had shifted. The final score was 15-13, with Mason and Tasha emerging victorious. Gavin couldn't find it in himself to care about losing, still distracted by the lingering sensation of Lena in his arms. As they gathered at the sidelines, Becca approached with a sly grin. "I've been inspired," she announced to the gathering crowd. "Tomorrow's special at Daily Grind will be the collision course, steamed milk and espresso that crash together in perfect harmony." Mrs. Finley shuffled through the crowd, collecting what appeared to be several $20 bills. "I told you they'd have physical contact before the fundraiser," she said smugly to one disgruntled bettor. Never bet against an old lady's intuition. Packing up their gear, Gavin and Lena maintained a careful distance, their conversation unnaturally formal as they discussed the match and complimented each other's play. It was strange how easily they'd fallen into rhythm on the court, and how awkward they were now that the game was over. Mason didn't help matters by loudly announcing to everyone at the courts, "Don't forget, everyone. Briarwood's favorite non-couple couple will be making an appearance at tomorrow's fundraiser. More pickleball fireworks guaranteed." Gavin caught Lena's eye across the net. Instead of the irritation he expected, he saw something that mirrored his own feelings. Exasperation, yes, but also something like amusement, a private understanding that passed between them. In the midst of the town's meddling, they'd somehow found a moment of connection that felt genuine. As he walked to his car, Gavin realized with growing alarm that he was actually looking forward to the fundraiser tomorrow, solely because Lena would be there. He was in serious trouble, and not even the grumpiest, blackest coffee in Briarwood could fix it. Chapter 11, Dinking Around. Lena scrubbed at a non-existent stain on her kitchen counter, arms aching from the repetitive motion she'd maintained for the past 20 minutes. The granite gleamed spotlessly under the overhead lights, but she couldn't bring herself to stop. If her hands were busy, maybe her mind would quiet down. Maybe she'd stop feeling the phantom pressure of Gavin's hands steadying her waist, stop hearing the little intake of breath when she'd crashed against his chest, stop replaying the way his eyes had darkened when they'd stood there a moment too long. "Get it together," she muttered, attacking a new section of counter with renewed vigor. It was just a stupid collision. A stupid collision that had made her forget the score, forget the game, forget that half the town was watching them with knowing smiles. For those few suspended seconds, all she'd registered was the solid warmth of him, the faint scent of his cologne, and the strange electric certainty that neither of them wanted to step away. Her phone buzzed on the counter, Tasha's face lighting up the screen. Lena briefly considered ignoring it, but that would only delay the inevitable. She sighed and picked up. "Before you say anything," she started. "Oh my God." Tasha's voice burst through the speaker at a volume that made Lena wince and hold the phone away from her ear. "The collision heard round Briarwood. I've been calling you for an hour. I've been cleaning." Lena surveyed her apartment. She'd already vacuumed, dusted every surface, reorganized her spice rack, and folded a week's worth of clean laundry. The kind of manic productivity that only came from desperately avoiding your own thoughts. Cleaning? It's almost 11 at night. You're stress cleaning because you're freaking out about what happened with Gavin. "Nothing happened with Gavin," Lena insisted, resuming her assault on the counter. "We bumped into each other during the game. People collide during sports all the time." Tasha's laugh was sharp and knowing. "Girl, please. That wasn't a collision, that was foreplay. You should have seen your face, Lena. And his. Neither of you were thinking about pickleball." "That's ridiculous. I'm always thinking about pickleball. Mason is collecting double bets now, not just on when you'll hook up but where. The community center storage closet is the current favorite." "I'm hanging up now," Lena announced, heat rising to her cheeks. "The funny thing is," Tasha continued, ignoring the threat, "I always thought you two would be cute together, but watching you practically combust on the..." Lena jabbed the end call button, cutting off whatever embarrassing analysis was coming next. She tossed her phone onto the couch and pressed her palms against her eyes. This was getting out of hand. She needed to think clearly, and she couldn't do that here, surrounded by the evidence of her anxiety-driven cleaning spree. There was only one place where she always felt centered. 10 minutes later, Lena pulled into the empty parking lot of the community center, her pickleball bag slung over her shoulder. The courts were silent at this hour, illuminated only by the security lights that cast long shadows across the playing surface. The familiar setting calmed her immediately. She flipped on the court lights, the soft hum of electricity filling the night air as the bulbs warmed to full brightness. Reaching into her bag, she pulled out a paddle and a container of balls, relishing the familiar weight in her hands. The practice wall had been her salvation through countless personal crises, breakups, job stress, family drama. Something about the repetitive motion, the predictable rhythm of the ball bouncing back to her, helped Lena sort her thoughts. Thwack! The ball hit the wall and returned to her waiting paddle. Gavin Reid was infuriating. Thwack! He was stubborn and grumpy and had literally tried to destroy something she loved. Thwack! He smirked too much and always had some sarcastic comment ready. Thwack! Getting involved with him would be a disaster, she said aloud, punctuating each word with another hit against the wall. Everyone would have an opinion. The town would never let us hear the end of it. Thwack! 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 And most importantly, they were completely wrong for each other. She was outgoing, he was reserved. She thrived on community involvement, he avoided it at all costs. She loved the chaos of Briarwood, he seemed to merely tolerate it. Absolutely. Thwack. Definitely. Thwack. Wrong? Thwack. So why couldn't she stop thinking about the way his eyes crinkled when he reluctantly smiled? Or how his sarcastic remarks had slowly evolved from genuinely irritated to almost affectionate? Or the surprising gentleness in his hands when he'd steadied her after their collision? She missed a return, the ball rolling away across the court. As she bent to retrieve it, the sound of approaching footsteps made her freeze. Gavin stood at the edge of the court, hands tucked into the pockets of his jeans, looking as restless as she felt. His hair was slightly tousled, like he'd been running his fingers through it. The security lights cast shadows across his face, but she could see the hesitation in his posture. "Figured you might be here," he said quietly. Lena straightened, ball in hand, suddenly aware that she'd fled her apartment wearing leggings with a hole in the knee and an old college t-shirt with a coffee stain on the sleeve. "Late-night practice," she replied, aiming for casual and missing by a mile. "Just working on my technique." Neither mentioned the obvious, that he had come looking for her, or that she somehow wasn't surprised to see him. "Want a partner?" he asked, nodding toward her paddle. She should say no. She should make up an excuse and leave. Instead, she heard herself say, "Sure," and tossed him her spare paddle from her bag. They began a tentative rally, the silence between them filled only with the rhythmic sound of the ball. Unlike their daytime interactions, there were no spectators, no pressure to perform their rivalry. No banter, no sharp remarks, just the shared focus of the game and the weight of unspoken thoughts. Lena found herself studying him when she thought he wasn't looking. In the weeks since he'd started learning pickleball, his movements had become more fluid, more confident. The awkward stiffness was gone from his stance, replaced by something approaching natural athleticism. "You're not terrible anymore," she finally offered with a small smile, breaking the silence that had stretched between them. "High praise from the pickleball dictator," he responded, but there was no edge to his words. If anything, he sounded almost fond. The ball continued bouncing between them, as their conversation flowed with unexpected ease. They discussed the fundraiser preparations for tomorrow, ideas for court improvements, and neutral topics that somehow felt strangely intimate in the quiet night. "The mayor asked me to help set up the sound system," Gavin said, executing a decent drop shot that Lena easily returned. "You agreed to that?" she asked, surprised. "Last week you said town events were, and I quote, exhausting displays of forced community spirit." He shrugged, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "I'm trying to be less of a jerk. It's a work in progress." As they collected stray balls that had rolled to the edges of the court, Gavin paused, bouncing one thoughtfully in his palm. "I still think it's ridiculous," he said, "but I get why you care about it now." The simple acknowledgement touched Lena more deeply than she expected. "It's what I tried to tell you that night during our practice," she said softly. "The courts are more than just a game to me. They're the heartbeat of Briarwood." Gavin nodded, his expression thoughtful. "I see that now. The seniors who'd probably never leave their homes otherwise. Kids learning from retirees. People who'd never cross paths finding common ground." He set the ball in the container. "It reminds me of the basketball courts when I was a kid. Before I left town." They ended up sitting on the bench at the edge of the court, their conversation shifting to their shared history in Briarwood. Lena discovered that teenage Gavin had been just as stubborn as adult Gavin, but far less confident. "I wore exclusively black t-shirts and thought I was deep," he admitted with a self-deprecating laugh. In turn, she confessed to accidentally breaking the school mascot costume during a pep rally her junior year. "The head fell off and rolled down the bleachers," she told him, laughing at the memory. "And I just stood there, headless squirrel body, arms outstretched, while the entire school lost their minds." "How have I never heard this story before?" Gavin asked, his laughter joining hers. "That sounds like the kind of thing Briarwood would never let anyone forget." "Oh, they haven't," she assured him. "Every homecoming, someone brings it up." Their laughter faded into a comfortable silence. Sitting there in the dim light, Lena became acutely aware of their proximity on the bench, the way his arm rested just inches from hers. The night air had cooled, raising goosebumps on her bare arms. "We should probably finalize the setup for tomorrow," she said, turning to face him. "The fundraiser starts at..." She found him already looking at her, his expression so open and unguarded that the words died in her throat. She'd never seen him like this, no defensive sarcasm, no carefully maintained distance. Just Gavin, watching her with something like wonder. Time seemed to slow as he leaned forward, hesitating for a heartbeat that stretched into eternity. Lena's heart hammered against her ribs, her breath caught somewhere between her lungs and her lips. Then he closed the distance between them, gently pressing his lips to hers. The kiss was brief, tentative, over almost as soon as it began. He pulled back slightly, searching her face with an uncertainty she'd never seen in him before. The vulnerability in his eyes made her breath catch all over again. She realized her hands were gripping the edge of the bench so tightly her knuckles had gone white. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind. This changes everything. The town will never let us live this down. I should not want to kiss him again this badly. Before either could speak, before Lena could process what just happened or act on her overwhelming instinct to pull him back to her, her phone buzzed loudly in her pocket. The spell broke as she fumbled to retrieve it, nearly dropping it in her haste. A text from Tasha lit up the screen. "Emergency? Mayor wants to change fundraiser layout again. Need your approval ASAP." Lena blinked at the screen, then at Gavin, her mind struggling to switch contexts. "I have to. It's about tomorrow. The fundraiser. Early setup." She stood abruptly, nearly knocking over her water bottle, and quickly gathered her things. Gavin remained seated, watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read. "Right?" he said finally, running a hand through his hair. "Tomorrow." "Yeah," she nodded too many times. "Big day. Lots to do." She slung her bag over her shoulder and backed away, nearly tripping over her own feet. "I'll see you there? At the fundraiser?" "I'll be there," he confirmed, his voice quiet in the still night. "Good night, Lena." She practically jogged to her car, her heart still racing. As she tossed her bag into the passenger seat, she couldn't stop herself from looking back. Gavin still stood on the court, watching her, a solitary figure under the bright lights. The drive home was a blur, her mind replaying the kiss while panic and anticipation warred within her. She'd kiss Gavin Reid. On the pickleball courts. After weeks of supposedly hating him. Tomorrow's fundraiser suddenly felt like the most important event of her life. Not because of the money they needed to raise for the courts, but because she would have to face Gavin and the whole town and somehow act normal. As if her entire world hadn't just tilted on its axis with one brief, perfect kiss. "I'm in trouble," she whispered to her empty car as she pulled into her driveway. "I am in so much trouble." Chapter 12. Whose serve is it? Gavin's truck cab felt like a confessional booth as he sat paralyzed in the community center parking lot. The digital clock on his dashboard informed him he was already 17 minutes late, a fact that should have bothered him more than it did. But his chronically punctual brain had been short-circuiting since approximately 11:42 p.m. last night, when his lips had made unauthorized contact with Lena Park's. What had he been thinking? He hadn't been thinking. That was the entire problem. He adjusted the rear-view mirror, grimacing at his reflection. He changed shirts 3 times, settling on a dark blue Henley that he absolutely had not selected, because Lena had once mumbled something about it not being terrible after their 4th practice session. "Get it together, Reid," he muttered, finally forcing himself to exit the vehicle. The community center's exterior had been transformed with twinkling lights and hand-painted banners advertising Briarwood's annual midsummer fundraiser. A photo display near the entrance featured snapshots of town landmarks, including, naturally, the pickleball courts where he'd made the catastrophic error of kissing his nemesis less than 24 hours ago. Gavin took a deep breath and pushed through the double doors. The chaos inside hit him like a physical force. At least 60 people milled around crafts tables, refreshment stations, and auction displays. His eyes betrayed his brain's better judgment, automatically scanning for Lena like a heat-seeking missile. He spotted her instantly. A tornado in human form, simultaneously directing a group of teenage volunteers, adjusting a crooked banner, and speaking rapidly into her headset. She was everywhere and nowhere, materializing across the room just as he thought he'd pinpointed her location. The one place she definitely wasn't looking was directly at him. Mayor Hank intercepted Gavin before he could decide whether to approach or retreat. Reid? Perfect timing. The Briarwood through the years photo display needs a man of your height. He clapped Gavin on the shoulder with surprising force for a man whose primary exercise appeared to be drinking coffee and mediating petty disputes. Also, if you're wondering, Lena is absolutely not avoiding you. She's mentioned that at least 4 times without prompting. I wasn't? Of course not, Mayor Hank winked. Just like you didn't nearly break your neck trying to spot her when you walked in. The photo wall's over there, son. Gavin retreated to the designated task, grateful for something to do with his hands that wasn't nervously adjusting his collar. As he carefully mounted historical photographs of Briarwood's original town square, he became uncomfortably aware of conversations happening around him. No, Doris, the collision was during the doubles match, but the kiss was definitely last night. Tasha's cousin's son was skateboarding by the courts and saw the whole thing. I'm telling you, Jerry put $50 on them getting together before the month is out. That's why he's suddenly so interested in pickleball. Did you see how she's practically bouncing off walls to stay on the opposite side of the room from him? Gavin accidentally hammered his thumb instead of the nail he was aiming for, wincing as Mrs. Finley approached with a stack of photo frames. The 70-something retired librarian wore a bright button pinned to her cardigan that read, Team Chemistry in bold letters. Where had that even come from? Did Briarwood have an underground t-shirt printing operation dedicated solely to mocking his personal life? These go on the second shelf, dear, Mrs. Finley said, handing him the frames before adjusting her button. Lovely Henley, by the way. Blue is your color. She winked at him knowingly before tottering off toward the silent auction. After finishing the display, Gavin cautiously navigated toward the refreshment area. The community center wasn't large enough to justify the elaborate evasion patterns he and Lena were executing, but somehow they managed to orbit each other without making direct contact. He'd spot her dark ponytail by the auction tables just as he headed for the information booth. He'd be helping hang streamers when she suddenly needed to check on the baked goods display across the room. By the 3rd hour, their mutual avoidance had become so conspicuous that Mayor Hank paused during the raffle drawing announcements to comment on it. And the winner of the weekend getaway package is Martha Simmons. He waited for the applause to die down before adding, and while I'm at the microphone, I'd like to congratulate Lena Park and Gavin Reid for their impressive demonstration of how 2 people can occupy the same 3,000 square feet without acknowledging each other's existence. Truly remarkable spatial awareness, folks. The crowd tittered. Gavin developed an intense interest in the ornamental ficus plant beside him. Next up, the gift basket from Last Call Brewing. When Gavin finally worked up the courage to approach the refreshment table for some desperately needed hydration, Becca Lynn materialized like she'd been waiting for him. Special delivery, she announced, sliding a paper cup across the table. The cup had his name written on it, along with the words, "Denial isn't just a river." I didn't order anything, Gavin said, eyeing the cup suspiciously. It's on the house, Becca replied cheerfully. Also, just so you know, Lena has already gone through 3 cups of her anxiety tea, which is just regular tea that I've convinced her has calming properties. She only drinks it when she's overthinking something. She leaned across the table, lowering her voice. Look, Reid, I've got $20 riding on you 2 figuring this out before the weekend, so could you maybe put everyone out of their misery and just talk to her already? There's nothing to talk about, Gavin insisted, taking a defiant sip of the coffee, which was irritatingly perfect. Right, and I'm secretly the Queen of England. Becca rolled her eyes. Just so you know, Mason's over there with that look on his face. What look? I'm about to make things worse look. You might want to brace yourself. Before Gavin could process this warning, he spotted Mason approaching with determination usually reserved for closing time at his bar. Something about Mason's too innocent smile triggered every alarm bell in Gavin's head. Having fun avoiding your feelings? Mason asked, at a volume clearly designed to attract attention from nearby attendees. Several heads swiveled toward them. I don't know what you're talking about, Gavin muttered, searching for an escape route that had suddenly ceased to exist. Of course you don't. Mason clapped a hand on his shoulder, with decidedly more force than necessary. Come on, there's someone I want you to talk to. Mason, I swear to God. But it was too late. Mason was already steering him across the room with the unstoppable momentum of an avalanche. As they approached the silent auction tables, Gavin realized with horror that Tasha was simultaneously maneuvering a visibly reluctant Lena toward the same spot. Their eyes met for the first time all day. Lena looked like she was calculating the structural integrity of the nearby fire exit. Perfect timing, Mason announced, as an audience began rapidly forming around them. I was just telling Gavin that I have the perfect solution to this ridiculous tension you two have been building all day. There's no tension, Lena said quickly. Too quickly. Really? Tasha challenged. Because you've been adjusting the same centerpiece for 20 minutes every time Gavin walks within 15 feet of you. The fundraiser's been great, but let's be honest, what everyone really wants to see is the conclusion of the Dink Wars, Mason continued, warming to his role as master of ceremonies. So here's my proposal, one match, winner takes all. If Gavin wins, Lena has to publicly admit she has feelings for him. If Lena wins, Gavin must forever cease his complaints about the courts. The crowd erupted with gasps, murmurs, and at least one delighted squeal that sounded suspiciously like it came from Mrs. Finley. Gavin opened his mouth to protest, but Mayor Hank was already stepping forward. As mayor, I'd be honored to serve as the official referee for such a momentous sporting event, he announced, adjusting his glasses with unnecessary drama. And I'll need to formalize the betting structure, Elliot added, producing a clipboard seemingly from thin air. We'll need clear parameters on what constitutes admitting feelings. Does a simple I like you count, or are we looking for a full romantic declaration? This is absurd, Gavin said, trying to sound dismissive while his heart hammered against his ribcage. We're not doing this. But the crowd had already transformed into a community planning committee. Gavin watched in disbelief as various town members began debating match formats, scoring rules, and whether refreshments should be provided courtside or in a designated spectator area. Across the circle of excited onlookers, he caught Lena's eye. For a brief moment they shared a look of mutual panic, a silent communication that felt like the only authentic thing that had happened all day. Then something shifted in her expression, that familiar determined glint returning to her eyes. Unless you're afraid to lose, Reid, she challenged, her voice betraying only the slightest tremor. The community center exploded with ooze, as Becca dramatically produced a portable whiteboard labeled Dink Wars from beneath the refreshment table. She marked a tally under Lena's name with theatrical flair. Points for psychological warfare, Becca announced to the crowd. Pride and peer pressure formed a dangerous cocktail in Gavin's chest. Part of his brain, the rational part that had served him well throughout his career, screamed that this was a trap with no good outcome. Unfortunately, that voice was drowned out by the part that couldn't back down from Lena's challenge. Fine, he heard himself say. Let's settle this. The roof nearly came off the community center, as the crowd erupted in cheers. Mason, clearly delighted by the chaos he'd engineered, raised his hands for quiet. The match will take place next Saturday at noon, he proclaimed, giving our contestants time to practice and panic. He began outlining increasingly ridiculous official rules, including something about mandatory trash talk timeouts and penalty points for excessive brooding. Tasha, meanwhile, had already pulled out her tablet and was sketching what appeared to be promotional materials. "We're thinking Dink or Dare, the final showdown," she called out to Elliot, who was busy calculating betting odds. As the crowd dispersed into excited discussion groups, Gavin and Lena found themselves stranded in a suddenly empty circle, like the eye of a hurricane. "So?" Gavin began, having no idea what should follow. Should he mention the kiss? Apologize for it? Apologize for not immediately doing it again? His brain offered nothing useful. Lena cut him off with a brightness that didn't quite reach her eyes. "May the best player win," she said, before quickly adding, "I should check on the silent auction. The bidding closes in 20 minutes. And then she was gone, leaving Gavin wondering how someone could simultaneously feel so present and so absent. Elliot approached, holding several books with titles like Advanced Pickleball Strategy and The Mental Game, Psychological Warfare on the Court. "These might help," he said, handing the stack to Gavin. "Though I don't think they cover what to do when you're simultaneously trying to win and lose the same match." "I'm not." "Save it," Elliot interrupted. "For what it's worth, everyone knows you're both already doomed." He patted Gavin's shoulder sympathetically. "But it'll be entertaining as hell to watch." The rest of the fundraiser passed in a blur of small talk and strategic retreats. By the time Gavin finally escaped, the evening air felt like a balm against his skin. He walked home instead of driving, needing the time to process the hole he'd just dug for himself. The streets of Briarwood were quiet, the sidewalks peaceful in the moonlight. As he passed the pickleball courts, the stupid, ridiculous courts that had somehow become the center of his existence, he paused, staring at their empty silhouette. The reality of his situation settled over him like a weight. He'd spent weeks learning pickleball just well enough to understand he wasn't nearly good enough to beat Lena, not unless he got serious about practice. And even if he somehow pulled off a miracle and won, what then? She'd be forced to publicly admit feelings she might not even have. The kiss could have been a momentary lapse, an experiment, a mistake. For the first time since moving back to Briarwood, Gavin felt the full absurdity of his position. He had come here to fight against pickleball, to reclaim some peace and quiet. Now he was frantically strategizing how to win a match that would cement the court's position in town forever. When exactly had this war against pickleball turned into something he desperately didn't want to lose? He lingered by the fence, remembering how Lena had looked in the moonlight the previous evening, how perfectly natural it had felt to close the distance between them. How utterly terrifying it was to realize that his initial annoyance had transformed into something dangerously close to admiration. Gavin pushed away from the fence and continued walking, the echo of his footsteps keeping time with the questions circling his mind. He had 6 days to either become a pickleball prodigy or figure out how to lose gracefully while still somehow winning what actually mattered. No pressure at all. Chapter 13, 00 Start. Lena clutched her pickleball paddle like a security blanket as she approached the courts. The sun had barely crept over the horizon, dew still clinging to the grass, and yet she wasn't the first one there. Not even close. "What the?" she muttered, stopping dead in her tracks. The courts, her courts, had transformed overnight into something between a professional sports arena and a carnival. Folding chairs circled the main court in neat rows while volunteers scurried around with clipboards and walkie-talkies. Mason stood in the center of it all, gesturing wildly, as 2 guys mounted what appeared to be an actual announcer's booth on the far side. And suspended between 2 hastily erected poles, a massive banner flapped in the morning breeze, "Dink Wars, the final showdown." "You're early," Mason called, spotting her frozen at the edge of the courts. His grin was entirely too pleased with himself. "Don't worry, we'll be out of your way in 15. Just putting the finishing touches on." "Finishing touches?" Lena found her voice, sweeping her arm across the spectacle. "This looks like ESPN threw up on my pickleball courts." Mason's smile only widened. "Funny you should mention that. Channel 6 called this morning. They want to run a segment on the local news." "You're joking." She didn't even bother making it sound like a question. Would I joke about something this important? He gestured to a guy with a ladder. Hey Carl. The speakers need to go higher. We need maximum audio coverage. Lena clutched her paddle tighter, her early morning practice plan evaporating. I'm going inside, she muttered mostly to herself. This is fine. Totally fine. It was not fine. The community center hummed with activity that normally didn't start until much later in the day. Lena ducked her head down, making a beeline for the small yoga studio in the back. If she could just find a quiet corner to breathe and visualize her victory, maybe this circus atmosphere wouldn't completely throw her game. Lena? Thank God. She barely had time to register Tasha's voice before her best friend barreled into her, grabbing her shoulders with frantic energy. Where have you been? I've called you 6 times. Your match starts in less than 2 hours, and we haven't even started your transformation. Tasha was practically vibrating, a wild gleam in her eyes that Lena recognized from their college days, right before Tasha had decided they should crash a frat party dressed as the Mario Brothers. Transformation? Lena repeated cautiously. Tasha raised a tote bag triumphantly. Or paint. Please tell me that's metaphorical. It's face glitter. Same thing. Tasha reached into the bag and pulled out a folded jersey. As she shook it out, the name, Park, stretched across the back in bold blue letters. Custom made. I had to bribe Terry at the print shop to come in at 5 a.m. Tash, this is just a silly game to prove a point. Lena's protest sounded weak even to her own ears. A silly game? Lena Park, this event is so overbooked we've had to issue actual tickets. Elliot is checking IDs at the door to make sure people aren't scalping them. You're exaggerating. We have a live stream for the overflow crowd at the brewery. Lena stared at her friend. You set up a live stream? Mason did. I just designed the graphics and wrote the copy for the social push. Tasha waved her hand dismissively. People are placing bets from 3 towns over. This is bigger than the time Mayor Hank accidentally set the Christmas tree on fire. Lena's stomach twisted into a complicated knot. She'd been so focused on showing up Gavin, on proving that pickleball mattered, that she hadn't considered how public this showdown would become. This is ridiculous, she said, but allowed Tasha to drag her toward the locker room. 40 minutes later, Lena stared at her reflection in the locker room mirror. Her dark hair was pulled back in a sleek ponytail, subtle blue glitter highlighting her cheekbones. The custom jersey, which fit suspiciously well, was tucked into her usual athletic shorts. She looked like herself but amplified. Like someone who belonged at center court. Perfect, Tasha declared, snapping a picture before Lena could protest. This is going on the program. The what now? Nothing. Let's go. When they emerged, Lena's breath caught in her throat. The transformation was complete, and it was even more outrageous than she'd anticipated. The main court gleamed in the morning sun, surrounded now by not just folding chairs, but actual bleachers that must have been borrowed from the high school. Every seat was filled, and people crowded the standing areas behind them. Handmade signs bobbed among the spectators. Dink or die trying, read my lips, game over, and, she squinted in disbelief, just kiss already. Off to the side, Becca had set up an elaborate coffee station with a chalkboard menu featuring Team Lena and Team Gavin specialty drinks. A running tally of sales was prominently displayed, with blue and red cups stacked in visual columns. Team Lena was currently ahead by a slim margin. Is that a concession stand? Lena pointed to another booth where Mrs. Finley appeared to be selling pickleball-shaped cookies. Technically, it's a fundraiser for the senior center, Tasha explained. 50% of proceeds go to court maintenance. Well, at least something good is coming from this insanity. Oh, nearly forgot. Tasha handed her a water bottle with Park emblazoned on it in the same font as her jersey. Hydrate. This feels like a nightmare I once had about showing up to a final exam naked, Lena muttered, accepting the bottle. Miss Park? Mayor Hank appeared at her elbow, and Lena nearly choked on her water. The mayor had abandoned his usual casual polo for a black and white striped referee uniform that looked suspiciously new, complete with a whistle hanging around his neck. He carried a clipboard with an air of grave importance. "Mayor," she responded, trying not to stare at his outfit. "Nice whistle." "Official regulation," he confirmed seriously. "Now, as the presiding official, I need to review the rules of engagement with you." He adjusted his glasses with dramatic flair before looking down at his clipboard. "Standard official pickleball rules apply. Best of 3 sets. First 2 sets to 11 points, win by 2. If a third set is necessary, it will be played to 15, win by 2. Standard tournament rules," Lena nodded. "I'm familiar." Good. Mayor Hank lowered his voice conspiratorially. "The whole town is watching, Park. No pressure." "Thanks," she said dryly, her stomach performing a perfect backflip. "That's super helpful." The mayor gave her a firm pat on the shoulder before moving off to consult his clipboard again. Lena tried to focus on her warm-up, stretching methodically at the sidelines while keeping her eyes deliberately averted from the growing crowd. She spotted familiar faces everywhere she looked: Mrs. Finley and her senior pickleball group, all wearing matching "We Shipped It First" t-shirts, Elliot busily collecting last-minute bets near the entrance, even the usually shy community center volunteers sporting team colors. This wasn't just a match anymore. It was a town-defining event. And somehow, it had nothing and everything to do with pickleball. Her warm-up serve went wide, bouncing off the fence. "Nervous, Park?" Mason called from his announcer's perch. "Your boy isn't even here yet." "He's not she began, then stopped herself. There was no point. "Shouldn't you be impartial as the announcer?" "Impartial?" Mason laughed. "Have you met this town?" Lena rolled her eyes, forcing herself to focus on her footwork drills. She was in the middle of a particularly aggressive side-to-side shuffle when movement at the entrance caught her eye. Gavin had arrived precisely on time, not early, not late. He moved with deliberate confidence, and Lena nearly missed her next step watching him. He looked different. Gone was the perpetually annoyed expression, replaced by focused determination. He dressed for the occasion too, wearing athletic clothes that fit him perfectly instead of his usual button-downs. When he caught her looking, he gave her a small nod. No sarcasm, no eye-rolling, no muttered complaints about pickleball being the bane of his existence. Just that simple acknowledgement, competitor to competitor. It made her more nervous than any trash talk would have. "Ladies and gentlemen." Mason's voice boomed through the speakers, startling Lena out of her staring. "Welcome to the most anticipated sporting event in Briarwood history." The crowd roared in response, and Lena felt heat creep up her neck that had nothing to do with her warm-up. "In the blue corner," Mason continued, "our hometown hero, the queen of the courts, the mistress of the Dink, Lena Park." More cheers erupted as Tasha nudged Lena to step forward and wave. Lena's pickleball accomplishments include founding our beloved league, coaching the senior champions to 3 regional victories, and holding the current record for perfect attendance at all community court events. Lena awkwardly raised her paddle in acknowledgement, wondering when exactly her dedication to a recreational sport had become a personality trait. And in the red corner, Mason's voice took on a theatrical gravity: "The challenger, the man who came to destroy our courts but might just be stealing our champion's heart instead, Gavin Reid." The crowd's reaction was a mix of cheers and good-natured boos. Lena contemplated murder, specifically Mason's, and wondered if any jury in Briarwood would convict her. Gavin, to her surprise, wasn't scowling at the introduction. He actually looked amused, raising his hand in a casual wave that made several women in the front row squeal. "Contestants, take your places," Mayor Hank announced, striding to the center of the court with his clipboard. As they approached opposite sides of the net, Lena tried to settle her nerves. This was her court. Her game. She'd practically invented pickleball in Briarwood. There was no way Gavin, grumpy, reluctant Gavin, could beat her. But before she could take her position, Gavin surprised her again by approaching the net. She met him halfway, eyebrow raised in question. "Whatever happens," he said quietly, his voice pitched low enough that only she could hear, "good game, Park." The sincerity in his voice momentarily threw her off balance. Before she could respond, Mayor Hank blew his whistle with extreme enthusiasm, and the crowd fell expectantly silent. Lena backed up to the service line, bouncing slightly on her feet. The familiar weight of the paddle in her hand grounded her, and she took a deep breath. 1 point at a time. She was going to win, save the courts, and prove once and for all that pickleball was worth fighting for. She served confidently, a clean shot that landed perfectly in the diagonal service box. An easy opener, the kind she'd use to test an opponent's response. Instead of the awkward return she expected, Gavin stepped smoothly into position and sent the ball back with surprising power and precision. The ball skimmed the net before landing in her court, forcing her to lunge forward. Their first rally extended far longer than she'd anticipated, each shot becoming more intense. Back and forth, the bright yellow ball flew between them, neither willing to make the first mistake. The crowd grew quieter with each exchange, the atmosphere electric. Finally, Gavin executed a perfect drop shot that landed just over the net, completely out of her reach despite her desperate dive. The collective gasp from the audience matched her own surprise. "First point to Reid," Mason gleefully announced over the speaker system, as the crowd erupted. Lena pushed herself up, brushing off her knee. Her eyes met Gavin's across the net, and the look he gave her wasn't smug, it was focused, intense, a silent acknowledgement that this wasn't going to be the walkover everyone expected. He'd been practicing. A lot. Thrown by his unexpected skill, Lena took a moment to reassess her strategy while trying to maintain her composure. This wasn't the same man who could barely hit a ball 2 weeks ago. His form was still a little unorthodox, but there was power and control behind each shot now. The next few points became a genuine battle, with Gavin matching her shot for shot. He wasn't just returning the ball, he was placing it deliberately, using the court space with strategic precision. When had he learned to do that? Each time their eyes met across the net, the intensity between them ratcheted higher. This wasn't just about the bet anymore. This was personal in a way that had nothing to do with noise complaints or court closures. Beautiful cross-court shot from Park. Mason's commentary was becoming increasingly dramatic. The tension on this court is thicker than Mrs. Finley's pickleball pudding. Lena blocked him out, focused solely on the game. And on Gavin. Especially on Gavin. When she scored a particularly impressive point with a no-look shot that caught him leaning the wrong way, Becca rang a bell at the coffee station. "Another round of Champion's Choice drinks on the house," Becca announced to cheers from the crowd. The carnival atmosphere should have been distracting, but Lena found herself increasingly tuned into the rhythm of the game. The crowd, the commentary, even Tasha's enthusiastic shouting from the sidelines faded to background noise. There was only Gavin, the court, and the space between them. He moved differently than other opponents she'd faced, less textbook, more instinctive. She couldn't predict his shots the way she usually could. It was frustrating and exhilarating all at once. As the first half of the match concluded, the scoreboard showed a surprisingly close game. She'd managed to pull ahead 11-9 for the first game, but it had been a genuine struggle. And judging by the determined set of Gavin's jaw, as they broke for water, the second set wouldn't be any easier. Lena caught her breath on the sideline, accepting a towel from Tasha while watching Gavin across the court. He was talking with Mason, laughing at something, completely at ease. When had he become comfortable here? When had Briarwood started to feel like it fit him again? As if sensing her gaze, he glanced her way, catching her staring. But instead of the smirk she expected, or an immediate look away, he simply held her gaze across the crowded court. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, not mocking, just acknowledging something neither of them had put into words. Despite herself, Lena felt a smile tugging at her lips as she realized this match was going to be much harder than she expected, in more ways than one. "One set down," Tasha said, breaking the moment. "You okay?" You look a little flushed. It's hot, Lena said automatically, still watching Gavin. And he's better than I expected. Aha. Tasha's tone was knowing. That's definitely why you're staring. I'm not staring. I'm strategizing. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Lena tore her eyes away from Gavin to glare at her friend. Don't you start too. Mason's commentary is bad enough. Speaking of commentary, Tasha lowered her voice, I think half the town has figured out this isn't just about pickleball anymore. It is absolutely just about pickleball, Lena insisted, taking another sip of water. And saving the courts. And proving a point. And the fact that he looks unfairly hot in those shorts has nothing to do with why you keep missing your backhand. I haven't missed a, Lena stopped, narrowing her eyes. I hate you. No, you don't. Tasha grinned, taking the empty water bottle from her. Just like you don't hate him. She nodded toward Gavin, who was now doing some stretches that Lena definitely wasn't watching. Before Lena could reply, Mayor Hank's whistle pierced the air. Second game, he announced with unnecessary volume. Players to positions. As Lena walked back onto the court, she caught Gavin's eye again. This time, there was a hint of challenge there. A silent message that the real game was just beginning. This was going to be the hardest match of her life. And not because of the pickleball. Chapter 14, What's the Score? Gavin couldn't believe this was his life now. The entire population of Briarwood, at least it felt that way, had crammed around the pickleball courts, armed with homemade signs, lawn chairs, and enough snacks to survive an apocalypse. Someone had even dragged in a massive scoreboard that Mason kept updating with theatrical flair. And here Gavin stood, paddle in hand, heart hammering against his ribs, facing down Lena Park in what the town had dramatically dubbed the Dink Wars. The scoreboard showed they were neck and neck. Gavin had surprised himself, and judging by Lena's slightly widened eyes whenever he scored, he'd surprised her too. Those weeks of secret late-night practice were paying off. The crowd's energy had shifted noticeably. What had started as mockery, who taught the grumpy guy to hold a paddle, had morphed into genuine excitement. Eli stood at the sidelines with a clipboard, apparently taking bets on each point. Mason had appointed himself announcer and was providing colorful commentary through a megaphone he'd produced from God knows where. Ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the second half of this historic match, Reid and Park are locked in a battle that will determine the fate of our beloved courts, and possibly something far more interesting. Gavin took a deep breath, bouncing the ball against the court. Focus. This was just a game. A ridiculous game that somehow had come to represent everything in his life. He served with a precision that would have made his late-night practicing self proud. The ball sailed over the net with just the right amount of spin. Lena returned it with effortless grace, starting what became a lightning-fast rally. Her footwork was impeccable. She seemed to glide across the court while Gavin felt like he was scrambling just to keep up. When she slammed a powerful backhand, she couldn't resist adding a taunting, "Keep up, Reid." That was his downfall. His focus immediately fractured. The flush on her cheeks, the competitive gleam in her eyes, the way her ponytail swung with each movement, suddenly the ball was a secondary concern. It sailed past him before he even registered he should swing. And Park scores while Reid appears to be distracted. Mason announced, drawing out the last word while waggling his eyebrows suggestively. The crowd erupted in knowing laughter. Gavin groaned inwardly. This was exactly why he'd left Briarwood in the first place. Nothing stayed private. Every moment became public spectacle. Focus, he muttered to himself. Just focus on the damn ball. He shook out his arms, trying to recenter himself. The next serve was his, and he delivered a clean, no-nonsense shot. As the rally built, he felt his rhythm returning. He successfully returned several of Lena's difficult shots, including a tricky one aimed at his feet. He was holding his own. More than that, he was playing well. The realization brought a surge of confidence that lasted precisely 3 seconds, right until Lena executed a perfect spin that brought her to the edge of the court. As she stretched for the ball, time seemed to slow. Her body curved in a graceful arc, arm extended, completely in her element. Gavin's eyes followed the movement, transfixed by the athletic poetry of it, rather than tracking the return shot. The ball landed inches from his feet while he stood motionless, paddle hanging uselessly at his side. Another point for Park. Reid seems to be having some technical difficulties with his attention span, Mason called out. Becca, who was handling the refreshment table, yelled, "Maybe he needs glasses." Tasha, who'd been live streaming the entire match, zoomed in on his face. "I think he can see just fine. He's just looking at the wrong things." Gavin wished desperately for the ground to open up and swallow him whole. During the brief break between points, he grabbed his water bottle and retreated to the edge of the court. He took a long gulp while giving himself a stern internal lecture. This was embarrassing. He was a successful professional, a grown man, not some lovesick teenager. And yet here he was, blowing point after point because he couldn't stop staring at Lena Park like she was the eighth wonder of the world. Across the court, Lena adjusted her ponytail with quick, efficient movements. She caught his eye and gave him a small, questioning head tilt, not mocking but genuinely concerned. The simple gesture somehow derailed him more than any trash talk could have. Mockery he could handle. Kindness from Lena was his undoing. "You good?" she called across the court. "Never better," he lied, returning to position. The next few points became increasingly frustrating. He made unforced errors that would have embarrassed a beginner. When Lena laughed at something Mason said, the sound distracted Gavin so completely that he missed an easy shot that a child could have returned. "Eyes on the ball, not the girl, Reid," Eli called from the sidelines. The crowd erupted in knowing laughter while Gavin pretended not to hear, though he could feel his ears burning. The worst part was, Eli wasn't wrong. As Lena built a small lead, Gavin decided desperate times called for desperate measures. He shut everything out, the crowd, Mason's commentary, and most importantly, any thought of Lena that wasn't strictly tactical. Through sheer determination, he reset his focus. It worked. He won 3 consecutive points with strategic plays that surprised even himself. On the third, he executed a perfect cross-court shot that had Lena scrambling. For a brief, glorious moment, he felt like he might actually have a chance. The momentary surge of confidence was shattered when they switched sides and Lena approached the net. She leaned slightly forward, just close enough that no one else could hear when she whispered, "Impressive, but I'm not done with you yet." He nearly tripped backing away, heart hammering so hard he was certain the entire town could hear it. The match intensified, each point stretching into longer rallies and increasingly strategic play. Whatever else was happening between them, they were well-matched opponents. During one particularly grueling exchange, they pushed each other back and forth across the court, neither giving an inch. Finally, Gavin spotted an opening and executed a perfect drop shot that even Lena, with her quick reflexes, couldn't reach. The crowd cheered, legitimately cheered, not just the mocking sounds from earlier. As he allowed himself a small fist pump, he caught Lena watching him with something that looked dangerously like admiration. The unexpected warmth in her expression derailed his next serve completely, sending the ball sailing embarrassingly wide. "Focus," he hissed at himself. But the internal conflict was growing with every point. He'd entered this match with a clear objective, win, and force Lena to admit she had feelings for him. The thought had seemed so satisfying when Mason proposed it. Now, as he faced the reality of potentially putting Lena in that position, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. Every point he scored brought him closer to forcing her into an admission she might resent, while losing meant giving up his stance on the courts, which, he realized with a shock, he no longer actually cared about. When had that happened? At what point had the early morning popping transformed from maddening to almost endearing? The revelation caused him to miss another easy return. The score was tightening. Mason kept the crowd updated with theatrical announcements. Park leads 9-7 in what could be the final game. Can Reid make a comeback, or will he forever be haunted by the ghost of pickleball past? When Lena scored a particularly spectacular point with a shot that spun just beyond Gavin's reach, she turned toward her cheering supporters with arms raised in victory. The genuine joy on her face, her complete, passionate investment in this ridiculous game and this ridiculous town, hit Gavin with unexpected force. He stood frozen, paddle hanging forgotten at his side, simply watching her celebrate. This was who she was. Passionate, committed, willing to fight for what she loved. The courts weren't just courts to her, they were community, connection, home. All the things he'd spent years convincing himself he didn't need. Mason's voice cut through his trance. Looks like Reid might need medical attention. He appears to have been struck by Cupid rather than a pickleball. The crowd's laughter snapped him back to reality, but not quickly enough. While he was still processing Mason's comment, Lena had already served. The ball nearly hit his shoulder as it sailed past, landing cleanly in bounds. Revised passage, Gavin's comeback victory. 10-7 Park. Just one more point to claim victory for pickleball enthusiasts everywhere, and to make Reid eat his noise complaints for breakfast. Gavin called for a water break, desperately needing a moment to collect himself. As he gulped from his bottle, Mason sidled up beside him, megaphone temporarily abandoned. "You know," Mason said quietly, "there are easier ways to tell someone you like them than letting them publicly demolish you at pickleball." Gavin choked on his water. "I'm not." "Save it." Mason clapped him on the shoulder. "Just saying, maybe the game isn't what matters here." Before Gavin could respond, Mason was already walking away, megaphone back in hand. "Final stretch, folks. Place your bets with Eli now. Will Reid make a historic comeback or will Park reign supreme?" As they returned to the court, Gavin found himself at a crossroads. Each time he managed to focus on the game, Lena did something, adjusted her stance, bit her lip in concentration, or simply existed in her element that completely unraveled him. But Mason's words echoed in his mind. Maybe the game did matter, not for the courts or the bet, but because it mattered to her. And suddenly, Gavin wanted to show her that he understood that. Lena served, starting another lightning-fast rally. This time, instead of getting distracted, Gavin channeled every late-night practice session, every reluctant lesson, every moment he'd secretly studied her technique. His return was precise, powerful, landing just inside the line. "Point Reid," called the line judge, surprise evident in his voice. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Lena's eyes widened slightly, before narrowing with renewed focus. "The challenger shows signs of life," Mason announced. "Could we be witnessing the comeback of the century?" Gavin served next, his technique flawless. The weeks of practicing while no one watched, except that one night when Lena caught him, were finally paying off. His body moved with a confidence that surprised even himself. Another point for Reid. The crowd's energy shifted, the undercurrent of sympathy transforming into genuine excitement. Point by point, Gavin closed the gap. At 10-9, Lena called a timeout, her expression a mixture of frustration and something else, a reluctant admiration that made Gavin's heart race faster than the game itself. "Where did this come from?" she asked as they passed at the sideline, her voice low enough that only he could hear. "Turns out I had a good teacher," he replied, the corner of his mouth lifting in a half-smile. The next point was the longest rally yet, both players pushing each other to the limits. When Gavin finally scored with a perfect drop shot that Lena couldn't reach, the scoreboard reflected the unthinkable, 10-10. Tie game. Mason's voice cracked with excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing pickleball history." Mrs. Finley was standing on her seat. Becca had abandoned her coffee station entirely. Even Mayor Hank had loosened his referee whistle in shock. Gavin's serve sailed over the net with practiced precision. Lena returned it, but there was a new tension in her movements, the pressure of potentially losing what she'd fought so hard to protect. Their exchange intensified, neither giving ground. When Lena's return landed just a fraction too long, sailing out of bounds, the crowd collectively gasped. 11-10 Reid. Mason's voice was nearly drowned out by the crowd's reaction. One more point and the unthinkable happens. Gavin took a deep breath, bouncing the ball 3 times, a ritual he'd unconsciously adopted from watching Lena. As he prepared to serve, he caught her gaze across the net. The competitive fire in her eyes hadn't diminished, but there was something else there too, a recognition of what this moment represented for both of them. The final rally seemed to stretch into eternity. Each shot more calculated than the last, their movements an intricate dance of challenge and response. The crowd had gone completely silent, collective breath held. When Lena's final return clipped the net and fell back on her side, the frozen moment that followed seemed to last forever. Game set match. Reid wins. Mason's announcement shattered the silence. The underdog takes it 1-2-1-0 with an incredible comeback. The crowd erupted in cheers, not just for the victory, but for the spectacular display they'd witnessed. Gavin stood motionless for a moment, paddle hanging at his side, barely comprehending what had just happened. Across the net, Lena's expression cycled rapidly through shock, disappointment, and finally a reluctant smile. As they approached the net for the customary handshake, the background noise faded away. "Congratulations," she said, extending her hand. "You earned that." Gavin took it, but instead of the formal shake everyone expected, he held on, his voice dropping so only she could hear. "I don't care about the bet." Her eyes widened slightly. "You won fair and square." "I didn't win what matters," he said simply. Before she could respond, Mayor Hank pushed his way through the crowd, whistle bouncing against his chest as he approached with urgent importance. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced, adjusting his glasses with dramatic flair. According to official Dink Wars regulations, he paused, consulting a clipboard that hadn't been visible moments before. "With each player having won one game, we now proceed to the championship tiebreaker match." A fresh wave of excitement rippled through the spectators. Mason immediately grabbed his megaphone back from Elliot. "You heard the mayor, folks. This epic battle isn't over yet. One final game to 15 points will determine the ultimate champion." Lena's grip tightened momentarily around Gavin's hand before she released it. "Looks like we're not done after all," she said, a competitive spark returning to her eyes despite her obvious fatigue. 5-minute break before the final showdown. Mayor Hank declared, blowing his whistle with unnecessary enthusiasm. As the crowd dispersed to refresh drinks and place new bets, Gavin watched Lena walk to the sidelines where Tasha waited with water and encouragement. His unexpected victory had leveled the playing field, but it had also raised the stakes in ways that had nothing to do with pickleball. One more game. 15 points to determine not just the fate of the courts, but perhaps something far more personal. Gavin took a deep breath, steeling himself for a tiebreaker that suddenly felt like the most important match of his life. Chapter 15. The soft game just got serious. Lena sat on the bench during the 5-minute break, pretending to adjust her shoelaces, while actually trying to calm her racing thoughts. Her fingers fumbled with the laces, tying and untying them for the third time. The stands surrounding the courts were packed tight, with what seemed like the entire population of Briarwood. People stood shoulder to shoulder along the fence, holding signs with phrases like Team Lena and Dink or Die, painted in bright colors. Across the court, Gavin was listening to something Mason was saying, nodding occasionally, but his eyes kept finding hers through the crowd. Each time their gazes connected, her heart did a strange little skip that had absolutely nothing to do with the championship, and everything to do with the way he'd kissed her 2 nights ago. How he'd pulled back too soon, leaving her breathless and confused. "Focus," she whispered to herself, yanking her laces tight. "This is just a game." Except it wasn't just a game anymore. It was a referendum on the courts, on her reputation, on whatever was happening between them. Worse, with each passing minute, she was becoming less certain which outcome she actually wanted. Tasha approached, holding out a water bottle and a towel. "Here. You look like you just ran a marathon in your head." Lena grabbed both, downing half the bottle in one go. "Thanks. I'm fine." "Sure you are." Tasha plopped down beside her, bumping their shoulders together. "You know, for someone who's currently tied in the match of the century, you look like you're playing chess in your head instead of focusing on pickleball." I am focusing, Lena said defensively, dabbing sweat from her forehead. On the game? Or on your opponent? Tasha raised an eyebrow, the corner of her mouth twitching. Lena rolled her eyes. Don't start with me. I need to win this. Just remember what you're actually fighting for here. The comment slammed into Lena with unexpected force. What was she fighting for? The courts, obviously. The league. The community she'd built. But as her eyes drifted back to Gavin, who was now demonstrating some sort of swing technique to Mason, she felt a treacherous doubt creeping in. 1 minute. Mayor Hank called, adjusting his Briarwood Parks Department hat with unnecessary ceremony. Lena stood, rolling her shoulders back. I've got this. Oh, I know you do, Tasha said, giving her a knowing look that was somehow worse than an outright accusation. The question is what you're going to do after you win. Before Lena could respond, Mayor Hank stepped onto the court, holding up his hands for silence. The crowd, which had been buzzing with excitement and speculation, gradually quieted. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the championship tiebreaker of the first annual, and possibly last, depending on the outcome, Briarwood Dink Wars. The crowd whooped and hollered as Mayor Hank adjusted his microphone. The stakes couldn't be higher. If Ms. Park wins, Mr. Reid has agreed to withdraw his complaints about the courts permanently. More cheers erupted, particularly from the senior contingent, who had shown up wearing matching Pickle Power t-shirts. And if Mr. Reid wins, Mayor Hank continued, Ms. Park has agreed to. He paused, checking his notes with a frown. Actually, what exactly did she agree to again? Admit she likes him. Someone shouted from the back, followed by laughter. Lena felt her face flame. She absolutely had not agreed to that. She'd agreed to, well, actually, she couldn't remember what she'd agreed to. The whole thing had spiraled out of control so quickly, with Mason making proclamations and the town egging them on. Right, Mayor Hank nodded sagely. The personal stakes. Very important. He cleared his throat. Players, take your positions. Lena grabbed her paddle and walked to the baseline, hyper-aware of Gavin settling into his stance across the net. He looked unfairly good for someone in the middle of an intense match, his dark hair ruffled by the slight breeze, a hint of stubble shadowing his jaw. He met her eyes and gave her a small nod, not taunting, not smug, just acknowledgement. It was worse somehow. The crowd fell silent in anticipation as she prepared to serve, the weight of the moment, and the entire town's expectations hanging in the air. Lena bounced the ball twice, took a deep breath, and sent it sailing over the net. The match began with Lena playing confidently, her muscle memory taking over as she scored the first few points with practiced ease. She found her rhythm in the familiar movements, serving deep, advancing to the kitchen line, placing her dinks precisely where Gavin would have trouble returning them. This was her element, and her body knew what to do even when her mind was a jumble. After a particularly impressive cross-court shot that left Gavin lunging fruitlessly, she instinctively looked to him for his reaction, an acknowledgement she'd never sought before, and found him watching her with a mix of admiration and determination rather than frustration. He wiped his brow with the back of his hand and nodded, a silent message passing between them, nice one. Point for Park. Mayor Hank called. That's 5-2. Mason, who had somehow appointed himself announcer, was giving a running commentary from the sidelines. Ladies and gentlemen, we're witnessing the final battle of the Dink Wars. Will love conquer all? Will pride go before a fall? Will I run out of metaphors before they run out of energy? The crowd laughed, but Lena felt a flush creeping up her neck at the love reference. She shot Mason a death glare, but he just grinned wider. Ooh, looks could kill. But Lena's saving all her killer shots for the court, folks. Speaking of which, that was a beautiful down-the-line drive from Reid. The man might be new to pickleball, but he's catching on fast. He wasn't wrong. Gavin had just executed a perfect drive, the ball skimming over the net with surprising force. Lena managed to return it but just barely, and his follow-up shot was unreturnable. 5-3, Mayor Hank called. How was he this good after just a few weeks? Lena had spent years perfecting her game, and here was Gavin Reid, who had spent most of that time actively despising the sport, playing like he'd been born with a paddle in his hand. The score tightened. 5-4. 5-5. 6-5, Lena. 6-6. Midway through the match, an intense rally brought them both rushing to the net. Gavin hit a short dink that dropped just over, and Lena sprinted forward to catch it before the second bounce. She sent it back with a gentle tap, and he responded in kind, both of them now positioned at the kitchen line. They ended up face to face, only the net between them, breathing hard and locked in a moment that suddenly had nothing to do with pickleball. His eyes, stormy blue-gray and intent, held hers. A bead of sweat traced the side of his neck, disappearing beneath the collar of his shirt. The slightest hint of a smile played at the corner of his mouth. "Careful," he murmured just loud enough for her to hear. "Your competitive side is showing." "Better than your losing side," she shot back, but there was no heat in it. Time seemed to stretch as they exchanged soft shots, neither willing to back away from the net, from this proximity that felt charged with something beyond competition. Their paddles moved in a quick back-and-forth rhythm, the ball barely clearing the net each time. When the rally finally ended, Gavin tapped the ball just a bit too high and she smashed it past him. Lena stepped back, surprised to find herself breathing as if she'd run miles. She missed her next shot badly, distracted by the memory of his proximity and the look in his eyes. 7-7. Mayor Hank announced. "We're neck and neck, folks." As Gavin scored several consecutive points with increasingly skillful plays, Lena realized he must have been practicing extensively on his own. That drop shot he just executed, placing the ball perfectly in the corner of the kitchen, that wasn't beginner's luck. The way he'd anticipated her cross-court return, and positioned himself to counter it. The thought that he, who claimed to hate everything about pickleball, dedicated time to improve at this game, touched something deep within her. For the first time, she found herself genuinely impressed rather than competitively threatened. 8-7, Reid. Mayor Hank called. Reid takes the lead for the first time in the match. The crowd erupted, half in cheers, half in dismayed gasps. This wasn't part of the script. The grumpy outsider wasn't supposed to actually challenge the town's pickleball queen. Lena shook her head, refocusing. She wasn't going down that easily. Her next serve was a beauty, deep and angled, forcing Gavin to the back corner. His return sailed high, and she capitalized with a sharp drive down the line. 8-8. Mayor Hank's voice cracked with excitement. During a brief pause after a disputed line call, Becca swore Gavin's shot had landed out, while Elliot insisted it caught the line. Lena caught sight of several townspeople exchanging what appeared to be betting slips. Becca and Mrs. Finley were huddled together, comparing notes on a small booklet, while Elliot updated his clipboard with new odds. The entire town had turned their rivalry into entertainment, but Lena suddenly realized that what was happening between her and Gavin felt far too real to be a spectator sport. The shot was in. Mayor Hank finally declared, after consulting with 3 different witnesses and looking increasingly harried. 9-8, Reid? Lena stepped back to the baseline, twirling her paddle in her hand. One more point and Gavin would win. The thought sent a spike of panic through her, not because of the courts, she realized with shock, but because it would mean this was over. Whatever strange, exhilarating dance they'd been engaged in these past weeks would have a resolution, and they'd have to face what came after. She served aggressively, determined to keep the match alive. Gavin returned with equal intensity, and they launched into the longest rally yet, each anticipating the other's moves with uncanny precision. "It's like watching a dance," someone in the crowd commented loudly, and Lena realized they'd developed a rhythm together that transcended competition, a connection that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. Back and forth, side to side, dink followed by drive followed by lob. Neither willing to concede, both pushing the other to their limits. Lena found herself almost smiling as she lunged for a difficult shot, sending it skimming over the net at an impossible angle, only to have Gavin return it with an equally impressive shot. 9-9. Mayor Hank shouted as Lena finally won the point. "Match point coming up." Next point decides everything. The crowd went wild, the noise becoming almost deafening. Mason's voice somehow cut through it all. This is it, folks. The moment we've all been waiting for. The culmination of weeks of tension, trash talk, and Tasha's questionable Instagram stories. Tasha cupped her hands around her mouth. You love those stories, Mason. Lena stepped up to serve, the ball feeling suddenly heavy in her hand. 1 point. That was all that stood between her and victory, between her and what? Saving the courts felt secondary now to something she couldn't quite name. She tossed the ball up and sent it sailing over the net. The final rally began, each shot more calculated than the last. As the match approached its climax, Lena spotted a clear opportunity to win, a weakness in Gavin's positioning that he hadn't noticed. He drifted slightly to his left, leaving the right side of the court exposed. A sharp cross-court shot would catch him flat-footed, unable to reach it in time. A week ago, she would have exploited it without hesitation. Now she chose to play honestly rather than strategically, returning the ball directly and giving him a fair chance to defend. He did, sending back a deep shot that pushed her to the baseline. She responded with a high lob, buying herself time to reposition. Gavin tracked it, moving backward to let it drop, then sent a drive that skimmed the top of the net. Lena lunged forward, barely getting her paddle under it. The ball popped up higher than she intended, a perfect setup for a smash, and her stomach dropped. Game over. But instead of putting it away, Gavin tapped it gently, a soft dink that just cleared the net. Was he toying with her? Giving her a chance? The thought that he might be going easy on her sparked a flash of competitive annoyance. She reached the ball just in time, sending it cross-court with more power than necessary. Gavin stretched, managing to return it, but his shot landed short, giving her the perfect opportunity. This time, she didn't hesitate. Her final shot was precise and unreturnable, landing just inside the line. There was a split second of silence before the crowd erupted. Game, set, match. 11-9, Mason's voice boomed across the court. Lena Park is the champion. The courts are saved. The Dink wars are officially over. People streamed onto the court, surrounding Lena with cheers and congratulations. Tasha threw her arms around her in a fierce hug. You did it. You actually did it. But amidst the chaos of celebration, Lena found herself frozen in place, paddle hanging limply at her side. The victory felt hollow somehow, anticlimactic. She looked up to find Gavin already watching her, a small, complicated smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He didn't look upset about losing. If anything, he looked relieved, as though the outcome of the game was secondary to something more important. As they moved toward the net to meet, Lena realized with sudden clarity that somewhere along the way, this rivalry became something entirely different and far more meaningful than she ever expected. The crowd parted as he approached, an expectant hush falling over them. This was the moment everyone had been waiting for, the culmination of all the bets, the town gossip, the melodrama that had consumed Briarwood for weeks. Good game, Gavin said simply, extending his hand across the net. Lena looked at his outstretched palm, then back to his face. Even now, he wasn't what she'd expected. Not a sore loser, not resentful, just present. Waiting. She placed her hand in his, the handshake lingering far too long to be just good sportsmanship. You've been practicing, she said, unable to keep the accusation out of her voice. That half smile of his deepened. Had a good teacher. So no more complaints about the courts? She asked, suddenly desperate to hold on to whatever this was for just a moment longer. No more complaints, he agreed, his thumb brushing lightly against the inside of her wrist before he released her hand. You won fair and square. But as he said it, Lena couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't sure anymore who had won what, or if winning had ever been the point. Chapter 16, Volleying Feelings. Gavin's lungs burned as he watched the pickleball sail past his outstretched paddle. The unmistakable thud as it hit the court behind him sealed his fate. He'd lost. To Lena Park. In front of the entire town of Briarwood. And yet, strangely, he didn't care. The crowd erupted, their cheers bouncing off the surrounding trees. Gavin looked across the net at Lena, who stood frozen in place, seemingly as shocked by the outcome as he was. Her eyes were wide, paddle still extended from her final perfect shot. He waited for the smugness, the gloating, the victory dance he'd been dreading since this ridiculous contest began. Instead, she just stared at him, her breathing as ragged as his own. "Well played," he said finally, moving toward the net with his hand extended. Lena blinked, as if snapping out of a trance, and approached from her side. When her palm slid against his, something electric passed between them. Neither let go. "You too," she said, her voice unexpectedly soft. "For a guy who supposedly hates pickleball, you almost had me there." Gavin couldn't help the smile that tugged at his lips. "Almost isn't winning." "No," she agreed, glancing down at their still connected hands. "It's not." Before either could say more, Mason's voice boomed across the court as he pushed through the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen of Briarwood, we have our champion. The Queen of Dink retains her crown." Gavin rolled his eyes but didn't release Lena's hand. People pressed in around them, a wall of excited faces and phone cameras. He'd lived in cities with millions of people, and felt less crowded than he did in this tiny town of busybodies. "We need the official victor and vanquished photo for the town records," Mason announced, waving his phone in the air. "Come on, you two, give us something for the newsletter." Gavin groaned. "Is that really necessary?" "Absolutely," Mason grinned. "How else will future generations remember the great Dink Wars of 2023? On the sidelines, Tasha was making elaborate gestures at Lena, widening her eyes and jerking her head in Gavin's direction with all the subtlety of a flashing neon sign. Gavin pretended not to notice, but felt heat creep up his neck anyway. The crowd surged forward, threatening to separate them. A flash of panic shot through him. If he lost her in this madness, the moment would pass, and they'd be back to their carefully maintained distance tomorrow. Making a split-second decision, Gavin leaned closer over the net, his face inches from Lena's. "Meet me at the court entrance in 5 minutes," he whispered, just loud enough for her to hear. Her slight nod was almost imperceptible, but the squeeze of her fingers against his was unmistakable. Then, reluctantly, she released his hand as Mayor Hank arrived, the infamous challenge coin glinting in his palm. "As mayor of this fine town, it is my duty to present this commemorative token to our winner," Hank announced with exaggerated formality. He handed Lena the coin with a wink. "Though I think we all won today with that match. Best entertainment we've had since the great chili cook-off scandal of 2018. Gavin stepped back, allowing himself to be pulled into the swirl of people on his side of the net. Elliot clapped him on the shoulder with surprising force. "Tough break, man," he said, but his grin suggested he wasn't particularly sympathetic. "Maybe if you'd kept your eyes on the ball instead of on Lena's." "Thank you, Elliot," Gavin cut him off. "Your insights are, as always, incredibly helpful." Elliot laughed. "I'm just saying, for someone who lost, you don't seem that upset." Gavin shrugged, his eyes finding Lena across the court. She was currently being spun around by Tasha, while Mason performed what appeared to be a dramatic interpretive dance of her winning shot. Despite the chaos surrounding her, she looked up, meeting Gavin's gaze. Something unspoken passed between them, a quiet acknowledgement that transcended the noise and movement of the crowd. "Maybe I didn't lose as much as everyone thinks," Gavin murmured. "Oh God," Elliot groaned. "You've gone full romantic comedy protagonist on me. I need a drink." As Elliot wandered off, presumably toward Last Call Brewing, more townspeople approached. Mrs. Danvers from the library patted Gavin's arm consolingly, while her husband offered an unnecessarily detailed analysis of his footwork. The Henderson twins asked for his autograph, for historical purposes, which Gavin suspected was Mason's doing. Even Betty from the bakery appeared, handing him a consolation cookie with a wink. "For what it's worth," she whispered, "Team Gavin had the better t-shirts." Gavin accepted the cookie with bewildered thanks, glancing at his watch. 3 minutes had passed. The crowd showed no signs of dispersing. Across the court, Lena looked equally trapped in a web of well-wishers, though Becca had appeared at her side with what was undoubtedly a specially crafted victory latte. He watched as Becca leaned close to Lena's ear, saying something that made Lena's eyes dart toward the community center building. Becca inclined her head meaningfully in that direction, then toward where Gavin stood surrounded by Elliot's increasingly inebriated analysis of his playing technique. Gavin caught Becca's eye, and she gave him the smallest of nods before turning back to Lena. A moment later, Lena slipped away from her group and disappeared through a side door of the community center. "Excuse me," Gavin said, interrupting Elliot's passionate explanation of proper paddle grip. "I just need some water." "Hydration is key," Elliot agreed solemnly. "Also vodka. Vodka is water in Russian." "That's not even remotely accurate," Gavin said, already backing away. Elliot grinned. "Go get her, Reid." Gavin paused, then shook his head with a reluctant smile. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Sure you don't," Elliot called after him. "Just remember who had money on after the tournament in the dating pool." Dodging well-wishers and dodging Mason's attempt to get him to sign a commemorative paddle, Gavin made his way toward the community center. Just as he reached the door, Becca intercepted him, coffee pot in hand as if she'd just stepped out to refill it. "If someone wanted to avoid the crowd," she said casually, not looking at him directly, "the equipment room has a back exit that leads to the parking lot on the far side." She tipped her head toward a corridor to the left. "Hypothetically speaking, of course." "Hypothetically, that's good to know," Gavin replied, fighting a smile. Becca nodded. "And hypothetically, if someone were to mention this to Lena about 3 minutes ago, that someone might expect a free coffee every day for a week as a thank you. Hypothetically, that someone might find her coffee tab mysteriously paid for the next month." A grin broke across Becca's face. "I knew I liked you for a reason, Reid. Now go. I'll create a diversion." Gavin slipped past her into the corridor, hearing Becca's voice rise behind him. "Fresh coffee. Get your I Survived the Dink Wars commemorative blend right here." The community center was eerily quiet compared to the chaos outside. Gavin followed the corridor past bulletin boards plastered with Lena's Save Our Courts posters, the ones that had started this whole ridiculous saga, until he found the equipment room. Sure enough, a metal door at the back led outside to the far parking lot. The evening air was cool against his face as he stepped out, the sounds of celebration now muffled in the distance. And there, leaning against the brick wall of the building, was Lena. For a moment, they simply stood facing each other. She changed out of her tournament clothes into jeans and a soft-looking sweater. Her hair was slightly messy from the match, and a flush still colored her cheeks. Gavin's heart did something uncomfortable in his chest. "So," he said, taking a step closer. "About that dinner." He felt different now, standing before her without the protective armor of annoyance and denial he'd worn for weeks. The pretense had fallen away, leaving him exposed but somehow lighter. Lena tilted her head slightly, studying him with curious eyes. "I was thinking tonight," she suggested, a hint of the old challenge in her voice. "Unless you need more time to recover from your crushing defeat?" The familiar teasing broke the tension, and Gavin felt himself smile. This was the Lena he'd grown to, well, not hate. Quite the opposite, if he was honest with himself. "I think my ego can handle dinner with the woman who just publicly demolished me at Pickleball," he replied, moving another step closer. He lowered his voice, surprising himself with his boldness. "Though I should warn you, I'm even more competitive at dessert than I am on the court." The innuendo hung between them, charging the air with tension. Lena's eyes widened slightly, then darkened. She stepped forward, eliminating the remaining distance between them, until they stood nearly toe-to-toe. "Is that a challenge, Reid?" she asked, tilting her face up to his. Every argument, every tense moment, every time he'd pretended to be annoyed by her had led to this, their usual competitive pattern transforming into something infinitely more exciting. "Absolutely," Gavin murmured, his hand coming up almost of its own accord to brush against her cheek. The touch was gentle, questioning, giving her every opportunity to pull away. Instead, Lena leaned into it, her eyes never leaving his. "Though I should warn you, this time, I'm playing to win." "Finally," Lena whispered, closing the last inches between them and pressing her lips to his. Unlike their brief, hesitant kiss at the courts nights ago, this one deepened immediately. Gavin's arms wrapped around her waist as she slid her hands into his hair, both of them pouring weeks of frustration and wanting into the kiss. She tasted like coffee and victory, and Gavin wondered how he'd ever convinced himself he didn't want this. The sound of approaching voices finally forced them apart, though Gavin didn't loosen his hold on her. Lena's eyes remained closed for a moment longer, her breathing uneven. "I think we're about to have company," Gavin said, his forehead resting against hers. Lena laughed, a free and genuine sound that made something warm unfurl in Gavin's chest. "Let them come," she said, stealing one more quick kiss. "For once, I don't mind giving Briarwood something to talk about." As if on cue, voices rounded the corner. Mason, Tasha, and Elliot, phones already raised as if they'd somehow anticipated finding exactly this scene. "I knew it," Mason crowed, snapping photos with wild abandon. The conclusion of the Dink wars. Romance blooms on the battlefield. "You owe me $20, Tasha told Elliot, though she was grinning broadly. "I said they wouldn't make it to dinner first." "Technically, they haven't had dinner yet, so the bet's still in play," Elliot argued, though he was already reaching for his wallet. Gavin should have been annoyed. This was exactly the kind of small-town meddling he'd sworn to avoid when he'd moved back. But with Lena still in his arms, looking up at him with a mixture of amusement and something deeper, he couldn't bring himself to care. "So," Mason said, lowering his phone with a theatrical sigh, "I guess this means the courts are safe?" Gavin looked down at Lena, who raised an eyebrow expectantly. "I suppose," he said slowly, "there are worse sounds to wake up to than pickleball at 6 in the morning." "High praise from the grump of Briarwood," Lena teased. "Though," Gavin added, tightening his arms around her waist, "I might be open to discussing some reasonable noise ordinances. Maybe starting at 8 instead of 6? Lena pretended to consider this, tapping her finger against her chin. "I might be persuaded. Over dinner. And dessert." The heat in her gaze made Gavin forget their audience entirely. "Deal," he murmured. "Unbelievable," Tasha groaned, though she was smiling. "Months of war, and they settle it with googly eyes in a parking lot." "The epic conclusion to the Dink wars," Mason announced, framing them with his hands as if envisioning a movie poster. "Two bitter enemies discover that the line between hate and love is as thin as a pickleball net." "I never hated her," Gavin said quietly, his eyes not leaving Lena's. "Not really." "I know," she replied, a small private smile curving her lips. "Though you did a pretty good impression of it." "Method acting," he shrugged. "I had to commit to the role of town grump." As their friends continued to document what Mason was already calling the historic reconciliation, Gavin found he didn't mind. For weeks he'd fought against Briarwood's suffocating small-town ways, the gossip, the meddling, the lack of privacy. Now, with Lena looking up at him like he was worth the trouble, he realized that maybe belonging somewhere wasn't such a bad thing after all. "Ready to face the music?" Lena asked, nodding toward the sound of the still celebrating crowd beyond the building. "With you?" Gavin smiled, taking her hand firmly in his. "I'm game." And as they walked back toward the courts, fingers intertwined, Gavin thought that sometimes losing could feel an awful lot like winning. Chapter 17, Stay Out of the Kitchen. Lena clutched her trophy to her chest as she fumbled with her apartment key, the plastic and metal monstrosity emblazoned with a golden pickleball player mid-dink. The thing was gaudy, oversized, and absolutely perfect. She set it on her entryway table, where it immediately dominated the space like some kind of shrine to competitive pettiness. Her phone buzzed for what felt like the 100th time. She pulled it out and watched the notifications flood her screen, a digital tsunami of congratulations, demands for gossip, and far too many exclamation points. From Tasha, "OMG that kiss. I need details now." From Mason, my betting pool just paid out. I owe you a cut of the profits. From Becca, hope you're ready to try the championship kiss latte tomorrow. It's cinnamon and victory with extra foam, winking face. From Mayor Hank, congratulations on your win, Lena. And on, other developments. Please tell Mr. Reid the noise ordinance still applies, regardless of personal entanglements. Lena tossed her phone onto the couch and pressed her hands against her cheeks, which were suddenly burning. The entire town had watched Gavin kiss her. The entire town was now invested in whatever this was between them. And the entire town was apparently waiting for updates. Focus, she muttered to herself, glancing at the clock. 2 hours until dinner. 2 hours to process the fact that she had a date with Gavin Reid, the same man who'd spent weeks trying to destroy her beloved courts, who'd filed multiple noise complaints, who'd stood there today with a paddle in his hand looking impossibly good right before she scored the winning point. The same man who'd grabbed her wrist before she could celebrate and kissed her senseless in front of everyone she knew. Her phone started buzzing again. This time, she silenced it completely before heading to the shower. The blue one, Tasha announced from Lena's phone screen. Definitely the blue one. It makes your eyes pop and says, I'm hot but I didn't try too hard. Lena held up the dress in question, a casual wrap style in deep blue that she hadn't worn in ages. You don't think it's too much? We're just going to Angelo's. Angelo's? Tasha's eyebrows shot up. That's like actual date territory. Not grab a burger after practice territory. It's just outside town, Lena explained, trying on the dress and turning to check the back view. We figured we'd have a better chance at, privacy. Tasha snorted. Good luck with that. Betty from the bakery's daughter works there on weekends. And Gavin's kiss broke Briarwood's social media. Like literally, the town Facebook page crashed from comment overload. You're not helping my nerves, Lena groaned, pulling at the dress's hemline. Oh please, you've never been nervous a day in your life, Tasha laughed. Then more seriously, wait. Are you actually nervous? Like for real? Lena sat on the edge of her bed, clutching her phone closer. I've spent weeks fighting with this man. I organized an entire campaign against him. I made custom t-shirts that said, Reid, wrong for Briarwood. And now we're going to dinner. She swallowed. What if it's weird? What if all we know how to do is argue? Tasha's face softened. Lena, the man kissed you in front of the entire town after you crushed him at his own challenge. Trust me, arguing isn't all you know how to do. She paused. Though from what I've seen, you two are pretty good at it. Might be fun to keep that energy going in other contexts. Tasha. What? I'm just saying, there's a reason enemies to lovers is a classic trope. Despite herself, Lena laughed. I'm hanging up now. Wear the blue dress. And text me everything. Lena ended the call, then turned to her mirror. The blue dress did look good. She added simple gold earrings and a necklace, then checked the time again. 30 minutes until dinner with Gavin Reid. Forget pickleball tournaments, this was the most nervous she'd felt all day. Lena walked the few blocks toward Angelo's, enjoying the cool evening air against her skin. The restaurant was technically part of Briarwood, but far enough from the center that it sometimes felt like neutral territory. She'd suggested it partly for that reason. A place where they could figure out what they were to each other without an audience keeping score. As she walked, she couldn't help replaying the day's events. The match itself had been a blur of competitive energy, Gavin playing better than she'd expected, the crowd cheering and jeering, her own focus narrowed to the court and the man across the net. The final point had felt almost dreamlike. She'd sent the ball arcing just beyond his reach, watched it land in bounds, heard the crowd erupt. And then Gavin was there, closing the distance between them in 2 long strides, his hand catching her wrist before she could raise her paddle in celebration. She'd looked up, caught the intensity in his eyes, and then... The memory of that kiss made her steps falter slightly. It hadn't been gentle or hesitant. It had been like their arguments, direct, a little defiant, and charged with weeks of pent-up tension. His mouth had crashed against hers, and she'd responded immediately, her free hand grabbing his shirt to pull him closer. The town's reaction had been predictably chaotic. Mason had started collecting on bets. Tasha had wolf whistled. Becca had announced a celebratory round of coffees on the house. And Mayor Hank had diplomatically stated that while he was thrilled about the positive resolution to community tensions, perhaps they might consider taking this elsewhere. They'd managed to extract themselves from the crowd long enough to make hasty dinner plans. Somewhere quieter, Gavin had suggested, still slightly breathless, his hand not letting go of hers. 7 o'clock? She'd nodded, too stunned to say much else, and then they'd been pulled apart by well-wishers and the general chaos of the moment. And now here she was, approaching Angelo's, spotting Gavin already waiting outside. He was leaning against the wall, hands in his pockets, looking unfairly good in dark jeans and a button-down shirt the exact color of a stormy sky. His hair was still slightly damp, as if he'd showered after the match and hadn't quite had time to fully dry it. He straightened when he saw her, and for a moment they just looked at each other. A strange awkwardness hung in the air, so different from their usual immediate bickering. "Hi," he said finally. "Hi," she echoed, stopping a few feet away. They stared at each other for another beat, and suddenly Lena couldn't help it. She burst out laughing. "What?" Gavin asked, his brow furrowing in that familiar way. "This is ridiculous," she said, stepping closer. "We've literally kissed in front of the entire town, but now we don't know how to say hello?" A slow smile spread across his face, not the competitive smirk she was used to, but something warmer. "Fair point. I guess we did skip a few steps. More like we took the entire staircase at once." He chuckled, and the tension between them eased. "Should we start over?" "Hi, Lena. You look beautiful. Congratulations on your win today." "Thank you," she replied, feeling a blush creep up her neck. "You clean up pretty well yourself. And you played a good game for someone who claimed to hate pickleball with his entire soul." "I may have exaggerated my hatred slightly." His eyes crinkled at the corners. "Ready to go in?" He opened the door for her, and as she passed him, she caught the scent of his cologne, something woodsy and subtle that made her want to lean closer. Angelo's was blessedly quiet for a Saturday night. They were seated at a corner table, far from the few other diners, with a candle flickering between them. Lena picked up her menu, sneaking glances at Gavin over the top of it. It was strange seeing him like this, relaxed, not squared up against her on the other side of a pickleball net or across a conference table at town hall. His shoulders weren't tensed for battle, and without that perpetual furrow between his brows, he looked younger somehow. "So," he said after they'd ordered, "I've been wondering, when did you get so into pickleball? You play like someone who's been doing it since birth." Lena smiled, swirling her water glass. "I picked it up in college, actually. My roommate's parents were obsessed and taught us over spring break. I was terrible at first." "That's hard to believe." "It's true. I kept hitting the ball too hard, tennis muscle memory. But I loved how social it was, how all these different people could play together." She traced a pattern on the tablecloth. "When I moved back to Briarwood, we only had those 2 old courts behind the high school. They were cracked and sad, and hardly anyone used them." "And you changed that?" "I badgered the town council for months. Wrote grant applications. Hassled Mayor Hank until he probably considered moving to escape me." She grinned at the memory. "But it worked. We got funding for the new courts, and suddenly everyone was playing." Gavin took a sip of his wine, watching her. "You really love this town, don't you?" "I do." She tilted her head. "Which is why you confuse me. You grew up here too, but you talk about Briarwood like it's some kind of punishment." Their appetizer arrived, giving him a moment before answering. When he did, his voice was thoughtful. "I associate Briarwood with restriction, I guess. Small town, small thinking. Everyone knowing your business. My uncle had this whole plan for me to take over the family hardware store, and it never felt like my own choice." "So you left?" I ran. He stabbed a piece of bread into the olive oil. And I built a life I actually wanted. Coming back felt like. He hesitated. Failure? Lena suggested softly. His eyes met hers, surprised. Yeah. How did you know? Because I almost left too. She shrugged at his startled look. After college, I had job offers in Seattle, Chicago. Places where no one knew me as little Lena Park, who fell off the stage during the third-grade play. Why did you stay? I realized that the things that drove me crazy about this place were also the things I loved. The community. How people show up for each other. She smiled wryly. Even the gossip has its charm. It's like a really invasive extended family. Gavin laughed, a real laugh that transformed his face. A family that's currently blowing up both our phones, I'm guessing. I silenced mine. Coward's way out. Smart woman. I should have done the same. Their main courses arrived, and conversation flowed easily from there. They discovered a shared love of the same obscure podcast, argued playfully about the best hiking trails around Briarwood, and exchanged stories about growing up just a few neighborhoods apart without ever really knowing each other. I think I remember you from high school, actually, Gavin said as they shared a dessert. Weren't you the one who organized that flash mob protest when they tried to cancel the spring carnival? Lena nearly choked on her tiramisu. You remember that? God, I was so serious about it. I had signs and everything. It worked, didn't it? The carnival happened. It did. She pointed her fork at him. See? Stubbornness gets results. I've noticed, he said dryly, but his eyes were warm. As they lingered over coffee, Lena found herself admitting something she'd barely acknowledged to herself. You know, while I genuinely care about the courts and the noise ordinance was a real concern, my campaign against you became something more personal than I initially intended. She traced the rim of her cup. I kept thinking about ways to change your mind, and somewhere along the way, I started thinking about just you. Gavin's expression softened. I have a confession too. He leaned forward. I had legitimate concerns about noise at first, but after a while, my continued campaign became a flimsy excuse to see you. Really? Lena's heart did a little skip. Yes, really. I'd wake up thinking about what new complaint I could invent just to watch you get fired up defending something you care about. His mouth quirked up at one corner. You're something else when you're passionate about a cause, Lena Park. Heat crept up her face, but she held his gaze. So all those arguments were increasingly unnecessary. He shrugged, looking slightly embarrassed. But they were the highlight of my day. Mine too, she admitted, and the look they shared made her breath catch. After dinner, neither of them seemed ready to end the night. By unspoken agreement, they began walking, not toward town center but along its quieter edges. The evening had cooled further, and when Lena shivered slightly, Gavin slipped off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Tell me more about why you left Briarwood, she said as they strolled. What was so suffocating about it? Gavin was quiet for a moment, collecting his thoughts. My family has deep roots here. After my parents died, my uncle took me in. He had this idea that I'd take over the family hardware store, marry someone local, live 3 blocks from him for the rest of my life. His hands went into his pockets. Every time I expressed interest in something different, it became this whole thing, like I was rejecting him, not just his plan. That's a lot of pressure. It was. I was already dealing with losing my parents, and then suddenly there was this whole future mapped out for me that I never chose. He shook his head. I felt trapped between gratitude for him taking me in and needing to find my own path. I'm sorry, Lena said softly. That couldn't have been easy. Thank you. It was a long time ago, but it shaped everything after. They walked a few more steps before he continued. Coming back after my uncle died felt like stepping backward, like I'd end up trapped again. Until what? She prompted when he trailed off. His mouth quirked up. Until this incredibly annoying woman started plastering "Save Our Courts" posters everywhere and forced me to engage with the town in a way I hadn't before. Lena bumped his shoulder with hers. "You're welcome." They continued walking, and Lena realized they were skirting the edge of the park that bordered the community center. In the distance, the silhouette of the pickleball courts was visible, the net's ghostly shapes in the dim lighting. She stopped walking, suddenly needing to address something head-on. She turned to fully face him. "I need to know something," she said, more seriously than she'd spoken all evening. "Now that the match is over and you've officially lost, do you really not mind the courts staying, or was that just something you said in the moment?" Gavin took her hand, his thumb tracing patterns on her palm that sent little electric currents up her arm. His expression was more open than she'd ever seen it. "Lena, I stopped minding the noise weeks ago. What started as irritation became anticipation. I'd wake up listening for the sound of play starting, because it meant I might see you." The sincerity in his voice left no room for doubt as he added, "Besides, I'd be a hypocrite to complain about the courts now that I've basically reserved a regular spot for us to play." "Wait, what?" Lena didn't bother hiding her surprise. Gavin's mouth curved into a smile. "I talked to Mayor Hank after the match while you were being mobbed by your fan club. Asked about reserving a regular court time for private lessons." His eyes held hers. "So I can keep improving without the entire town keeping score." "You want pickleball lessons?" Lena couldn't quite process what she was hearing. "From me?" "Well, I did lose pretty spectacularly today. Clearly I need the help." His tone was light, but his eyes were serious. "And it gives me an excuse to spend more time with the town pickleball champion." Something warm unfurled in Lena's chest. It wasn't just the gesture, though that was touching enough, but what it represented. He wasn't just accepting her victory, he was embracing something important to her, finding a way to make it part of his life too. "That's..." She searched for the right word. "That's really sweet, actually." "Don't sound so surprised," he murmured, stepping closer. "I can be nice when properly motivated." They'd reached the edge of the courts now, the chain-link fence glinting in the moonlight. Lena felt the last of her competitive armor fall away as she looked up at him. "You know," she said, her voice soft in the night air, "I'm actually kind of glad you filed that first noise complaint." Gavin's arm slipped around her waist, pulling her closer until she could feel the solid warmth of him. "Best mistake I ever made," he murmured against her hair. When their lips met this time, there was no audience. No wagers. No scorekeeping. Just the quiet acknowledgement that what had started as the Dink Wars had transformed into something neither of them had seen coming, but neither wanted to end. The kiss deepened, and Lena let herself melt into it, her hands sliding up to his shoulders, his jacket still draped around her. The competitive energy that had always sparked between them was still there, but transformed, channeled into something more collaborative, more intimate. When they broke apart, slightly breathless, the pickleball courts stood silent witness behind them, the battleground that had somehow brought them together. "So," Gavin said, his voice a little rough as he tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Same time tomorrow? For our first lesson?" Lena smiled up at him, her heart full. "I don't know. Think you can handle more instruction so soon after such a crushing defeat?" "I'm resilient," he said, pressing another kiss to her temple. "And highly motivated to improve." "In that case," she said, lacing her fingers with his as they turned to walk back toward town, "I think we can arrange something." Behind them, the courts where it all began faded into the darkness, waiting for tomorrow's games to begin. Chapter 18, The Last Dink. Gavin had never been a morning person. Not before the whole pickleball nightmare started, and certainly not during his campaign to shut down the courts. Yet here he was at 7:30 in the morning, voluntarily approaching the very place that had once driven him to file multiple noise complaints. The familiar pop-pop-pop sounds echoed across the morning air, and Gavin found himself not wincing but smiling slightly. It was strange how something could begin to transform from utterly irritating to oddly intriguing in such a short time. He paused at the gate, watching as Lena led a group of seniors through warm-up exercises, her ponytail bouncing with each enthusiastic demonstration. "That's right, Mrs. Finley. Perfect form. Roger, bend those knees a little more, pickleball waits for no man." Gavin leaned against the chain-link fence, content to observe. Lena was in her element, confident, energetic, and genuinely concerned about whether 78-year-old Roger was maintaining proper knee alignment. She wore simple black leggings and a faded Briarwood Recreation Department t-shirt that had seen better days, and somehow she was the most effortlessly beautiful thing he'd ever seen. He'd come here to hate this place, to shut it down, to restore his peace and quiet. And instead, he'd found something he didn't know he was looking for. The lesson wrapped up with Lena high-fiving each senior as they shuffled off the court. When she spotted Gavin, her face lit up in a way that made his chest tighten. She jogged over, paddle bag slung casually over her shoulder, her cheeks flushed from exertion. "You actually showed up early," she said, sounding pleasantly surprised. She reached into her bag and pulled out 2 paddles, handing him the green one, the same one he'd been using for their reluctant practice sessions. "I figured after talking to Mayor Hank about reserving court time, you might still need convincing to actually be here at 7:30 in the morning." Gavin took the paddle, noting how unfamiliar yet increasingly right it felt in his hand. "I reserved the court, didn't I? Seems only fair I should show up." "You've made a lot of reservations about pickleball," Lena reminded him with a small smile, enjoying her own wordplay. "Most of them involving noise complaints and public nuisance laws." "Fair point." He found himself returning her smile, still feeling the newness of this shift between them. Just yesterday, he'd been competing against her in the match of his life. Last night he'd kissed her under the stars after their first real date. And now here they were, standing in the morning sunlight, attempting to figure out what came next. Lena tossed a ball in the air, catching it with practiced ease. "Well, since you've booked us this early morning slot, ready to play? Or is 7:30 still too early for the man who once filed a formal complaint about excessive morning enthusiasm?" "I stand by that complaint," he said, but there was no edge to his voice as he followed her onto the court he'd reserved. The enthusiasm was objectively excessive. As they fell into a tentative rally, Gavin was acutely aware of how different this felt from their previous sessions. During their forced lessons, every instruction had been a battle, every correction an insult. He deliberately hit balls in the wrong direction just to see her frustrated face. Now, having voluntarily reserved court time, there was an awkward but pleasant uncertainty between them. The competitiveness softened into something more collaborative. "Your backhand's looking better," Lena noted after he managed a decent return. "Those late-night practice sessions are paying off." Gavin felt heat rise to his face. "You're never going to let me live that down, are you?" "Never," she confirmed, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Who would have thought? The man who filed multiple noise complaints, secretly practicing pickleball under cover of darkness. "I wouldn't say I was enjoying myself," he said, though his improved form suggested otherwise. "Let's just say I was conducting thorough research." Their conversation flowed more easily than he expected, given how new and undefined things were between them. They discussed the upcoming town festival, which he'd previously dismissed as small-town theatrical nonsense, but was now considering attending, and the plans for court maintenance that Lena had been championing. After a particularly good rally, Lena called for a water break, and they settled side by side on the bench beneath the shade of a nearby maple tree. Their shoulders almost touched, and Gavin was hyper-aware of the small distance between them. Just last night he'd held her close, kissed her under the stars, walked her to her door with their fingers intertwined. Yet in the daylight, he found himself hesitating, uncertain of the boundaries in this new territory. "So," Lena said, breaking their comfortable silence, "the whole town is talking about us." "I noticed." Gavin grimaced, pulling out his phone to show her the 17 text messages he'd received since last night, most from Mason, who seemed determined to document every moment of their epic enemies-to-lovers transformation, as he called it. "Is it always like this? The town latching onto something and refusing to let go? Yes, absolutely. She leaned slightly closer, allowing her shoulder to touch his, a small gesture that somehow settled his nerves. Does it bother you? It was a genuine question, not a challenge. Gavin considered it seriously. It should, he admitted. Small-town gossip and oversharing are literally in the top 5 reasons I left Briarwood in the first place. And now? Gavin turned to look at her directly, taking in the questioning look in her eyes, the slight tension in her posture that suggested his answer mattered more than she wanted to admit. Now I find I don't mind as much, he said honestly. Though I think Mason needs a hobby that isn't us. Lena laughed, the sound warming something in Gavin's chest. Good luck with that. This morning, Becca told me she's already created a specialty drink called the Enemies to Lovers Latte. Apparently it starts bitter, but finishes sweet. Of course she has, Gavin groaned, but found he was smiling despite himself. As the morning progressed, more players began arriving for scheduled activities. Betty and Harold, an elderly couple who took their morning pickleball as seriously as some people took their religion, waved enthusiastically as they entered the courts. Morning, you two. Betty called, her knowing wink visible from 20 feet away. Don't mind us. We're just happy to see some of the town's predictions coming true. Lena rolled her eyes, but Gavin noticed she moved a fraction closer to him on the bench, her hand finding his with a tentative touch that asked as much as it offered. He turned his palm up, intertwining their fingers, and felt something settle between them. A silent acknowledgement that whatever this was, they were choosing it together. So, he said, squeezing her hand lightly. About those court modifications I proposed? Oh no, Lena groaned, but she was smiling. Are we already having our first official argument as whatever we are? Not an argument, Gavin corrected. A collaborative discussion. I've been thinking about better sound dampening options that wouldn't impact the playing experience. He paused. Since it seems I might be spending more time here than I initially planned. The surprised delight that spread across Lena's face was worth every early morning wake-up call, every dollar spent on a sport he'd sworn to hate, every moment of small-town scrutiny. Look at you, she said, her voice warm. Finding compromise. Don't sound so shocked. I'm capable of reasonable negotiation when properly motivated. Her eyes danced with amusement. And what's your motivation, exactly? Gavin reached up, brushing a strand of hair from her face, his touch lingering on her cheek. The gesture felt new but somehow right, as if they'd been making these small, intimate movements for years instead of hours. I think you know, he said softly. Around them, the courts were coming to life with morning players, the familiar sounds of pickleball creating a backdrop to their moment. Mrs. Finley was loudly instructing Roger on his stance, while Becca set up what appeared to be a mobile coffee station near the entrance. None of it bothered Gavin anymore. In fact, he found himself appreciating the cheerful chaos that he'd once found so disrupting. You know, he said, I came back to Briarwood thinking it was temporary. Just handling my uncle's estate and getting out. He looked down at their joined hands, then back at Lena. But I'm starting to think I might stick around a while longer. Is that so? Lena's smile was bright, but her eyes searched his, looking for the certainty behind the casual statement. Gavin nodded, feeling more sure with each passing moment. I've got these pickleball lessons I'm committed to. And there's this very persuasive recreation coordinator who's convinced me the town might have some redeeming qualities after all. Lena's laugh was soft as she leaned toward him. Just the town? Well, he amended, his voice dropping lower, one particular quality stands out. When their lips met this time, it felt both like their first kiss and their 100th, new and exciting, but also right, as if they'd finally found where they were supposed to be. The sounds of pickleball continued around them, pop 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 mingling with cheerful conversation and the occasional nice shot. A symphony Gavin had once detested but now provided the perfect soundtrack to this unexpected moment. They separated at the sound of a poorly stifled squeal, turning to find Mrs. Finley pretending not to watch them while simultaneously giving a thumbs up to Becca, who was already updating something on her phone that was undoubtedly the town's gossip channel. "So," Lena said, her cheeks flushed but her smile unwavering. "Same time tomorrow for our next lesson?" Gavin looked around at the courts that had started it all, the place he'd fought so hard against, now becoming something he looked forward to visiting. He turned back to Lena, seeing in her eyes the promise of something he hadn't known he wanted until she'd stormed into his life with pickleball paddles and determination. "I'll be here," he promised, realizing he meant it in more ways than one. As they stood to resume their game, the morning sun casting long shadows across the court, Gavin felt something he hadn't experienced in Briarwood for a very long time, the sense that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. The Dink wars might be over, but something far more interesting was just beginning. Thank you for listening. Please visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review on Amazon.